Yep, right there. Morning, people. It is Wednesday. It's Wednesday, the 20th of December today. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by the culture. And as always, I am your favorite shade queen, my own royalty.
And they call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst. Melanin jam-packed.
That is right. How is everyone this lovely morning?
Feel good, man.
Yeah?
Feel good, yeah.
Love that.
Still trying to acclimatise to the darkness outside.
Do you know what?
Leave the house.
I don't mind the darkness so much because the weather is warmer. It's like 12 degrees. It's like 11 degrees. Yeah, it's been like 10, between 10 and 12, maybe even 13 the past week. So the darkness, I don't mind so much.
My hands are cold though.
I'm not, do you know what's funny? I'm not as cold. Because I'm just aware of what the 2 degrees was, and I just said, damn. And I was thinking about it yesterday. I was thinking, actually, if it stays like this throughout until spring, I'm good with this.
That's not gonna happen.
That'd be a miracle. The thing about it though, usually December's kind of cold. It's not 12 degrees in December.
Remember, it gets colder in January, February.
It does.
So you start getting the snow.
Yeah, I'm not trying to see any type of snow this year. Like none whatsoever.
God forbid, man.
I'm not here for it. I'm not trying to see it. No, not interested at all.
Do you sometimes feel that when it snows, it's not as cold?
Yes, it's not.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not. It feels, it's not as cold when it snows, actually. Which is interesting because obviously the weather needs to be a certain way for it to snow.
Exactly.
I love snow. It's so pretty though, but now that I'm an adult with things and places to be, I can't afford for it to snow. When I was younger, I loved when it snowed. It's the day of school.
So
actually...
It had to be heavy though, innit?
Yeah, and I was going to say as well, because where my school was like woods. I mean, my school was called Buller's Wood, but we were surrounded by woods and stuff. Okay. So creepy men, they flashed themselves in there, but that's another story for another day. But anyways, the head teacher we had, Mr. Chris, he never used it would have to be like frozen for him to close the school down.
Wow.
There'd be times when the other schools around us would be closed, and then we'd go on the school website, we're very refreshing. You better get in there, you might get detention. And I remember there was a time where he would obviously would have to be in wellies and whatnot because it's like ice and whatever. This man, welcome a Negro, he's a white man, but this man would have us he'd be like, okay, well, you can, I think at one point they wanted to change in our school shoes. So we'd come on the school grounds with our school shoes on because he was very militant. It was really good though because the woman before that, I didn't even know what she looked like. Barely saw her. So he was very, very militant. So he would kind of want us changing out of our wellies and whatnot to our school shoes. And it's like, bro, I'm not standing by the gates doing this. So then basically we'd have to make it to our form. And then once you get in your classroom, you have to be in school shoes. But then again, remember our school is full of woods and stuff. So sometimes you kind of have to go through the woods to kind of get to certain buildings and whatnot. So I'm slipping and sliding.
So it's really woods type.
Yeah, proper woods.
Oh, wow.
Obviously you got the school grounds and whatnot. But then behind the science block, by the media block, it's like a woodland area.
Wow.
Because that's where the naughty kids will go. I never went there because I'm a child guard and whatnot. But the naughty kids will go in there. And a couple of times we had some sex offenders out there just flashing the kids. That was very popular around my school, you know.
That's despicable, man.
And do you remember that Crime Watch show? There was a crime that happened near my school and whatnot. Because it's Chislehurst. And it's just a lot of woods down that side of Kent. But good times though. Big up Mr. Chris, wherever he is. I remember he left. I can't remember who took over after him, but yeah, he left and he did really well there because you always will see him. You would always see him because he was just that active and involved with the school and stuff like that. Very good school. Very, very good school.
What age group? Is this primary or secondary?
Secondary.
Secondary.
So it's a grammar school. Buller's a grammar school. I can't remember. But it's secondary though. Secondary and sixth form.
Okay.
So I went there secondary and then sixth form.
Oh, was it? Because I thought you moved to sixth form.
So I went there first year, sixth form. Then I moved.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't have. My history teacher, Mr. Critchley, big up Mr. Critchley, he told me not to go because the school I was going to was Waterloo Road. But I just didn't want to be. I want to change. And also because I did 3 A levels, because ideally you should do 4, then drop 1 and do 3.
Yeah.
But I did 3. So I did history, sociology, business studies. But I decided I didn't want to do history anymore.
Serious?
But I can't because
exactly.
maybe do 3. But also I just felt like the pressure to go to uni was a bit much. It just felt like I just got here. Like it just felt a bit intense. But I was glad because when I was gonna go to uni the first time, I was gonna stay in London and stay at home and stuff. And one of my uncles was like, "You need to move out." He was like, "You need to like." He was like, "He's gonna help you with like life and blah blah blah," and it did. So the second when I started sixth form again, I ended up moving, like going to Kent. Well, down the road from my house, but still.
Yeah, not too far, but still a decent
Yeah, because like a
distance away,
motorway, basically distance, but it was good, man. But anyway, cut long story short, as an adult, I can't afford for it to snow. I need it not to snow. How are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
Good, thank you. It's mine like suspicious.
No reason.
Brent, how are you?
I'm alright. How come you got 2 dangly things from your cup?
Oh, because I'm combining teas now. So I've got my normal tea that you always make me. It's like a hormone balancing tea, by the way. So if anyone wants it, it's Twinings. That was the brand is called, right?
I don't even know.
Twinings, Twinnings, anyway. I'm Nigerian, so there's that. And it's the balanced tea. And then I've got this other tea I'm trying out. That's also like a hormone balancing tea. So yeah, so that's what I've got too. So I'm mixing flavors and it goes together.
Are they balancing the same hormones?
I hope so. We'll find out.
You've got 2 different ones. There might be like an imbalance.
Boy, we'll find out. You have to go and bail me out later today. You will know. But it's cute though, because the other one has words of affirmation on it. I'll share it with you guys. It says, "Love yourself so that you may know how to live with self-respect." I love that.
Just shut up
But
and
if I
make the
ever-
tea, man. What's wrong with these people?
But I guess when you sip
I
your
love
tea,
stuff
you
like that.
self-reflect on that.
Exactly. You might want to try tea once in a while. It's very like zen and whatnot. But I'll be honest with you, if I open another tea tomorrow and it's the same damn quote, I'm writing to them. I don't appreciate that. I can't read the same shit for 30 days.
Yeah, for real.
How many different quotes do you think they got?
I mean, what?
How many different quotes do you think they got?
I expect a new quote with a new tea bag. Actually, let's find out. I've got another one.
It probably is, isn't it?
Should do.
You know, sometimes.
Otherwise, that's pure laziness, though. Because how frequent would they check? Would it be like a quote per box?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want a quote per box. Let's see. Let's find out. I've got another one I can see. It's a different one. So this one says, "Never try to impress others. Try to impress yourself." I like this. This is lovely. This is not Twinings one. I'll post it on my Instagram later if anyone cares. But yeah, this is lovely. I like that. Self-reflection and all that kind of crap is my stuff.
So, what did the children used to do in the woods?
Oh, no, not children. No, the children weren't doing it. So you'd randomly have like, flashing, when adults, men flash their penises.
Just men?
Well, we never had a woman in there. It was an all-girls school, so. Women do flash, innit? When they go and spring break and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and what's that other place?
Oh, the one that was Freak.
No,
The
the
freak
one
one.
in
It's
the
a
UK.
freak.
The one in the UK.
X.
No, where Stormzy headlined.
Oh, Glastonbury.
Glastonbury.
That's
Oh,
it.
yeah. Yeah.
I think they do it there.
Probably.
Yeah, they probably do, man. Yeah, they probably do. They be camping and stuff in there. They're capable. But so basically, so randomly in the penis, in the woods, randomly in the woods, you just have some random guy in there, just kind of thing. Obviously,
And then
the girls
just run
are
off.
screaming. Yeah, but people are crazy though.
So some of them will hang around a bit longer.
But you know what's mad though? Because you can't really report it to teacher too tough. Because what were you doing in the woods? But then to be fair, people would report it because there shouldn't be it's still school grounds kind of thing. So they have to close it off, and then the caretakers, obviously, who live there would have to whatever. But
So
common.
So do people just walk like them flashers? Would they need to climb a fence or anything, or do they just walk?
So
Walk
the
there?
way the woods are, I feel like they could just go in. I feel like there's probably back places they can go into the woods.
Okay.
Because when you think about school, my school was just one little. What are those things called? You know when you're driving in and the thing goes up.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But you know what's mad? You could just walk around it.
Mm-hmm.
So there was really no security like that. But there was a time, I remember, I can't remember what year I was in, where they actually started closing the school gates. So before, when we were late, you could just stroll on in. And obviously with sixth form and stuff, with sixth form, when you got free periods and stuff, you can just walk out, blah, 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 whatever. But there was a time where basically it was gates and then we'd have to like buzz in and let reception know who we were. It's very unsafe. But it got more unsafe as society went on. I think after Crime Watch near that in Chislehurst, obviously kids walk home as well because a lot of people, you kind of live like kind of close distance to the school. So even from year 7, you could walk home by yourself and all that kind of stuff. But then society just started becoming very unsafe. It's actually, when you think about it, it's actually very mad.
So wait, when you said from year 7 you can walk home and stuff,
Yeah.
What, are there some schools that ban that?
No, because you know with year 7s, they always say like at least the first few weeks,
Oh, okay.
help them get home. And my school as well, year 7s would they start earlier or would they come in earlier? Obviously they're like primary school, they would come in earlier. Because they're primary school kids, innit? So they're just coming into the big world and obviously they've got all these big kids and whatnot. So they would I think they would start earlier they would make them start later. They would start later and then they would also have their break and lunch before everybody else. Just so like it's, because it can be quite intimidating.
Yeah.
By the 3rd week, they just throw them in
Everybody.
in the sea with the rest of us. But
So the flashes, were they the same faces?
I don't know, I never saw one. I told you I'm a good girl, I wasn't in the woods.
Yeah, as in not you seen it, but people talking about it.
No, I reckon it was like different people, man. I don't know. I reckon it would be different. Because then we would have nicknamed him. You know how kids are? They would have nicknamed. If it was the same guy, would have ended up giving him a nickname. Give anyone a nickname back in those days.
It's mad how easy access they have to the school grounds.
It is mad. It is. It was actually crazy. But a lot of schools were like that. You really could just walk on into a school.
Children have just gotten kidnapped, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. And obviously, with secondary school, because kids are allowed to go home by themselves, unless the parent, like, if a kid was to get kidnapped, you wouldn't know. Because the teacher would just be like, oh, like, obviously teachers stand outside by the end of the school day, and it's okay, bye, bye. If God help you for the maths teacher, that make sure you do your homework. All right, miss, just leave that inside the class kind of thing. But when they leave, you don't know where they're going. You don't know who's picking them up. It's not like primary school. Primary school, you need a name on the list. So when I pick up my niece and stuff, it's because I'm on the list to be able to pick her up. And if they've never seen me, they will ask me, what this, what that. Do you get what I mean? Morning.
Were there any like animals, wild animals in the forest, on the woods?
I mean, not wild, like, what's a wild animal? I have like rabbits.
Like a deer?
Yeah, but you get deers in Kent though.
So they're,
Like driving home.
they're just walking in you people's woods?
Yeah. Just chilling. So yeah, that's not wild like that. You wouldn't get like a
Wolf.
elephant or something. No, wolf.
Elephant.
First of all, you said wolf.
Yours is worse.
Elephant in England, you know.
That's true, they would have eaten them all. But yeah, so
I had some. So. So, you know.
Where did you eat elephant in England?
Yeah. In
was it a Brazilian restaurant?
yeah.
Yeah, I knew it had to be imported. It couldn't have been a
Wandsworth.
British restaurant.
You sticking with that, yeah? You sticking with that story?
That's what the guy told me. He's like, I was like, you know, every meat that comes to the table, I'm like, oh, what's this? Because obviously I stay away from the pork and stuff, right? So he's like, oh, it's elefante. And I was like, you sure? He's like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool, let me have some.
Did you eat a chicken heart as well?
No, I
Ew.
don't like
Have
that
you
type
tried
of
that?
stuff.
You tried it?
Hell no.
No.
Right, you
They
like
don't
it?
eat like kidney, liver, heart.
Why, have you tried it?
No. What about you, Brent? You tried that? Chicken liver, you know.
Oh, have you eaten chicken feet?
Crazy.
Eat chicken batty.
You're so dumb.
It's cold.
You did say you eat everything, bro. So
You're eating chicken. Oh my gosh, I saw a video the other day, yeah. It was a restaurant somewhere and it was monkey's cheeks. And they were
cheeks?
pumping
This
it.
cheeks, though?
No bum.
What?
Oh crap! I didn't. Well, of course I wasn't gonna save it, but basically, like, it was just like, so you know, sometimes when you go in a restaurant and they present the food in front of you, and the guy was like injecting, but I feel like, I don't know if it was injecting, let the air out or something, but it was just cheeks on a dish.
you ate BBL.
It was so dumb.
Can you imagine?
The cheeks were cheeks in there, I can't lie. But
It's disgusting.
it was so
Was it like that?
nasty. No, oh, that's so
Nah,
disgusting
that
to
is
look at.
different gravy.
No, it was
man.
just it was like a human's bum, but obviously they said it was monkey. It was a monkey's bum. It was just bum, and it looked weird. Like, it looked, you know, like when you boil like shaki and stuff when it's all like white and crap. Like the extra parts of cows and stuff when it's all white and like it looks like just like it's been chewed for time. But that was the color of
That's
it.
disgusting.
It was so. But he was injecting it with something, and I feel like I don't know if it was decreasing or not. I just couldn't watch the video long enough to see if it deflated or not. I wish I saw that. Let me see. I don't think I'll find it, but it was not it, man.
Sounds disgusting.
It was. It looked disgusting. It looked like it stank as well
Oh, gosh.
because it looked kind of like just boiled and no seasoning. Yeah,
Wait, where was you?
it's on Twitter.
Oh.
I can't go to a restaurant with it.
About to say, I
With
thought
a
you were
serving monkey bum.
Yeah, I thought it's a bit much.
What's
Yeah.
the wildest thing you've eaten, Rich?
I haven't had anything wild. The more I think about it, nothing whatsoever. I'm a virgin to all that. So eating monkey foot and this and elephant.
Oh, monkey
and,
foot.
No, but whatever it is, man. It's just
Oh, I found it. Let me email it to you, Brent. It's so disgusting to look at.
What did you type in to find that monkey bomb?
Monkey cheeks.
monkey. It really came up as well.
Your Gmail, right?
Yes, please. Let's see.
Okay, yeah, I've sent it. Yeah, there it is. It looks like he's wearing knickers.
The hell?
That is a BBL.
That is a BBL. And he's still wearing his faja. That's crazy.
Oh, I saw this. Is that what that is?
Apparently so. But you know, you
think
can't really
it's-
trust the internet though.
I think I've seen this.
Because what on earth could that possibly be?
Oh, so you just guessed it's a monkey bum.
No. The tweet that went viral that I saw it on said, "Oh, this is monkey standard, monkey butt." But that's on the tweet I've sent you. I just sent you the first one I saw.
It looks mad gelatinous though.
What?
Gelatinous, like it's jellified. It goes
Yeah,
wibbling.
it's working.
And it's hollow.
That's not it.
That's horrible, man. I just think that's just too far.
It was deflating, isn't it?
Oh, we'll just look to the actual people serving it. It's probably monkey.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shaking it up, you know.
Yeah, that ain't it, man. How are you, Rich?
Music.
Yeah, I'm right, you know. Just another day. Another cold shower with that malarkey. That's it.
I saw that the other day, and I actually thought, should I do this? If I just don't.
Nah.
Nah, I think I might. I'll do it in summer.
It's not good. I mean, yeah, same benefits, but it won't. We're not really testing it. To be fair, no one's doing it to test themselves.
Why
So-
didn't it cost a living?
No, it's good for my health. If you listen to anything I said last time, you'd know that. But you don't like to listen to that. You only hear the shit that suits you. So I hear it.
What's the health properties again?
Look it up.
What do you mean?
Look it up.
Bloody hell.
I'm talking to you. I'm asking you.
I know. I'm saying look it up, innit? I'm not going to tell you. I explained it before. I'm not doing that again.
Okay.
One day we'll find out what the history is between both of you.
There's no
Violence
history.
so early in the morning as well.
Who, me? I never said. I just asked him what the health properties of cold showering cold is.
I'm not being violent.
It sounds as though like he's responding to provocation that he knows is coming or is implied.
No, I don't give
Can
a
I
shit.
see this kind of stuff with abused women?
With who? You
Why would you
loose
do that?
women?
Abused.
Oh, what? Nah, man. That's,
He's just on the defensive today. I don't know why.
I'm
I
on the
think he saw the smile,
defensive.
the cheeky smile on your face, and he just knows where it's going. He's just thinking, do you know what?
I've got no reason
Not
to be
today,
on the
bro.
defensive, man.
I genuinely want to know the health properties for showering cold.
And I'm generally telling you should look it up. What's wrong with that?
There's an expert here, and he
I'm
can't be bothered to
going
tell
to-
me.
I'm not
going
an
to
expert.
look
it up. Not an
I'm
expert.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was an
I am
expert.
going to look
Man
it
got a couple cold showers and suppose I'm an expert. I hear you, man.
Me ask bad.
Knock yourself out, big man.
What's Bard say?
All right. What are the health benefits of having cold showers?
I don't know why you're asking. You don't care about your health. That's true, does.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you asking?
It's getting deeper and deeper.
I don't give a shit, bro.
Exactly. So what?
I want to know why you're
Alright.
showering in the cold.
So-
What are you talking about?
There are
you, health
numerous
benefits, bro.
potential health benefits
There we go.
associated with taking cold showers, although it's important to note that more research is needed to fully understand and confirm these effects. Here are some. Boost the immune system,
Okay.
improve circulation,
All right.
reduces inflammation and muscle soreness, promotes alertness and wakefulness, combats symptoms of depression, reduces stress and anxiety,
Oh, so you're depressed.
improves skin health, increases hair shine, boosts metabolism,
Greece's hair shine is hilarious.
I know.
increases libido.
Oh, that's why he does it. Had to get to the bottom of it. Had to be something.
Pick whatever one you want, bro. Knock yourself out, man.
Oh dear,
Run-
that's serious.
Run
Very
with that.
serious.
Run with that.
Is that where he done it because of the libido thing?
Well, you should try it, man. That's what you should do.
My libido is fine.
You should try it, and then
My libido's fine. I think if I had a cold shower, it would probably make me
I guess you'll never know why
ruin my libido.
why I do it, but that's alright, man.
Reverse it.
I've had a cold shower before though.
Brother, you had a cold shower in Dubai or some shit, man. It's not the same thing, man. It's not the same thing. That's why I was saying to you that if you're gonna have it in summer, it's just
Yeah.
like obviously it still helps the body and all that, but it's not
Yeah, but in summer, I have a lukewarm shower. And even that's, if I make it too cold, I'm like, ooh, that was a bit much.
too cold now, man. You just trust me.
I might try one day and just get back in my warm bed.
Remember, even if you're doing sports and all that, it's good to get rid of lactic acids and all that. Obviously, you train, so
Yeah.
you know. But yeah,
The day I do it, I'll let you know.
I don't expect you to do it anytime soon. I get it, man.
Because my brother tells me about it as well.
Your brother,
Yeah, he does it.
Yeah,
He did it
see?
for like, very long time actually. So he always talks about it as well.
your brother knows, man. Do you know what I mean? Unlike this or whatever. This,
Cultured.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy's on about. Man's talking about. What did he say? Man said depression, then libido. Brother,
That's what he said. That weren't me.
no, that's what you said. That's what you picked out, though. He mentioned that 5 to 6, 7 different things, and that's the 2 things you picked out. That speaks to your mind other than mine. But I hear you, though, big man. Do you know what I mean? You keep shining, bruv.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this.
I don't think we have.
This has been wonderful to witness.
Well, doesn't matter.
Well, our lovely watchers, listeners, please like the video. Also, we will be on the vibe we were on yesterday. So let's get into it. Let's get into our headlines.
All right, so our first headline. Rishi Sunak has been chastised by the UK statistics watchdog for claiming to have reduced public debt, despite not having done so. Sir Robert Choate, who's the chair of the UK Statistics Authority, UKSA, said that the Prime Minister's assertion that debt is falling may have undermined trust in the government's use of statistics. Reducing debt is one of the 5 pledges Mr Sunak made to the public at the start of the year, alongside cutting NHS waiting lists and stopping the boats. He claimed the debt is falling in a video posted on social media after the King's speech on the 7th of November and at the Prime Minister's questions on the 22nd of November, the day of the autumn statement. However, Liberal Democrat MP Sarah Olney questioned the claim, pointing to a projection from the ONS, which is the Office for National Statistics, that month, which showed public sector net debt had in fact risen on every measure. Number 10 had argued that Mr Sunak was referring to a projection that debt will be falling as a proportion of GDP by 2028. Liars. But responding to Ms Olney's concerns, Sir Robert Choate said that the average person in the street would have interpreted the comment to mean debt was already falling, or that the government's policy decisions had lowered it at fiscal events, neither of which, by the way, is the case. It comes after Mr Sunak briefed his cabinet this morning on the progress of his 5 claims, or 5 pledges rather, which he made in January. And those 5 pledges, quickly: halving inflation, growing the economy, reducing national debt, cutting NHS waiting lists, and stopping boats from crossing the channel. Next headline. I'm not too sure if you guys heard about this. It'll definitely get appealed or whatever. But Donald Trump apparently is ineligible for the US presidency under the Constitution's insurrection clause.
Is it?
Yeah, man. The Colorado Supreme Court ruled that, but it's obviously going to go to like the Supreme Court or whatever. But the ruling comes as the former US leader prepares to run for the presidency in 2024. Trump is accused of inciting riots at the US Capitol building in an effort to overturn the result after he lost the US election in 2020. The ruling in Colorado sets up a likely showdown in the US Supreme Court, which has the final say on constitutional matters to decide whether the frontrunner for the Republican nomination can remain in the race for the White House. Colorado officials say that the issue must be settled by the 5th of January, which is the deadline for the state to print its presidential primary ballots. The Trump campaign has already said it will appeal to the US Supreme Court. It marks the first time in history that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has been used to disqualify a presidential candidate. It's the first time in history. So we'll see what happens. Now, last headline, and this takes us to Israel, where the Israeli president, Isaac Herzog, has said that his country is willing to agree a new temporary truce with Hamas in Gaza to secure the release of more captives held by the Palestinian group. So he was speaking to a gathering of ambassadors on Tuesday, and he said that Israel is ready for another humanitarian pause and additional humanitarian aid in order to enable the release of the hostages. The comments came amid growing international pressure on Israel to pause its assault on Gaza and to allow more humanitarian aid into the besieged territory. A previous Israel-Hamas agreement mediated by Qatar and Egypt led to a week-long truce at the end of November. Obviously, we spoke about that. And during that time, Hamas released 86 women and children that it was holding in exchange for 240 Palestinian women and teenagers held in Israeli jails. Hamas also released 24 foreign nationals during the pause in fighting. Qatar's Prime Minister, Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Mossad's director, David Banea, and CIA director Bill Burns had held talks in Poland on Monday to discuss a potential new deal to secure the release of hostages in exchange for Palestinians in Israeli prisons and a humanitarian pause in the fighting. And that's it for the headlines.
So there's a listener of ours called Heather,
Yeah.
and she said that she twice a week
Yeah.
swims in a cold pond, Hampstead Ladies Pond,
Big up, girl.
Okay. Does she
all
want to
year
watch her
round,
swimming?
and currently it's 4 degrees.
Wow.
Okay.
And here's a picture.
By swimming?
It's a thing.
Oh.
No.
Is that got like algae and stuff in there?
Algae.
Yeah, why is it all green and stuff?
Probably does.
Okay.
Women only, men not allowed beyond this point.
Okay, girl.
Discrimination in that.
Yeah, it's definitely cold in there, man.
Okay. Big up her. She's one of God's strongest soldiers, boy. Because that water there is different to a cold shower. For sure. Okay, love that for her.
Anyone
Dope,
can do it,
dope.
man.
Is she any benefits or?
I've asked. I guess she's now typing them up
Typing
to
up.
me.
Okay, all right.
All year round, you know.
Yeah.
Well done, well done.
All right, let's get into some modern mode. All right, so I like when I discover that black people are doing like things that I never thought black people would be doing. So Princess Love, who is married, I think she's still married, I don't know, to Ray J. Because Ray J is just a joke, and a half. Anyway, so basically she is in a world poker tour, in a world championship. And it started with 3,835 players.
Sick.
And she's down to like the final 45.
Oh, sick. Well done to her, man.
That's amazing. And apparently like she's, reportedly, there's never been a black woman that's gone this far in it. I think that's so lit.
Actually, no, I remember her speaking about on one of the. I think I saw a clip and they were arguing, and she's saying she's trying to get ready for the tournament and all that.
Yeah, so basically, apparently, right, on the show and stuff, like on the reality shows and whatnot, she does obviously plays a lot of poker and whatnot, but then Ray J was cussing her about it. So about, wasting money, whatever. Now look at her, but he's right there. He's right there videoing her.
Yeah, that's good. At least he's supporting her, man.
I mean, that's
good.
so lit,
Last 45 is big, 3,000 people.
That's lit. I think, what was the prize money? Hold on, I think it was like,
It's got to be a lot.
it's in the millions.
Are you good at poker?
I won't say I am. No, I can't. I don't even know the actual rules. To be fair, so.
How about you, Max?
Yeah, I'm alright poker still.
Okay. Manya?
Nah.
All right. And I'm guessing, Esther, you've never played poker?
No, I don't have time for all that stuff.
Is that your game, Brent? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good at poker, man.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm good at poker.
Okay, well, I want to take some time off next year and compete. She said, so she posted a day ago saying going into day 5 of the $10,000 world championship for the poker, with 45 people left, man. That's lit.
Day 5, you know, it's a lot of.
That's
Are they there?
She looks serious.
Yeah, most of them do. I've seen people with dark glasses on.
No, but that's her. So she's got like a hoodie up and she's got dark glasses on. She looks, she's in the zone. That's the kind of energy you're not trying to keep. Just radio, just hold the camera and shut up.
There's some professional, that's all they do, professional poker players.
I think that's so lit.
They make a lot of money.
Yeah, they make a lot. That's all like every day. I wonder how long, she said day 5, but I wonder how long the actual, like the first
It's going to go.
stages, if that makes sense. Is it all day or?
I'm not sure, you know.
Christy asks if Heather is white. No, Heather is very much a black woman.
Chrissy, where's that relevant to
And,
her swimming in a pond?
Some people.
Heather said it's very exhilarating being out in nature. Hello, all white ladies bare naked in the woods. There are other black women, few, but we are here. We are there, sorry.
Yeah, so Heather, when I asked for benefits, I meant to your health and stuff. I'm exhilarated when I would go on walks. That's one thing about like I remember my old gym. I might go by this time. I'm not really gonna say what it was, but anyway, my old gym. I don't like naked people just there. No, it's just
You feel offended?
No, it's just like,
why are you so close?
what are we doing here? It just feels like hella skin.
Okay.
And if anyone accidentally touches me, I'm gonna lose my shit. Like I'm very like that though. Like being a germaphobe, I can't. Like if I come out the shower, I can't be touched by anybody and stuff. I would go back in the shower. That's one of the ways the seniors used to bully me when I was in boarding school. I get out the shower, and I have to go back in the shower, and I'm going back, and now I'm late for school. It's the whole thing. But anyway, they're big up Princess, man. I'll keep an eye on this because I find this so interesting.
Sorry to cut you.
So lit.
I know. I know. Like Rich said, it's not the same. Yeah, but back home in boarding school, were you showering in cold water?
That's why you're so smart and sharp.
No.
Okay.
I don't
You're
know.
too fast.
I don't believe you.
No, because I've never really liked cold showers.
I don't think that's.
And we have a cold season in Nigeria as well. Yeah, man. Nah. Nah, you'd have hot water and you obviously can mix it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Manuel?
Yeah, it's cold, man.
That's why you're so sharp.
Maybe. I've not been in a cold shower for I don't know how many years,
But
man.
formative years, isn't it? Formative years.
Yeah, nah. That'll be a lot. Boarding school was fun though. Good times.
Why was it fun?
Because I live with your friends. It's like a big sleepover. But obviously it's fun for whoever, because I do know people have really bad experiences in boarding school. Like, especially in Nigeria, like bullying and stuff like that. But I was never bullied. So it was fun for me. I was friends with the right people.
Did you all have the same experiences in boarding school, you and Emmanuel?
Why would he was in Ghana, I was in Nigeria.
Yeah, but I'm asking if it's similar.
Probably is.
In terms of what?
Well, not according to Esther, Emmanuel.
No, but in what parts though?
I just think about like overall, innit?
I know you know what
I
you're
thought-
I know you know what you're talking about. What are you
I
talking
thought
about?
overall. Like, would you have shared similar experiences?
But how would I know if I don't know his experiences? He doesn't know mine.
Because of your WhatsApp group.
What's my WhatsApp group?
When you all talk about boarding school.
We don't talk about boarding school on a
You've
WhatsApp
never
group.
shared stories?
No.
All right, this is what this platform's for. Are there any similarities between y'all? I know he told me a lot of stories, but he's now going to claim he never told me the stories.
There's all the stories about, we've talked about this before, about all them things about, you know, the witches and the things roaming around.
Yes.
That
You
shit is
see?
true. That
This
shit
is
is
what
true.
I'm saying.
That shit
One
is
of the stories
true.
you said was an alligator person
What?
that lived under the...
I remember you said
Under the school?
Yeah. And
You had an
claimed
alligator
and
person?
he claimed he never said it.
No, I've
He
never said
He
that
said
before.
some creature.
Are you maybe talking about maybe
you told me.
maybe you're talking about maybe there was just an alligator.
No,
in a
you
pond or
said it
something.
was like a mystical creature.
Okay, yeah. So basically, that's not at school. That's just basically we learn at school. So that's basically like you know, like how you got Miami water and all that type of things. Yeah, stuff like that. That's
Miami
not.
water
It wasn't
is
present in our
mermaids.
school.
You said something about the kitchen. Something happened in the kitchen one time, and it was night.
I don't recall, man.
Maybe you lied to me.
Maybe.
Yeah,
There's
you
never
used-
witches and stuff
You
in
used to,
there.
you used to like telling those stupid stories back in the day, man.
I can't
I never
remember.
knew that They were all lies.
But remember, we were a lot younger then, so you may have remember something that's not the case.
Okay.
It was a while ago, man. I haven't said one of them.
Did you remember telling me that whilst you were there on the actual news, you had a man that was moving from Nigeria to Ghana, and
Remember you said this on the show? I said, yeah, I remember.
yeah. So how come I can remember that, but you're telling
Because
me
that's real.
it was questionable about the alligator thing?
Because no, but remember now that you've elaborated and you said the
Yeah.
mythical
Mythical.
mythical thing. Yeah, I'm now remembering that basically that was just part of our religious studies class. You know what I'm saying? Like we actually learned that in school.
What, to learn about alligator under the school?
No,
I'll be honest.
No, so basically,
You've been set young as I learned about Jesus.
Wow.
I was reciting Bible quotes.
let me elaborate.
Please.
So basically, like
Man,
know,
you had to
like
sit
over
for a
here.
test as well.
yes, like you know how
Say
you
what?
got.
You had to sit for a test if it's part of his curriculum.
So you
About the
Yeah,
alligator
on
under the
the
school.
alligator man.
I'll elaborate. I'll elaborate. You know, like over here, like RE will be Christianity, Islam, and some of the other religions that we're familiar with, like Hinduism,
Sikhism, all that kind of stuff, yeah.
Back home, nobody's Hindu or Sikh, so it was basically just Christianity, Islam, and traditional religions. So in the traditional religion part, that's when you get some of the mythology. You know what I'm saying? So like
Yeah.
the stuff about Anansi, Mummy Water, and all them type of things there, innit? So that's what he's talking about.
I thought that shit was just fast through
I
the
don't know
grapevine.
how you get from
No,
that
no.
to alligator under the school. Or
I
alligator
don't
man.
remember.
That is-
Because
There
you
was no
said whilst
alligator,
it is
man.
that y'all were eating one time, like y'all heard something, and then when it is you look through the grating, this is just far too vivid for me to be making
You've
scrap up.
definitely made it up. Or added
Grating in,
stuff.
did you have any grating in the
made it
ground?
No.
Was there some
remember,
sort
I
of
was stu-
underground
I was-
tunnel system?
Underground tunnel? Nah.
System.
Nah, not in my school.
Interesting.
Not at all.
Okay, cool.
You think you could have heard it from someone else?
From your mouth.
No.
A different
definitely not.
Emmanuel.
No, impossible.
Interesting. Maybe at the time you just souped it up because you
It might
me
have
looking
been.
at you and with my mouth agape. And you just continued.
Maybe.
I reckon you were
I might have just made it
lying
up
to them
at the
just-
time.
Yeah,
and you
That's
just got it.
possible.
You
That's
because you
possible.
thought that they were interested and you just found
Oh,
mixed it up.
how long
maybe.
ago was this that he told you?
This was in like
When we were
secondary
younger.
school.
Okay, this is
This
ages
is
ago.
why
When
I
he
come
came
back.
back from when he came back from, and he was staying by us, right?
Yeah.
Just came back telling fibs.
No.
Apparently so.
I must obviously, like Esther say, maybe at some particular time thought, oh, you know what? Told him a real story and maybe just embellished some other
Dude,
thing
that's
or
killing
made
me.
something
Some
else.
stipulations.
I'm just realizing that you've been doing E-man facts on me when you're younger. You've been
No,
dabbling
those-
into other religions since you were
those-
younger. Like you are on the path, boy.
I've been exposed to, a lot, man.
We can tell.
But was the official news thing true though? I have to question everything now.
No, remember. You mentioned that before. I confirmed that, man. And even Esther confirmed that, I believe.
So there was a man going from, I think he was traveling from
More
Nigeria.
than, it's more than one man. So basically, it was people.
Yeah.
So this is the story. Yeah. I myself never saw the actual TV, the headline, right? But obviously, it was happening during the time I was at school there. So apparently, what was happening is people was using like juju and all that, and apparently coming from Nigeria, right? Obviously, this is what the narrative in Ghana would be in it. You know what I'm saying? To blame the Nigerians. But anyway, they were
Or
coming
maybe
from
Ghana must go
Nigeria.
bags. Sorry.
So they come from Nigeria, and basically what it was is, if they touched you or whatever it may be, then like you're.
Oh, this is disappearing penises and breasts.
Thank you
and
very
stuff.
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
You heard about it as well, right? Or is it
What
from
was
me?
it I was talking about? Yeah, I remember we talked about this. I remember I was telling a story and I was crying about it. About someone's breast being snatched, something like that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, remember the woman who a guy barged into her, took one breast, then then she started shouting. Then she had all the local people trying to intervene
Thank
and
you very
whatnot.
much.
Then he negotiated, said, all right, then he would give her the second breast back, but only if she kisses him and whatnot. She lips him, he took the other breast.
The point is,
I'll be honest with you, a lot of
Esther heard
this thing
about
is
it.
bullshit.
yeah, of course.
Gosh.
But
Oh, so it's a lie.
it has to
no,
be.
But when it come from somewhere though, it's got.
this is
No,
it. This is
I mean,
what I'm
okay, do you know where I think
basically-
it comes from? And gosh, don't cook me. I just think it's illiteracy. I think it's illiteracy.
But things happen.
No one's
though,
walking
man.
past you and your flipping penis is gone. That's impossible.
It's not, you know.
They might take your glory to be able to reproduce. But your physical penis. So what's there then?
Oh, you probably don't believe in it.
Just the skin.
So all of a sudden, I was just flat.
Oh, you probably don't believe in it.
I don't believe someone can take your physical penis or take your actual boob. That's foolishness.
What type of power do you believe the dark?
I believe I believe that people can do stuff. I believe people can do stuff where they might make you. Is it impotent?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that. I believe people can do things to make people barren. All that. I believe stuff like that. Unless you're a child of God, no one can make me do. No one can make any. If you're a child of God, child of light, no one can affect you in any kind of way.
How about
However,
cats?
if you're not,
Turn into cats.
people turn into cats and goats and stuff.
Do you believe that?
I ain't never seen one, man. I mean, one time the Nigerian police did arrest a goat.
What?
It was a newspaper. It was a thing. Do you remember?
That's true.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
They were chasing an armed robber, and they alleged that he turned into a goat.
Because I guess they would have cornered him, innit? And then you go around the
And
corner.
they arrested the goat. What happened to that goat, we don't know. Whether it became pepper soup, suya, no one knows. But that's also why, as well, I only start picking. When I see money on the floor, I only feel safe enough to pick it in this country. I never pick one. I could see a bag of money in Nigeria, I ain't picking that up.
Well, why?
I don't believe in it, but again, I just don't want to mess with the darkness because someone who doesn't, you can pick it up and you could turn into yam.
You can't though, because you don't believe that.
That's why I said I don't believe in it, but I'm still not picking random money up because also it might be a ploy to get kidnapped. They'll be kidnapping left, right, and centre out there. So no, thank you. But
Okay.
yeah, that's why the whole thing about also not taking food from your friends. I never ever ate at people's houses.
Yeah.
Like, because again, that's also because there's a lot of like a lot of cults and stuff. There's a cult culture basically, and so essentially, if you take food from somebody, that can be a way for them to initiate you into the cult. So when you're sleeping, wake the fuck up.
Yep.
They're at your door now. But there is a lot of darkness. Like I believe in the dark. I believe in the spiritual realm. I believe in all that stuff happening. Like, I'm seeing ex-Satanists coming out to do videos and stuff like that. All that shit is real. But in terms of someone barging into you and now your physical genital is missing, I don't believe in that.
How about you, man?
You know what the thing is? I believe it, man. But I do think Esther has a fantastic explanation. Because I feel like it's similar. Obviously, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody. But I feel like it's similar to certain stories in the Bible and the Quran and things of that nature, where it's like, it's said in a particular way so you understand and see the real imagery, right?
Yeah.
But really, the meaning is just that the person became impotent. It's
That's
just
what I was
stopped
thinking.
working.
I feel like
Might
it's
as well not
lost in
be there.
translation.
You know what I'm saying?
So with that account that you have to grab him and then the village have to beat him in order to get your willy back.
Or you can do it yourself if you're strong enough.
And that's what you told me, right?
What?
You could do-
Nonsense on my hearing.
That's for real.
He said if you're strong enough.
Yeah, because he might be a big guy in it.
But how come the national TV station was saying this and saying the remedies too?
No, I don't think the remedy part came from the TV. I'm not too sure.
What was the remedy?
As in beating up the person.
As
Like,
soon as
yeah.
you
That's what they said in Ghana news.
your willy's
Yeah, that's
missing.
what I heard. So this is what I was saying to Brent. I never saw the
They said
headline
fight
myself.
back for your penis.
Yeah,
Shit, fight for-
yeah, apparently.
So who did you hear it from?
I heard it. Basically, it's like me hearing it
From
from you
another
guys.
storyteller?
Yeah. No. Remember, all of us are experiencing this at school. You know what I'm saying? We're hearing about this. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the problem. I feel like it's a lot of things that you hear is stuff that you've heard. It's like Chinese whispers. So who knows what the original story was? But by the time it gets to me, I've added all types of seasonings and all sorts to it now.
Did I tell you about the magician that came to the Ned and showed me she was a witch? I believe in all that crap.
Oh, yeah, tell me.
I believe in witchcraft though. I believe there are witches.
But
I know one.
yeah, but as when you what do you mean? What do they practice and how is it manifest? When you say you believe in,
I can't reveal that. Or you mean the person I know, or you mean in
no,
general?
what do they do that has you believing that they have powers and stuff?
No, but I believe that from the Bible though. I don't need to know what it is that they do. I believe in all that all that stuff. When it speaks of what's it called, principalities and stuff,
But
there they are.
I'm trying to understand. Is it that you believe that they will visit you as an aberration? What is the evidence that you say you believe?
I believe that they can try to torment you. They can torment your spirit. They can try to. That's why you got like spiritual warfare, even as Christians.
Yeah.
Because I believe that's all that stuff. So yeah, they can do. But I don't feel like they can't harm me. They can't physically harm me. They can
'Cause
torment me spiritually.
Because you're child of God?
Yes, and you always have to get permission from God, that the devil did for Job. You always have to get permission from God to physically harm me. But I can't believe they can physically harm me. But I do believe, unless you're part of their world or whatnot, but I do believe they can spiritually antagonize you and stuff like that.
All right. So everybody in this room, this whole magic stuff, every time I see a magic trick that belies logic, reason,
Yeah.
I'm like, yep, they've done a little pact with the devil, right? This is my belief, right? I'm speaking my own little self, right? And I've always believed that the wavy magicians who are doing madness, and you're seeing the crap, it's not like just camera tricks and whatnot. They've actually done something like wicked.
Do you remember?
Let me finish my story, please.
Sorry. Forgive me.
That's okay.
Let me finish my story.
That's all right. So I was at the Ned one evening, and there was this magician, and that was kind of like a home base, right? And she always used to just wander about. I'm not even sure if it's a she. I think it may be a man cross-dressed, and I don't even think she would want to be called a she. I think she wants to be called a cross-dresser, yeah? But anyway, so she wanders about, and Danielle was like, Brent, you need to see this woman. She's really, really good. I'm like, what is she? And she says she's a magician. So I'm like, I know that Danielle probably thinks that it's tricks that she's doing. She finds everything interesting, right? So I'm like, cool, bring her over, right? So she waddles over. Now she's got that entertainment.
Maybe she waddles over. She fat.
She doesn't glide, but I can only say she waddles.
Makes her way. Okay.
Yeah, because that's, I don't know if it's part of the whole routine.
The look of it.
Yeah, but she's like a old school traveler mixed with a cross-dresser, mixed with
She's got a lot going on.
like an Amazon woman. It's a lot, right?
Yeah.
But I think, like I said, it's part of the whole routine. So anyway, so she waddles over, and then she's like, oh, hi. She knows Danielle. Danielle's always obviously, bringing people. Look.
Yeah.
So she used to. And then she's like, all right,
Cool.
cool.
Danielle being her best client.
She's like, all right, cool. And then Danny's like, show him the such and such, right? Just ushering the woman. And then she's like, okay, cool. And she starts with a 50p trick.
Okay.
Small. She starts small.
Yeah. No, she starts with a card trick.
Okay.
And I wish she was here to basically...
And she meant to be.
Hold
Okay.
on. I wish she was here. Oh, Danielle said she's a woman. She's not a man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
But I was telling her at the time that I think that she's a cross-dresser. But anyway, so yeah, hopefully you guys will hear Danielle a bit later. But anyway, so she waddles over and she starts small with the card trick. And then she moves on to 50p. And what does she do? There's a bottle, a glass bottle, and you know how 50p, the shape of 50p?
Yeah.
And the actual mouth of the bottle
It's circle.
is circle, but
Yeah.
it's smaller than a 50p.
Yeah.
Of course.
She managed to get 50p in the bottle. Yeah? Now, this is not a bottle that
And when
she
it was
did.
flat.
Did she shake the bottle for you?
Yeah. She's not.
Okay.
This is not a bottle that she pulled out of a thing. It's a bottle that she took from another table.
Yeah, just
and
think
it was
this-
another table that somebody else was using.
Okay.
Understand? It's not. These are bottles that are all on the tables.
It's not,
Okay,
it's
yeah.
not
We didn't have a
props
bottle on
that
the
she
table.
came
It's not a
with.
prop. Yeah.
It's not a prop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
mean-
But anyway,
Depends when you turn up to the show.
Let's go with a solution.
and that's fine.
Word.
That's all fine. But the thing that I'm like, yep, this is witchcraft, is when there's a table, an oak table that we're sitting at, heavy laden oak table, right? And it has a tablecloth in it, right? We are sat in this table, and she said, I'm gonna put this bottle through the table and have it end up under the table. Yeah?
You saw her do this.
I'm gonna take this bottle and put it through the tablecloth, through the table, and have it end up under the table, right? I think at the time Danielle was like, I think someone should put their hand on the table. I'm not putting my hand nowhere. Nowhere. Because when she did the first two tricks, I'm like, yep, you're doing something, right? So anyway, so God is my witness. As God, Jehovah Jireh, my provider, is my witness. She took like one one of those napkins that you normally put.
Yeah,
to
to eat. Yeah.
And she put it over the bottle, and she's doing a little thing when she's talking to you while she's doing it, you know. And I'm just focused on
the bowl.
I don't care what you're saying. I'm
Yeah,
focused
yeah,
on
yeah.
where's the trick gonna be. And obviously, I've looked on the table. There's no trap. There's no as in trap hole and whatnot. There's nothing. And again, it's a tablecloth. So when she now looks to go and push it down, just as she was pushing it, as God is my witness, the solid state of that glass bottle went wibbly wobbly into a gaseous state. As God is, I saw it with my own eyes. Nobody could ever come and tell me. Nobody could ever come and tell me, right, that wickedness and darkness does this, because I wasn't paying attention to her lips moving. I was looking at the bottle because I'm like,
You can't trick me.
I know that you're going to end up have this bottle going to end up on the ground, right? But I need to see.
How you do it?
I need to see, because I've always been praying to God. I beg you, right? I don't want you to send the devil to me so I can see.
See the
Give me
work.
sign I can hold on to. Yeah? Give me something.
You don't need to bring the man himself. Just, you know.
Let me just see the work.
So it went from a solid state to, when I say a gaseous state, you know when you're driving and you see the heat on the tarmac from afar, and you're seeing that little,
Oh yeah.
that's what it went to, and then all of a sudden, clink clank on the ground. That bottle is on the ground, and then she's just looking. I'm thinking, I'm looking at you. You witch. I'm looking at you, you witch.
Oh
And then all
my
that, you know,
gosh.
she giggling. She's like, yeah, I'm thinking, in Jesus' name.
Yes.
Reciting psalms.
She
You know.
messing with the dark elements, man.
I would
telling
actually like
you,
to see that though. That's
I am
interesting.
telling you,
Dark
the gaseous state, that bottle presented was
What do you
yep,
reckon would have happened if you touched it?
as in put my hand near to that thing.
Yeah, in that
I
moment.
think my
hand might disappear.
something might have happened to my hand. So you see when Dynamo be doing what he's doing,
Yeah.
like certain things, and you're wondering
Yeah.
how does he do this, that, and next.
But Dynamo like also has like legitimate tricks, though.
little sleight of hand tricks
Yeah,
and this, that, and next.
exactly,
But the other ones,
Do you remember there was what was the old school guy, David Copperfield?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he had a couple tricks as well. Then the other, what's the other guy's name, man?
Blaine.
Blaine, that's it. David Blaine?
David Blaine. I remember one, I seen from David Blaine. This might be the craziest one I've ever seen. I think, anyway. So basically, he's at, I think, Las Vegas or something, right? Bunch of people around him. Obviously, he's doing his normal stupid thing. You know, his stupid face that he does, right?
Yeah.
And then they all ask him for tricks, innit? So one white woman's there, right? He looks at her right in front of her, and he's like, "Open your mouth," right? And he does this, and he basically grabs her teeth, right?
What?
Her front two teeth, yeah? Grabs it like this. Either one hand or two hands, right? And then he does this. He just takes it out.
Of where?
Out of her mouth.
Of her gums.
Yes.
Yeah, but she got she got dentures in.
No. This is what made me know it was
She
real.
bleed.
No. So this is what made me know it was real. Her face. When I say, you don't want them girls who care about the image. She thought her life was over. Because
No, because put that shit back.
she's putting her tongue through the gap. And she looks like she's like in tears. This guy is like, puts the teeth in his mouth.
Her teeth in his mouth.
Yes.
He's
her teeth in his
germophobic, and I'm
mouth.
like, I don't want that back.
And then he's like, blows into her face.
No, the teeth didn't come back.
They slow it down. Brett.
no,
I'll-
you don't need to convince me.
All right,
I'm
then.
already.
Ready?
I'll
I'm
find the
compromised.
footage.
I'm
I'll find the
compromised.
footage.
Please, but I want
I'll
to see it though.
find
Not that I
100%.
don't believe it. I just want to see it.
I'll find the
I'm
footage.
already
This
compromised.
is so interesting.
he-
Blows
mad
into her
stuff,
face.
though.
The teeth. When they slow down the footage, the teeth
Just
come,
flying through.
just rearrange.
Insert it back in.
I'm telling you.
No, I rate him, man. Like, he used to do some weird tricks. Like, he'd just see you on the street walking past a shop. He'd be like, "Oh, give me your watch," and there'll be like a glass window there, and then he'll take your watch and he'll throw it at the window. And all of a sudden, your windows your shops in the your watch is in the window on the other
glass
side.
break?
No,
Nah.
you just a bit. Just like that. And now your watch is in the window, just there. Like, how?
So
How?
I know how. I just told you how.
I know, but you were there. You were there to see it,
Yeah,
though.
but you'd have people running around saying, "Oh wow, it's such a cool trick. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Do you need a slap? Do you need a slap?"
But it's me
elements,
though.
man.
I'm people. I'm thinking, oh, cool trick.
But you know what?
Because it
Brett,
is still a trick though. It's magic. It's a magic trick.
Sorry. Emmanuel, go on.
No, I was just going to ask you though. Honestly though, 1,000 years ago, or let's just say hundreds of years ago, basic things like sleight of hand and stuff was seen as witchcraft. Sleight of hand, like,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Was seen as witchcraft.
Yeah.
Could it be that in 500 years' time, we know how they do it and it's literally just
I know how to do it.
science? No, outside of witchcraft.
All right, so
Science.
explain.
Nah, B.
Explain that one.
Which one?
The one he
Where he
just said.
throws the watch in
Where
the window.
the shop is closed.
Yeah. How?
Mama, he didn't know you were walking by the shop,
Facts.
and he stops. Hey. And he takes his Rolex
Yep.
and he puts the Rolex on the other side of the window.
Yeah.
And you're saying
I really
it's a
don't know.
good trick?
I really don't know.
Nah,
That's the elements. He's working with the elements. All that dark nature.
But-
Yeah, it's mad, man.
Bend matter.
And
Like,
this is why I cling so heartily to God,
You
because
have
I've
to.
seen stuff. Do you understand? I've haven't just heard it. I've seen it.
Yeah.
that stuff is scary, man.
Have you ever asked yourself, no disrespect? No, God knows, I'm not disrespecting you, Farah.
That's your business.
Actually,
Bro, can you imagine episode
You're on
450
your
of
own.
TVA saying that? That's your business.
I'm just saying, have you guys seen all of this magic? Thought to yourself, if you're on the right side, like,
I'm
which
definitely on the
side
right
is stronger?
Or
You know what I'm
as in-
saying?
okay.
Because
No, as in that.
yeah, definitely. Well, no, I don't ask myself that because I'm thinking they cower and run when they just hear the name of Jesus. So,
This is the thing. So I'm
so
definitely on
whatever
the right
you're
side.
doing, you're flexing over here.
that's true indeed.
But you don't even stand on business. So I'm good, love.
But what made you pick magic anyway? Like, you probably
'Cause
gave your soul for something, but what made you?
Because then, like the women at the Ned, yeah, like, is she like proper successful? Because what's the point of doing all of that
She's
stuff?
got a residency at the Ned, and I don't know what she does in her spare time. Obviously,
Yeah, but how much is the Ned paying her though? Because I'm saying like, what's the point of being able to do all these things if it's not going to get you all the wealth that human beings typically
I
want?
think it takes
that's the
its
thing.
toll also. I don't think it's just a even batter.
I feel like they have to top up their bargains and
sacrifice.
stuff like that. Yeah.
I also think it takes energy from you.
Yeah, I
She
believe
looks,
so.
she looked draggled. Like she looked really worn
Really?
down. Like yeah. Like
Damn.
it took a lot out of her, man.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, magic is brazy.
Right. We got to all of this, from poker. All right, well, this next thing I'm about to report is actually very sad. But I remember in May, I spoke about Celine Dion and how she'd been diagnosed with a rare a stiff person syndrome, which is a very rare neurological disorder, where her sister had an interview with a French publication, and she said that her situation is kind of declining. So in May, she cancelled her tour and she released a video saying that, she's, what's it called? Yeah, she's unable to go on tour because at the moment her body hurts, all that kind of stuff, everything to do with the illness and stuff. So yeah, man. So 1 year later, her sister says she doesn't have control over her muscles, which is very, very sad. And her sister said also, what breaks my heart is that she's always been disciplined. She's always worked hard. Our mother always told her, you're going to do it well. You're going to do it properly. And then she said in her dreams, as in the sister, and also in Celine's dream, the goal is to return on the stage or return to the stage. But in what capacity, they don't know. So love and light to Celine Dion, man. That's very, very sad. Very, very sad.
What's it called?
It's called a stiff person syndrome. That's mad. But love to her, man. That was so difficult. She's only 55. Only 55 years old.
Yeah. Did you all see the Diary of a CEO episode with Dynamo the other day?
With who?
Dynamo,
Who's that
because
man?
he's a magician
Okay, no.
and he's changed his name now.
You know, you're so funny. Because I was talking about something sad, yeah. I knew you wanted to talk about something sad and you were like, that's so sad. So did you see the episode? Well, carry on. So he's a magician. Did you do any live tricks? Oh.
At the end of the episode, and one thing in particular he did was he asked the girl to, I think it's he asked the girl if she'd ever been hurt or something. So whatever it is that she said yes. And then he asked her to choose a color. I think she chose red. And then something to do with hat, right? So he then said, touch, I've obviously butchered that, but watch it.
Yeah.
Touch my chest.
Yeah.
So she puts her palm on his chest, right? So then, obviously whilst he's talking to her. And then afterwards, he then goes like that. And then he said, what was the color of your such and such? He said, red, such and such. He said, cool. And then he did that, and you saw a red string, like, in his skin, right? So he's like, all right, pull it.
What do you mean pull it?
Pull it. So she starts pulling it. Pulling it. And then you could see the skin, like, coming up as it's being pulled, right? And obviously he has that same nonchalant look on his face, like all these magicians, like...
You're very smug. As if what they're doing is normal.
It's like,
Yes, that's how the devil...
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it comes out, and then he's like, all right, cool. Now,
Cool.
yeah. Now, obviously, somebody could say they had planned that beforehand,
Yeah.
right? And I can't speak to that because that may be the case.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I've seen that Dynamo guy do quite a few different things. And I'm like, my friend, there's something wrong with you. And he's never a happy-go-lucky. They're never
I've
happy-go-lucky.
seen Dynamo twice.
In real life.
Yeah, he's done tricks for me twice. And every time he's done some stuff, you automatically just start thinking about God and that. You're thinking that this is...
Hold on, what tricks did he do on you? You're not telling us.
I can't remember them.
You know, it doesn't a disservice calling these things tricks, you know. Because when we say
What do
tricks
you
and
call
magic, we automatically just go to, he's done well,
Like a
right?
card.
A little distraction technique.
What do you
I
call it
can't
then?
remember what he done because you're always looking for the like...
Wickedness.
An illusion.
You're always looking for like the tell or the sleight of hand or something, but sometimes he'll do some stuff where there's no answers for what he done. You know what I'm trying to say? And we've been in a club before, and he's called strangers, like people dancing, thinking they're called that tap tap, and we'll all huddle as a bunch of strangers. We do not know each other.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? And he'll perform some kind of magic, some kind of thing, or where he's going in people's heads and all that kind of shit, and it always works. I'm like,
What
nah,
kind of
this
club are
guy's-
you going to?
This guy's sick. What was that place called again? It was in West End. It was in Central. What was it called?
Hades.
I said Hades. I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, I've seen him do tricks like
That's so interesting.
firsthand. That where I'm saying, yeah, no, this guy's sick. If they are like tricks, what you call them, this guy's got skills.
And to be honest, the things that you see him doing that belies like reason, right? Why would your mind go to he's practiced really well to get that done to a T? Why don't you go elsewhere?
Because it's always a delusion.
In your mind, you think it's always an illusion because that's what the marketing pitch is with magicians, right?
No, the masked magician blew up magic a long time ago, innit? So no magic ain't real no more.
Sorry, have you seen the masked magician doing the things that you're saying that now turns you to praying after you see it?
No, but I ain't seen the masked magician live. But that's the whole point of it, innit? To deceive, and that's the whole point of it. A good magician will make you feel like that.
I think it's easy for me to basically believe that it's evil because I'm from Trinidad, isn't it? You understand? So this is not weird to me. It's just evil.
No, I think they're all tricks. I think they're just all tricks, and these people are just talented. And
Can you
skilled.
explain the bottle through the tablecloth and the table?
What's that?
No one can explain
I
that.
told you just like. Are you going to say I didn't see it?
I wasn't even listening to you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What?
Never mind.
To be fair, no one can explain that. It doesn't matter who you ask. There's no, as I said, that guy's working with the elements. That's just, woman, sorry.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned. You
But
can't-
it's probably just an optical illusion.
What does that mean?
as in like deceiving your eyes. No.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
an optical illusion.
No. I know what an optical illusion means. How are you applying it with my scenario?
I don't know your scenario.
There is a bottle, glass bottle, and there is. You've been to Ned before. You've been. Daniel's taking you up to the roof, right?
Yeah.
And they have the restaurant, right?
Yeah.
And the tables, right? The one that's on the as soon as you come in next to the desk, that's the heavy set table, right? Special people sit there. I'm sure you've sat there before.
Probably.
Anyway, it's a proper oak table. I think it's oak. I don't know. But there was a tablecloth on it, right? And then there was a glass bottle, and that bottle went through the table. Sorry, through the tablecloth, the table, and ended up under the table, on the ground. Explain that as an illusion, please.
Oh no, I'll have to see it.
And then you'd be able to explain how it happened.
Potentially.
All right. God willing, when Danielle comes, she's going to show you the video, and you will explain.
Oh, the video?
She said she took a video.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, she didn't take a video when I was there. So
Okay.
I don't know what I've never seen this video that she's talking about.
Oh, but it's a trick though, basically.
What?
It's a trick in the video, not the one you're talking about, but another
She
trick.
said it's the bottle thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not calling it a trick. I'm not so really.
What are you calling it? We
It's evil, man.
devil's work,
Yeah. Idle hands.
devil's playground.
All right, sorry, I'm Esther.
That's so crazy, man. Sorry, I was looking at pictures. Yeah. And what else I have to talk about? Oh, basically, Twitter streets was going through it yesterday, man. It was a lot.
Shout out to Sace. He's in the chat.
Big up, Sace.
Big up, Sace.
I'm gonna use bare of his clips.
Nah, Sace was preaching.
Over the Christmas, he's gonna be
Sace
popping up.
was preaching.
He's gonna be popping up.
Sace was
Drop
preaching.
some gems.
Man went from Kerry.
Listen.
What's that next one? The useless one in North London.
David Lammy.
Ah. Then he said assimilation don't work.
Don't work, man.
He said integration and then repetition. Oh, I have a lot.
Yeah.
I have a lot.
I need a clip about when
Infiltration. That's it.
his biggest lessons as well. Very intelligent man. Love that man. Very
Yeah.
intelligent man.
If you ain't seen it, check out yesterday's episode, man.
Yes.
It's a classic.
It's a lit episode. So yeah, so on the streets of Twitter yesterday, I keep telling, like, do you know what it is? I just wish that sometimes people would have like hindsight. Like when I see stuff here, before I react to it, I think, I take a moment to think. Do you get what I mean? So there's a brand called, for sure, MDV, Manière De Voir. And it's, like, this is not the first time I've talked about this guy on this here platform, right? So he basically tweeted, we opened the first black-owned store in history on Oxford Street last week and turned 10 years old. 0 press coverage, 0 blog posts, 0 celebrity support, 0 influencer activations. There's a few lessons there.
Yeah, about marketing, mate.
Bro, but you know what's mad though? Do you know what's? Oh wait, I'll get to that because someone suggested that. I'll tell you what he said. So someone said yeah. So let me give you the full because someone actually responded to him and they were doing a back and forth explaining whatever. So the guy responded and said, "You're smashing it, and I rate your thing, but this is the first time you've ever mentioned being black owned, and it's when you're saying how people haven't supported you. There's a lesson in that too." Reese goes on to say, this is the owner of MDV, right? Goes on to say, should I have to say it? LOL. The truth is, I'm not black enough for black people or white enough for white people. If anybody of a singular race achieved what I did, they'd be worshipped. I can think of many examples with way less success or longevity. Sure you can too. The guy responds, it's not even about that, bro. When you talk about your figures and how well you've done, you never mention your company being black owned. I'm sure a lot of people don't know that MDV is black owned. I did not know that. I found out yesterday.
What the fuck is MDV?
Manière De Voir.
What?
It's a clothing shop.
It's a clothing brand.
It's like a.
They got nice clothes.
It's like
they got
a.
nice clothes
What's the
still.
thing? Not Zara. What's the other one? Because you know, Zara's got different shops. They've got Pull and Bear. They've got Bershka. They've got
I was pulling Bears R's.
yeah,
All
and
under the same
Bershka.
umbrella.
And they've got what's the other one? I'm sorry, I'm seeing the store in Bromley, and it's right next to Zara.
H&M.
No, it's in a Zara chain, but it's like Zara, but it's another level of Zara.
Okay.
I'll think about it. I'll Google it. But yeah, he said it's not about that. When you've talked about your figures and how well you've done, you've never mentioned your company being black owned. I'm sure a lot of people don't know that MDV is black owned, which seems like what you wanted. And then he says, sorry, in future, I will state what race I am if my skin color and last name didn't speak for itself. Then the guy said, you're missing what I'm saying. This is the first time you've mentioned being black owned. And this is when, the first time you've mentioned being black owned is when you're complaining about support for your new store. If you was more involved with black culture, more people would come and support. And then some guy said, another random person said, he's mixed, let his white side support him. Why is he worried about 4% of the population with the least money in the country? But basically, so all of that, he tweeted that, yeah. When I saw the first tweet, I just knew that essentially he's just doing this for PR. Because if you're saying your shop, you've been running your brand for 10 years, you're obviously very successful. You've now got a 2-level floor store in Oxford Street. Clearly, you've got the, what's it called? Like, you got the success. So when I saw this, yeah, I just saw this as, this is clickbait. And this is him trying to get the market. He's just trying to, people love like black outrage. This is what it was. This is why I saw it. I mean, he came to prove it later on. But so that he tweeted that base essentially. And even Audrey from Receipts, big up the Receipts podcast, and our girls are back soon, big up them. But Audrey was like, she wears the brand and she always tags them, but they don't acknowledge it. And there's a few other like influencers that said that no, we wear the brand and we tag it, and no one ever acknowledges. And when obviously people went on their Instagram page as well, it's all white people. There's one black model on the page, and I think that was from like earlier in the year and whatnot. And people are saying like, you're out here talking about you're black owned, saying that black people aren't supporting you, but you don't, from the looks of it, you don't even support black people because you haven't hired black people and whatnot. Obviously, when I say that, he's got black people that work with the brand and whatnot, but okay, that's great. And then what else happened after that? Hold on.
Is it Massimo?
Yes,
People in the group, in the comments.
Thank you. So yeah, I would say his brand is like that. His brand is not Zara because it's more expensive than Zara, but it's more the Massimo line, basically. It looks really nice, to be fair. The brand does look nice. So basically, as in his store looks nice. So then he went on to then obviously the outrage, people were like going in on them. When the quote tweets and the retweets ratio is just off scale, off balance. That was what was going on. A bunch of like criticism. Obviously, so when I reported on him earlier this year, I think it was, maybe it was last year. I think Koi was here. It was last year. It was to do with him essentially beefing the Cortez guy. So they always do like a back and forth where I feel like... I
remember that day.
Yeah, do you remember? So I feel like what the issue is that, obviously with the other guy, big up him as well. He's done a collaboration with Supreme, which is sick. So congratulations to him. But I think obviously with him, like he's more black culture, essentially. And MDV isn't so much. So whenever that guy's celebrating something, he would kind of come up with something and then they engage in a back and forth and whatever else. So anyways, now this guy, after tweeting what he's tweeted about black people not supporting him, he then tweets hook, line, sinker. Because obviously what he wanted was for the outrage to do the marketing work for him. Because someone said to him that the way influencers and stuff and whatnot are at these events is by hiring a PR agency. They do the work. Like people don't just wake up and go to a store's opening. The PR do all of this to ensure that the brand gets enough coverage. And he said he doesn't feel like he needs to do that. And he doesn't plan to do that. So people are like, so if you're not, so what are you complaining about then? So you want marketing, you want black people to know what you're doing, but the first time we've heard you open a store was today when you're cussing us, and you're not willing to hire and invest in what everyone else does. But obviously he didn't need to, because what he did was just put out a stupid tweet, and black people were cussing him. And so now black people are aware that he's got a store in Oxford Street. And people are also saying as well, there's people as well, non-black people, white people, saying how they were in the queue to get in the store when it opened. And they were like waiting for like hours. But then when they looked in the store, there's like 3 people in there. So they just had them queuing up and doing a one in, one out situation. And then, so when he tweeted hook, line, sinker, someone said too easy. Then he was like, there's a couple marketing strategies with 100% conversion rate in this game, and we both know one. And the guy was like, yep, interesting how Black Twitter was all over it. Noted. See what I'm saying? People using black outrage is just not, it's dumb and it's stupid. And I think that as black people, we need to be able to peep that. Stop giving your energy to stupid things, man. Even reporting this is it's annoying me because I don't care. But you get what I mean? Like, stop giving your energy to things that, to people and things and brands and stuff that don't appreciate you, or that don't even appreciate the support you're giving them. Because a lot of people are saying they do shop from there. I've got a pair of cargos that are from there.
Yeah, I've got a few bits on there.
Fit nice. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But obviously there's people that do that, and they do tag and whatever else, but they're never acknowledged by the brand. So now they're like, I'm not going to bother. Stop going where you're not celebrated. So I need to purchase my tea, because at this point, you're going to do affirmations on the tea, boy. But anyway, so that was what was going on Twitter streets. There was a lot of fighting and back and forths and shading and all sorts of nonsense. But anyways, I need more tea. Let's get into the headlines.
All right, so our next headline, and apparently New York State will create a commission tasked with considering reparations to address the persistent harmful effects of slavery in the state. So under the law, which was passed by state lawmakers in June, the study commission will examine the extent to which the federal and state government supported the institution of slavery. Many other people supported it too, but that's another day. Or maybe it's later today, who knows? But it will also look at how New York, which fully abolished slavery in 1827, engaged in the transfer of enslaved Africans and the ongoing effects of the institution on black New Yorkers today. The 9-member commission will be required to deliver a report a year after its first meeting. Its recommendations could potentially include monetary compensation, but would be non-binding. Its findings are intended to spur policy changes and lead to programs and projects that attempt to remedy the negative effects of slavery on black New Yorkers. California in 2020 became the first state to create a reparations task force. The group handed its 2-year report to state lawmakers in June, who then introduced a bill that would create an agency to carry out some of the panel's more than 100 recommendations, including helping families with genealogical research. But turning those proposals into policies could be difficult, given the state is facing a heavy budget deficit. Next headline, this takes us to Africa, where the launch of a Congolese rebel alliance in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, has rattled diplomatic relations between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Kenya. We touched on this, I believe it was yesterday or Monday. And basically, it's also further soured relations between the DR Congo and the regional bloc of the East African Community, of which it is a recent member. The matter has led to the DR Congo recalling its envoys, both from Kenya and Tanzania, which hosts the EAC headquarters. DR Congo has also barred EAC observers from getting into the country to monitor the elections due on Wednesday. Over the weekend, Cornel Nangaa, this is basically how it started, the former head of the DR Congo's electoral body, announced in a Nairobi hotel, so in Kenya, right, that he was creating a political military alliance with the M23 rebels and other armed groups so as to restore peace. He was with Bertrand Bisimwa, who's the head of M23, one of the largest of the dozens of rebel groups that have been operating in the eastern DR Congo. There are accusations that M23 is backed by Rwanda. Again, we spoke about this a few weeks back, but that's obviously something that Rwanda has always denied. But Mr. Nangaa has in the past questioned the legitimacy of the Congolese president, Tshisekedi, and the fact that the announcement of his alliance with M23 was made in Kenya led to an angry reaction from Kinshasa. It asked Kenya, based on this, to stop rebel activism on its soil. This is when the Kenyan president, William Ruto, then speaking to journalists on Sunday, refused to heed their request to arrest the politicians, as he said it would be undemocratic. He also said, Kenya is a democracy. We cannot arrest anybody who has issued a statement. We do not arrest people for making statements. We arrest criminals. And the last headline, did I put the link there? Brent, if you don't mind, there's a link in that last headline. And this is basically, obviously we've been speaking about certain things that museums are going to be returning to Africa, right?
Oh, yeah.
To Benin and to other places. So this is kind of a bit ironic here, right? So a second-hand dealer has won a case to keep this particular mask on the screen, right, which is worth £3.6 million, right? He's won a case to keep those proceeds from the sale of a rare African mask that he found in an elderly French couple's attic. So this French couple, they just had this up there just chilling, collecting dust, right? So he had been brought in to help clear the attic from the couple, the attic of the couple, right? And he bought the mask off of them for €150.
That's lit.
Exactly.
But it belongs to Africa, like I said, African.
Yeah, it don't belong to none of these white people. But they just had it just chilling there. He's seen it and thought, this looks good or whatever. Bought it off of them. Or maybe he knew. They're claiming that he knew.
He knew.
Yeah. And he's offered them 150 and he's taken it now, right? The couple sued, arguing that they had been misled
I was gonna
about
say
the item's value.
Yeah. I was gonna bring that scenario up. So what happened?
Well, the judge disagreed. He said that they had failed to appreciate the artwork's true worth. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And this rare Ingil mask, this is made by the fan people of Gabon, is believed to be one of only about 10 in the world,
Damn.
You can't sell that yet. Just hold on to it. Let it go up.
I believe he sold it. But
sold it?
Yeah, he sold it for 4.2 million
Yeah, he
euros.
said, fuck that, let me cash in now.
Yeah, because the couple come back and do a heist.
There you go.
Steal it.
65-year-old couple doing a heist is brazy.
That'd be lit.
But some of the history behind it is basically that it was worn by some members of the secret society within that village, right? The Ngil people. And historians believe members travelled through villages searching for troublemakers, including suspected sorcerers. I think it's kind of similar to, why has the word escaped me? You know, in Nigeria, masquerades.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. The
Yeah,
19th,
it looks a bit masquerading.
the 19th century wooden mask was probably acquired in unknown circumstances, right? Around 1917 by a French colonial governor, and he's actually the plaintiff's grandfather. So that's why they had it in their attic. It was held in the family's possession until it was sold to the dealer, who came to clear out the attic for 150 euros.
That's lit.
And then he later resold it, at auction to an unknown buyer. Falls up as it's going to remain unknown. But yeah, 4.2 million euros. Hell of a profit, man.
Yeah, he's laughing, man.
He actually came back to offer them a goodwill gesture, you know.
Oh, did it?
They
How much?
refused.
Did they take it?
No, they refused.
How much?
They refused.
300k. 300,000
That's when you're
euros.
that's when you're upset. That's when
You know what? Fair,
do you know how upset you gotta be?
Are they rich though? Because it was 300k.
It's better than
300k might be
150.
like, but 300k might be like
150
£5
to them.
to them.
No, come on, no, man.
I
Because
doubt
they're
it,
really
you know.
rich.
Yeah, but they sold it for £150.
Yeah, because exactly. So, own that granddad like a slave owner or something, you said.
Colonial governor.
If they're wealthy
He was
family.
involved. He was involved.
Yeah, because if they're,
He was
wealthy, if they're
involved.
a very wealthy family, like this generational wealth type of family, offer
Yeah.
me 300k to slap in my face.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but-
my
But
face.
why would you sell it then for
Slap
that
it
much?
for £150.
If it
What?
means
If that's
nothing.
a slap in the face, you sold it for £150.
Yeah, why not
You
give it to
didn't
him
care.
for free then? If it
Yeah,
means nothing.
it-
If 150 is nothing, you know what I mean? Because 300k is nothing.
They just said,
150
oh, you know, 150 euros, just give it to the butler on your way out. Kind of.
I wonder if he was. I wonder where. It doesn't say who he is. Or like, was he look like, or was he black, white, what?
No, just calls him a second-hand dealer. Yeah.
But I would never want my identity revealed.
No, but I just want to. I'm just trying to get into like how they saw it. £150. They thought, oh, yeah, we'll take it. It's been sitting there for ages. We don't
Yeah.
need it. Whatever. Blah 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 blah.
Especially, respectfully, they're gonna die soon as well.
So I wonder how they found out. I wonder how he found out that they were selling it. So
I don't think. What
how did
at
they
auction, you mean?
how did they find out that he was selling it on?
Camera's not on yet. Yeah.
I don't know.
But that's what happens when. Oh yeah, because if he never revealed his identity,
Yeah.
how would they know?
Who knows?
Or what? So maybe after when he's come back and said, "Do you want the goodwill gesture?" They turned it down.
Oh, maybe then they took him to court.
Then they took him
You
to
think so?
court.
You think he offered the goodwill
What?
gesture beforehand, before they complained?
The story looks different. Either which way, if he offers it before, you know, then yeah, the story looks different. If he offers it after,
That's
obviously
sweet there.
he feels not bad, but as in like he's made this
Maybe
much
it's,
money.
yeah,
Let me
it's
give
worth
them.
more than
That's
he
true.
thought.
That's
Yeah,
true.
do you know what I mean? But they
Yeah.
still turned it down either which way.
They got nothing.
Well, they've got
Yeah,
integrity
it's
on
a
their
day.
side.
You sure? You waiting for Daniel to come?
That's brazy, you
You
know.
waiting for Daniel to come?
They've got integrity on their side. So
4 you say 4.2, 4
4.2 million euros.
Hey, art's a big thing, you know.
I've always wanted that kind of stuff to happen to me though.
Love a bit of
Telling
art,
you.
man.
Like I just find something and then
You never know. You might have something in the
know.
house now. You never know.
I trust me, I don't.
I was
Say
looking
that.
around my parents' house, looking at old crap and thinking, oh, maybe.
You never know.
Well, you
man.
never actually know.
I'm going to my dad's later on.
But I would never. I wouldn't tell anyone though.
Just gonna
To
look.
raid his house.
Just gonna sit there
Go
and
and
just look around. I ain't
So
saying
where did you get
nothing.
this from? When? What
Yeah,
period of
so,
time?
yeah. So how long have you been sitting on this for? Just gonna look.
Because if I had like an artifact here, people might call me a queen, but I would rent it to the museum here if they want.
And
They gotta pay for that, don't
Of
they?
course, yeah, I'm renting it.
But I wonder how much that'll be though. I
Nah.
can't even work out what that would
Maybe
be like.
if that was what 4.2 million, we said
Yeah,
this
that's
or
like
this.
lifetime income, innit?
Highest
Passive.
bidder was T.
Even down to like comic books and all that. You know, like untouched
Oh,
comic books,
yeah.
the old one. Like, my brother's got loads of
Yeah,
them.
comic guys take that
Untouched.
seriously.
I'm talking about in the
It's like
plastic.
mint condition.
Yeah, untouched. Like
That's crazy, man.
real nerdy shit and all that. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, those
yeah.
guys take things like that, very- as in,
Some of them are
Yeah,
going
they
for
say
like
comic-
2,
comic
3,
guy.
4, 5 racks. For
Yeah.
a comic book.
and they will never open it.
So,
My boy,
yeah.
Crazy.
and piss your girlfriend off, boy.
Art is,
All of it.
art is real, man.
Yep.
Love that, man.
Yeah, that's it for deadlines.
All right,
Time to pay the bills.
Sure, right. Let's get into the People's Journal.
All right, guys, welcome to the People's Journal, where I give you the news from an economics point of view. First thing I want to talk about, William Ruto, who I just spoke about, the Kenyan president. People are upset at him, man. They're calling him, let me give you a clue. They're calling him Zakayo. What does that remind you of?
Thief.
What did you rob?
No, well, it's actually Swahili for a biblical figure, Zacchaeus.
That was never going to remind me of Zacchaeus.
Well, basically, you know, in the Bible, he was
The
a
guy was
tax collector.
the guy that's on the street.
Exactly, yeah. So basically, they're calling that because they're basically saying he's greedy, innit? For increase in taxes and things of that nature.
I didn't just call. Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know. But yes.
Same family tree.
Is it what?
Same family tree.
Yeah,
Thief.
of course.
But yeah, man, he actually has acknowledged that, you know, the taxes are painful, right? So basically, long story short, since 2022, when he was elected as a president in August, he introduced some new taxes and he raised the old ones. Yeah, so he went ham, man. Obviously, this made him unpopular and things of that nature. But he did acknowledge saying, you know, it's painful, this and the third, but he just said this is sacrifices that the nation will be making. And hopefully, you know, just a better the country, basically. For
It's
him,
also funny when they do that. When they make sacrifices on behalf of other people that haven't consented to the sacrifice.
this is what happens,
great.
man. That's what happens. Yeah, but for him, higher taxation is necessary in reducing the government borrowing. So his argument is, I'm looking long term in it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want us to be reliant on external forces and things of that nature. So he's just trying to bring down that national debt, which, by the way, is 10 trillion shillings, so $65 billion. Yeah, man. So that's that situation. Asda, apparently they're facing some increased interest payments of at least £30 million from February. You know what I mean? Because they're the loans that were taken on by their owners, basically to fund the purchase of the supermarket, basically, if that makes sense. So the people that there's some billionaire brothers called the Issa brothers, right? They basically funded the buying of Asda, whatever, and people are coming to collect. Long story short. So yeah, Asda faces those increased payments because they're due. Okay. Yeah, long story short. I'm not too sure how that's really going to manifest in terms of their goods and stuff, because obviously they're still going to be thinking about competing with all the other stores. But long story short, on the back end, that's some of the struggles they're going to be facing. Google are going to be paying compensation to millions of US customers, man. Something happened with their Play Store. Basically, they were accused of using illegal restrictions and overcharging consumers when they went to buy certain items in the apps. Yeah, so it's not looking good, man. On Monday, there was a settlement agreed between Google and the US states, which basically meant that Google are going to be working with them to make it easier for consumers to download apps from the developers directly and kind of bypass Play Store because of what happened in the past and stuff like that. They're also going to be providing an alternative payment system for in-app purchases as well. So it's not just going to be via Google Pay or whatever it may be that they're using now. Apparently, Apple does this as well. I'm not too sure. I'm not an Apple user, so yeah. But yeah.
You got Android, yeah?
Yeah, it's the best, man.
But he's making that switch very soon.
You know what the thing is? I'm kind of changing my mind a bit, you know?
Why?
Because the updated Samsungs and stuff have like improved, man.
They always improve, no?
Huh?
They always improve.
Yeah, but you know, before it was like the gap, especially social media, right, was huge between Apple and Android, innit? But apparently, doing my research, they've kind of caught up. So it's like if you're looking at a video of somebody posting a story or whatever it may be on from an Android phone, you can't really tell the difference anymore. You know, back in the day, you guys used to call it CCTV and all that. Not anymore.
I
apparently.
can.
You can tell from mine because mine's old.
Okay.
But
So I think
new phones.
I mean, just stop. Just come to the lip side. Just stop all of this.
The new Samsungs apparently are not like that.
So you're thinking of getting a new Samsung?
Yeah. It's so much
Who
better.
the hell gets a new Samsung?
Everybody.
No. Take a survey in this room.
You're like the second person I know that's got a Samsung. Right? Literally.
Samsungs are the best, man. Well,
You, my mum.
Androids, I think, they're much more customizable, man.
They are. Yeah. They've got better things about them than iPhone.
This is it.
I like that flip one.
But it's not
with
worth
it looks like a whole.
Like an iPad.
Yeah.
It's not an iPad, like a tablet.
yeah, I like that one.
I feel like if I go back to the Android, I need a flip one.
Why?
And I just love I miss the days of flip phones.
Old school Motorola.
And I want someone to know me, and I just flip it. You know, just slam it shut.
You've done that a few times.
I'd love listen. Love it, man.
Sorry, the woman
it
who
open.
swims in the pond,
Yeah.
she also has an Android.
That's what I'm saying.
Big up her, man. Do you know what I mean?
She knows
I
good
can't
things,
knock her,
man.
man. She's getting cold showers, man.
Yeah, cold swims.
Yeah, I can't knock her, man.
But yes, last thing I wanted to mention about Superdry. I believe some months ago we mentioned them, how they were kind of struggling. Long story short, their market value is plummeted, man. It's hit a new record low, man. And this might be because they came out, opened their mouth and basically said they're struggling with the profits. You know what I'm saying?
No, man, want to put the prices down.
You know what's strange about that? Superdry over here, it's like obviously the prices are whatever, but I think it's China, Japan, they see that as their Primark.
Superdry? Yeah.
How much are they earning over there?
I don't know.
The price is cheaper in China.
They make it cheap basically over there.
It's theirs, though, isn't it? Like it's
I couldn't even tell you.
What is that?
I think that it originates from over there.
It would
Them
make
sides
sense
there,
why
yeah.
it's so cheap.
But yeah, over here, it's definitely not. Unless you go through them.
It's definitely a Primark, boy.
Themselves.
Is it that good though? Like I know.
I think their stuff is quality though.
I think it's good quality.
Yeah, it is.
Like I've never seen something and be like, oh, that's dope. I've never I felt the quality. Okay, cool, half decent, whatever. But I've never seen. You know, you can see a tracksuit and be like, all right,
Yeah.
that's nice. So I've never felt like that with Superdry. I don't know why.
I don't know. But yeah, long story short, their shares fell by as much as 32.5% after they reported a 13% decline in retail sales during their 26 weeks
I'm sure one of
to
them
28th of October.
One of them billionaires was swooping and just coming by anyway.
I mean, they're not down and out just yet. You know what I'm saying? But to be fair, if your value like shares have fallen by 32.5%, that's crazy. Yeah. Wholesale sales were down 41.1% in the same period last year as well. And long story short, like most companies, Superdry is blaming the cost of living crisis as well, you know what I mean, amongst the shoppers. And what they say is abnormally mild autumn weather. Yeah, they say it resulted in...
Well, they sell stuff for winter. They sell hoodies and shit.
Yeah, but they're saying it delayed the uptake of the autumn and the winter collection. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't really need it as much, I guess, innit?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what they're basically saying, man. So when they updated everybody on that, it left their shares as low as 28.2p, right?
Okay.
Taking its market value below £40 million for the first time. But yeah.
28.2p. Is that what it is now?
At the time. This is when they first said it. I think it has bounced a bit. But yeah, it's not looking too good for them,
That's
man.
decent though.
That's not looking good, bruv.
That's where you wouldn't get in low.
It's not looking good, bruv.
That's not looking good, bruv.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, let's get into our last headlines for today. Ooh, this looks nice.
All right. So on last headlines. Did you guys think you would hear anything about this Jeffrey trigger warning, guys? Sorry, Jeffrey Epstein situation ever again?
Well,
Yes.
no,
Of course.
I didn't think so.
No, but they're
because-
moving like they're trying to bury it though.
Yeah, that's why I didn't think so, and they buried him, so I didn't think so. Well,
Yeah. Suspicious.
Well,
very.
apparently, because of a ruling from a US judge, the names of more than 170 associates of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein could be made public next month.
They don't want to do that.
About people that's gone to the island.
There's a bag of people.
I heard Arteta's gone there.
Bag
Serious?
of people. Your favourite artists have gone there. All sorts. Your favourite actor. Like all sorts of people have gone there.
They may make a differentiation between those you just visited and those who are
Oh.
proper
Yeah,
associates. You know what I
Because
mean?
Megan, the reporter, was saying that, and I think that just gets boring now. Because then we can't really speculate. Do you get what I mean?
There you
So-
go.
Coming up.
But yeah, Prince Andrew is expected to be amongst them. Obviously, as we already know. You know what I'm saying?
There's gonna be some revelations.
That man had shares up allegedly.
He had shares.
shares up there.
But
Yeah, there's gonna be some revelations, man. You could be shocked that some people are on that list.
That's if it comes out. Though. You know, something's
I don't
gonna
think they'll
happen.
let it out, man.
Something's gonna happen.
I don't
yeah.
feel like Piers Morgan was ever invited. He's like a party pooper. He's not cool enough.
Begging for that invite.
But he definitely would have been.
But yeah, man, the identities are being revealed under a settled lawsuit against the sex trafficker and Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Anyone on the list has until the 1st of January to appeal to have their names removed.
Really?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm.
So that's everyone, basically.
That's everybody. If you know you've been on that
Everyone,
island.
basically.
Exactly.
Everyone's appealing. Imagine the list comes out and there's like one person on there.
Because I've even heard Naomi Campbell. Like, I've heard a lot.
Yeah, I heard a lot of names.
I've heard Oprah. I've heard a lot of people.
I swear I
People
heard
need
a
to get
couple
their applications
presidents as
in.
well, actually.
Couple what?
Couple presidents.
Yeah, Clinton was
Yeah,
there.
Clinton was there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna. I feel like if they have their chance to appeal and stuff, unless they were actually involved in any silliness, if they're just a passerby or whatever, the names are gonna be removed. We're gonna end up like 3 names.
Yeah, but no matter, you're not going to want your name associated with that anyway, even if you was a passerby. If you're actually innocent, you don't want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but Andrew needs to not bother apply.
Just let it go. Such a fate.
They're gonna decline your appeal, sir.
You know, he's still kind of denying everything, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Still.
it's very, very cheeky. But again,
He said he never met, what's her name, Miss Guthrie?
they didn't have a picture together.
Yeah, but remember Ghislaine Maxwell said afterwards from jail that she thinks the picture was doctored.
Oh girl, shut up.
That's
She
what
was
I'm
in
saying.
jail before we knew about AI. She's a liar. And who's gonna believe her?
There you go.
Her word is not bond. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
surprised she didn't get some kind of plea deal because she had that.
I think she probably tried everything, though, man.
The teeth.
Nah, they've got her though. Like they've got her
Yeah,
bad.
they got her banked her ass.
They've got her bad.
But yeah.
Yeah.
That's that particular thing. Next headline, trigger warning here, guys, man. This is sad news. And Italy has sentenced a Pakistani couple to life in prison for apparently killing their 18-year-old daughter because she refused an arranged marriage. Saman Abbas's body was found beneath a farmhouse in northern Italy in November of last year, 18 months after she disappeared. Her father, Shabar Abbas, was arrested in Pakistan in August and extradited to be tried for her murder. His wife, Nazia Shaheen, was sentenced in her absence. She's believed to be hiding in Pakistan. So apparently, Saman Abbas's so-called honor killing shocked Italy and everything like that. And following her disappearance, the country's Union of Islamic Communities issued a fatwa, right? A religious ruling rejecting forced marriages. Her parents were convicted and sentenced by a court in the northern city of Reggio Emilia on Tuesday. Her father, though, is still maintaining his innocence. You know what I'm saying? Not for real. He's saying basically that, to him anyway, the trial is not complete. I too want to know who killed my daughter. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bit of a crazy one. And the last headline, pardon me, trigger warning here as well. Sad news. Police have said that a father was Christmas shopping when his 4 children and a young relative died in an Arizona house fire. Can you imagine?
What?
Yeah, man. The fire tore through the 2-story home on Saturday evening, leaving no survivors. 4 children, ages 2, 4, 5, and 13. They were all siblings. And there was a relative there as well who was 11 years old. Officials are investigating the fire and have not released the names of the children or the father. But what happened was the fire broke out in Bullhead City, which is 100 miles south of Las Vegas, 5 o'clock in the evening on Saturday. Police released a statement and basically said that the children's father reported to investigators that he was gone for approximately 2.5 hours to buy groceries and Christmas gifts.
That's so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
This time of the year as well.
Yep. Apparently, from the investigation, they found that the fire originated in the downstairs entranceway, most likely making it impossible for the children in the upstairs bedroom to get out of the residence safely. All 5 victims were found in the same upstairs bedroom. It appeared that the fire had made its way up the home's only staircase, which then blocked off the escape. Sad, man. That's it for the headlines. Time to pay the bills.
Thank you very much. Let's get into our topic of the day.
All right, people. So.
How are we doing this?
Yeah.
Join us now, young man. Can you sit here, please? Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right.
He's giving just the voice today, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
the
yeah.
voice.
I love
Just
that,
the
you know.
voice.
I like mysterious and
Mm-hmm.
I think I might live like that next year, actually. Yeah.
All right. So,
Oh, can we pull the mic close, please?
yes. Mr. Voice.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
If you pull your mic closer to
Yeah,
you,
just
please.
a bit closer.
Sure, there you go.
Yeah.
Better?
Lovely. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
perfect,
good stuff.
perfect.
Thank you for having me, first of all.
Thank you for coming on. We
Good to be
appreciate
here.
it.
Got a nice little setup here. So
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Thank you.
That was my speech last week as well.
Oh yeah, man, cool. Man.
How do you know it was him?
Hip hop
Yeah, 'cause
historian.
He was on the. I was watching him on the
All right, okay, cool.
YouTube
cool, cool.
afterwards. Yeah.
All right. So basically, for those who don't know, what the voice is just making reference to, was that episode last week, 2 weeks ago?
Last week. Yeah.
Last week,
Oh yeah, it was last week.
yes,
It was
where
Thursday, wasn't it?
where we had a call from this gentleman here, and we were discussing basically what many people are kind of not talking about, which is some underhanded things that are going on with the whole Israel-Gaza conflict, right? So today, we decided to have a topic of the day based on the history of the Israel-Gaza conflict, right? And the community got loads of questions, right, that they want to ask. And yeah, let's just, get straight into it.
So quickly, we're referring to, I guess, as the voice because I guess it's not on camera. Because someone's gonna ask,
Okay, yeah,
why
sorry.
can't we see them? There's a glitch. No, the system is not glitching. Things are as it's meant to be. So yeah.
Yeah, there's probably in other circumstances, I'd be very happy to be on camera, but there are reasons, mainly to do with my Twitter account. I'm very vocal against the Pakistani government, and I'd rather sort of remain anonymous because it's a kind of situation where people from overseas Pakistanis like myself, who, if we ever have to return to Pakistan,
Yeah.
it's quite likely we'll get picked up at the airport.
Oh yeah.
So it's a complete. Are we allowed to swear on this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a complete shit show in Pakistan right now. Has been for the last year and a half, but we can talk about it separately. I know that's not the topic of the day, but that's the only reason. Otherwise, I'm very happy to be in camera. So when the current government is, when we get rid of them, and we can show our faces again, then it'll be fine.
Sure, it's not because you're like the
Next
leader
time,
of a
if you ever have me
clandestine.
back, then we can
You sure you're not the leader of like a clandestine network?
I'm not gonna lie.
I find like that.
When they said the voice, I thought you were a spy. Do you know what I mean? So I wasn't sure.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I wasn't sure where we were going with this.
No. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we should delve in here. Let's start from the very beginning.
Yeah.
What is the origins of this conflict? You know what I'm saying?
The origins of the conflict in reality.
Yes. Oh, actually, if you don't, sorry, if you don't mind, can you give us an overview of the conflict based on what everyone else thinks they know?
Sure.
And then
that's a
you
good
tell
point.
us, yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good place to start. Everyone understands, because of the media and the way that the messages come through the media, everyone understands that conflict to be one where you've got a small state, call it Palestine. People don't even know the difference between West Bank, Gaza, and Palestine, so that needs to be clarified as well. But people think in terms of terrorism, right, and bombings and rockets being fired.
Yeah.
Right, so the narrative that the media portrays and builds is one to do with the Israeli people coming under attack by Palestinians or Hamas. So before that, it was the PLO in the 70s and 80s. So, and that's all that's focused on. And this is my biggest beef, and I think this is what everyone needs to understand, and the point I made last week, is that we are forced to focus on 7th of October. Right, a little bit of discourse in the media allows you to spread that window open a bit to go back to, for example, the 2000s, early 2000s. But beyond that, they won't address the actual history, right? So this is to answer your question. People think of it as a bit of a struggle going on in terms of land, and there are terrorists and there's rockets being fired, and Israelis are under attack, right? This is and as I said, it's a very good place to start because the biggest thing to be understood about this conflict is and I call it rhetorical inversion, rhetorical inversion in grammar is when you attribute to your enemy that which you are guilty of yourself. Okay, it's rhetorical inversion in action. So what they've done, what you had was a settler colonial project, which I won't go into right now. We'll come back to that. But you had people, Jewish people from Europe primarily, dispossessed people coming into Palestine between 1905 and 1910. You had like the minimal form of the Zionist political entity, so just to help them along, sort of thing. But from there, they developed social communal networks to develop themselves, keep themselves safe. And then there was an expansion. Then there was the buying up of Arab land from landlords who were living abroad, for example. And then what you had was a slow change of the reality where people who were coming in essentially on a spiritual basis, right? This spiritual pilgrimage back to Israel. But as the Zionist entity was injecting its real agenda, you had what was called the revisionist Zionists like Jabotinsky in the sort of 1920s, who took away from the original Zionist vision, which was more kind of, I wouldn't say spiritual, but a land for a people without a land, that sort of thing. But then what happened was with the revisionist Zionists, they turned a little bit more aggressive. So what the important thing to understand here in the 1920s was that the Brits got involved, right, in training. I mentioned Ord Wingate last time, this guy who was a decorated general from the Mahdiist uprising in Africa, in the Sudan. He was posted there. He, along with the other members of Lloyd George's cabinet, they were devout Christians. And you had this idea, and you still have this idea now, of Christian millennialism, right? So people who are looking towards the end of time, to Armageddon, and to somehow accelerate it. So this is not just a fundamentally Jewish or a Zionist problem. This is also a Christian alignment. The devout Christians who, in America, we call them the evangelists, for example.
Exactly. Hagee and them.
That's right, yeah. I mean, they were the Baptists, and then there was this... I forget the guy's name, but the guy who was leading the Baptist movement in the 1800s, he calculated that Christ was going to return on the 17th of October 1844. Right, it never happened, and it became known as the Great Disappointment. As a result of that Great Disappointment, you had that same group breaking off into what is now the Seventh-day Adventists, right? So the point is that you had the Brits joining in, training the Zionist militias, right, who were there essentially to defend their villages because they were seen as incoming people, no different from how the Europeans went into America and they had to protect themselves against the animosity of the Amerindian people. So it's kind of similar. You're usurping their land, so you're going to be attacked. So therefore, you're going to protect yourself. So the militia forces, called the Night Militia as well, the Haganah, which again I told you it became the IDF. What is now the IDF was originally the Haganah. So what they did was it began from a defensive entity to protect the people, but once they had the backing of the Brits, that defense slowly turned to intimidation. So they used to intimidate villages nearby, and that intimidation turned to aggression. Okay. So that's the window of the inversion, the incipient inversion of the ensuing wars. Whether it's the genocide from 1948 to 56 or onwards. So.
Sorry to cut you. How come you started there though? Ain't the history before that important as well?
No, but because what you were saying is that how everyone else sees it. So he wanted to explain how everyone else sees it and then go back.
And you're right, because I said I'd come back to that, the very early origins, and that we can go right back into prehistory for that. But I wanted to just frame the Zionist colonial project and how the Brits were involved and how you had... the point here was the rhetorical inversion, right? Which is that the people who were coming in as pilgrims suddenly became the aggressors, and that's continued to this day. That's the fundamental point I'm making there. Okay. Beyond that, we can talk in terms of the origins of Zionism. We can go right back into prehistory. We can go to the Canaanites and the Assyrians and Babylonians, like we did last time. Because there's this assertion. I think somebody sent a question in last week to you, saying that. About the historic land and the right to the ancestral land. Look, and I'm happy to address that if you think that's relevant right now. If you talk in terms of the ancestral land of the Jewish people, then you can talk just as equally about the ancestral lands of the Arab people, right? And there were various sort of subdivisions of. There's a great book by Albert Harani called the Arab People, which goes into a lot of detail about the tribes and sub-tribes. But the point is, it wasn't just the Hebrews at that time, or what became known as the Israelites. You had a whole lot of other people living there, and so they may well also have a right to that land if they so wish. The fact is, the people who are living there at the moment, the Semite people. Did I get into the sons of Noah last time? I didn't, did I?
No.
Right. The term Semite or Semitic comes from the word Sem, which is one of the sons of Noah. Noah had 3 sons: Hamite, Japhite, and Sem. Ham, Sem, and Japheth. Sem, the Middle Eastern people are descendants of Sem, And this is biblical theory, right?
Yeah, I was just about to say, because it's not really like real. This is those. This is based on people who believe, obviously,
Whether
yeah.
it's real or not, and I take that point,
Yeah.
it's driving much of the rhetoric. The
100%,
term
yeah.
anti-Semitism wouldn't be here if that theory of the son of Noah did not exist.
Yeah, for real.
So you had the African people were descended of Ham, and the Central Asian people, essentially the Turks, or the Turkic people, not Turks in Turkey. There's a difference between Turkey and the Turkic people. They were descended of Japhet. Okay, so that's where the term comes from. The point I'm making is the Arab people are themselves Semites.
Yeah.
The prophets were Semites. Jesus was a Semite. Muhammad was a Semite. Abraham, Moses, they were Semitic people, right? So to claim and then usurp this term called Semitism or anti-Semitism, bit of an and the reason why it's more bizarre is because the people who have essentially colonized Israel are not the Semitic Jews, because there are very few of them. The closest are the Sephardic Jews who are in Portugal, Morocco, and places like that. The vast majority of the current Jewish administration and the people in Israel are Europeans. And the European Jews are descended of the Ashkenazis. So those who know, there's a region in what is now Ukraine and the Caucasus. There was a guy called King Bulan. He force converted his people to Judaism in the 700s. I think it was 710 or something like that. So those Ashkenazi people are the ones who migrated into Europe. So there is no Semitic origin of the current colonization. So the word anti-Semitism is a misnomer. I'm very ready to be challenged on that.
Obviously, these lot know, yeah. Obviously, I'm like, especially for this segment, I'm putting my personal views aside.
Sure.
But a Jewish person may say to you that that's not real, right? The whole King Bulan thing. That actually came from the whole 13th tribe.
Yes.
Is it the Arthur Kessler's book?
Kessler, yes.
Yeah. So they've pretty much said, look, that's not true. That's just fiction. Based
There's
on
Arthur Kessler and Lilienthal as well.
Yeah.
An author called Lilienthal who said the same thing.
Yeah. So what do you say to that?
Well, it's a claim. I mean, if someone's done an academic study of this and documented it in a book, and you got a couple of people saying it's not true, well then, who'd you go by? Someone who's researched it and presented it, or someone or a group which claims to the counter. It's whose opinion you want to say. Look,
But you see it as like a legit scholarly opinion.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Now, but what needs to be clarified though is that even though they're Ashkenazi Jews, or European Jews, it doesn't matter they're Jewish of the Jewish faith. So they, as it stands right, they have a right to come back to Israel, right? Because the Zionist mission was to migrate as many Jews as possible to the Middle East or to the Holy Land.
Yeah.
The fact is, though, they didn't have that traction, right? It's a very important point. The Jewish people in France worked hard to integrate into France. The Jewish people in this country worked hard to integrate because anti-Semitism was real. It was a historic problem. It was a Christian problem. Since I think it was Edward I who kicked the Jews out in 1290 the first time, and after that they got thrown out from one place to another for many years under the pretext of Jesus and what happened and how the Jews rejected him, and because Christianity or the Christian people were in the ascendancy in the last 1,000 years, then they had this I would say belligerent discrimination towards the Jewish people because of that event 2,000 years ago. So I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying that's what the reality of it is. But it is fundamentally a European problem, anti-Semitism, right? This anti-Jewish sentiment. So in fact, right up to Lloyd George's time, in the Kaiser's time, in the Tsar's time in Russia, I'm talking 100 years ago, they talked about the Jews in terms of the Jewish problem, right? The Jewish problem was they're all coming here and we want to sort of like rid ourselves of them. One of the motivations of offering the Balfour Declaration, I gave the other one about, I don't know if I talked about it last week, about how they wanted to keep Russia in the war. But the other thing is they wanted to because they were anti-Semites. Balfour, Baldwin, Lloyd George, all of these guys were declared anti-Semites. But in those days, to say that you're against the Jewish people and speak out against them was like in the 60s talking against black people or the Irish or gypsies.
That's what it was. It wasn't supported them, that Balfour Declaration. That was because they saw them as like a Jewish problem. They wanted
Yes,
to,
that's
they
right.
wanted to get rid of them.
This was one way for them to rid themselves of the Jews. So this is what's bizarre to
So
me.
this is what I'm saying. Yeah. So then, why do people talk like the Jews just popped up in 1917 or whenever it was? Like they haven't been in the region for years, because obviously there was bare European Jews, but there was Arab Jews, there was Jews that was already in Palestine and stuff like already. It came from Morocco and all in that area, and they've been warring in that area for thousands of years. Been exiled, been allowed back, exiled again.
Yes.
Persecuted, all this stuff from long before the Balfour Agreement. So how come people just talk like they just popped up one day
Well,
and
it's
got
a convenience.
given lands?
It's a convenience of narrative to focus on a particular time. The reality is, when they were booted out of the European countries, they sought refuge, and they were given refuge in Muslim Spain and under the Ottomans.
Yeah.
That's where they ended up going, and they were looked after there because they were seen as people of the book. They were respected. They had high positions. In fact, the Jewish people in Spain are to be credited with the transmission of Arab knowledge into Europe, without which there was no Renaissance.
Okay.
Right? They were the translators of the Arabic into Latin.
Yeah.
So up until what's called the Islam's Golden Age, about 1,000, 1,200 years ago, about 1,000 years ago, there was vast amounts of knowledge and understanding. I mean, in your schools, they don't teach you. They talk about Newton, they'll talk about, Faraday. But the origins of this science was laid by, Averroes, Ibn Sina, they call it Avicenna, Farabi, Al-Farabi, many of these ancient sort of 1,000, 1,200 years ago, people who laid the foundations of optics, for astronomy, for medicine, all these sort of things. But that credit is never given. And I'll come on to civilizational competition later, because that's an important part of the colonial enterprise, right? To belittle and to efface any history which may attribute any glory or recognition to another people other than themselves.
Yeah.
This is the Europeans. So we were talking about this is my problem, right? I jump around and end up losing track, right? So we were talking about so the Jews were transmitting that knowledge, translating it from Latin, Arabic into Latin, and then I'd say 150 years later, you had the origins of the Renaissance. Right, so there were other factors that contributed to the Renaissance, and I'm not going to deny that. But the translation of the Jewish people was very significant. So look, the point here was they were given refuge. They were elevated into high positions, and I can't remember the name. One of the sultans said, the Ottoman Sultan, when the Jews were being again moved around in Europe, he took them. He said they're intelligent people. We should be taking them on. We should be enhancing them or utilizing them, right? He was seeing it from a kind of a pragmatic perspective that we should take them on, but also benefit from their intelligence, right? Because they were known to be clever people in that sense, business oriented or clever people, and sometimes that gets treated as a trope now,
Exactly.
right? But the fact is, this is a positive trope, right? And I mean, I don't want to couple it with chosen people, because under Islam as well, they are God did talk about them as a chosen people. In Islam, in Arabic, it's called Bani Israel, which means the children of Israel. Right, Bani Israel were a tribe. In fact, there's an argument there's 13 of them, right? But they're a thing, right? So there are realities to some of these tropes as well. And again, I call it a positive trope, because there are a lot of negative tropes as well. So the reason we're talking about this is how the Jews were looked after by the Muslim empires, right? And to your point about the years before Zionism. So it's only when Zionism came. Look, what needs to be understood, and a good amount of research will tell you this, the Zionists used the Jewish faith and the Jewish people to achieve their ends. Their ends were a nation state. They're the ones. It was the Zionists who labeled the Jewish people as a nation rather than a religious denomination. Before Zionism, the Jews didn't talk about themselves as a nation, right? So this is, I mean, there's so many things I could tell you. There's the Talmudic oaths. There were 3 Talmudic oaths, oaths from the Talmud. The Talmud is it's a series of writings very central to the Jewish faith right now. But their interpretations of the Torah, the rabbinical interpretations of the Torah. So and
Came from like oral traditions.
yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
right.
So there's a big debate around how legitimate, because a lot of them are quite how the hell can you get away with saying that? But that's a separate discussion. But one of the three oaths was that the Jews would not, wherever they are, because they understood themselves to be people in exile, that they would not start rebelling against the people who ruled over them, right? And then there was a second one, and I'm struggling to remember it now. And a third one was that if the people of the land, the people within whose land they're staying, they would also not attack the Jews. But the point is, the three oaths were a reason for the Jewish people not to demand a state of their own. Well, this is the purpose of the three oaths, right? But Zionism obfuscated that, right? And they said, well, one of the oaths is broken. That is, that there was belligerence from the host nation. Therefore, the oaths don't stand. The Talmudic oaths don't stand anymore, and therefore we can go ahead with this project. So they used the Jewish people. I told you about when Herzl went to Russia and he spoke to the Interior Minister Pevley. And he said, "I'll take care of your Jewish problem," because the Jews in Russia were ultimately which was the Bolshevik Revolution. They were the intellectuals. They were from the underclass, and yet they were the intellectuals. So they were causing a bit of a stir in terms of rebellion, quite rightly, because they were treated very badly, right? So it was that intellectual revolution which brings a change in people's state. And the Tsars were having enough of it. They were really, they peed off with it. So what Herzl said, right, in a definitive spite against his own people, he said to Pevley, "I'll take care of your Jewish problem, right? I'll make sure that this revolution, these sort of things will not happen." And then when Zhilowsky, who was the socialist leader of the Jews, when he found out, he was furious. He said, "Get rid of it. I don't want to know this guy. He's a trickster. He's a confidence fraudster." He didn't have the interest of the Jewish people at heart. So this is the point I'm making to you, is how Zionism used not just the Jewish people and the faith, but their plight to achieve their ends. And they did not achieve traction up until the Holocaust. This is also to be noted. When the Holocaust happened, that's when global sympathy towards the Jews changed, right? And even the UN acknowledges when they forced this 1948 resolution, I forget the article number, to bring the Jewish state or the partition around, there was an acknowledgement that because of what they've been through, we have to do this, which is outrageous as far as the Palestinians or the Arabs are concerned, because it's your problem. Hitler, if you can call him a Christian if you want, but Hitler did all this. So why are you taking it out on us? Why do we have to compromise our land because of a European problem? And that's how it's been seen by the Palestinian people for a long time.
Just to be a bit annoying, yeah. One could say, what's his name? Husseini, who met with Hitler.
I've heard that so many times. Yeah. Husseini.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's your views on that? Because apparently, he met with Hitler, basically saying to him, "Look, if you guys win this war, apportion this land for us, and let's sort this out as a Palestinian land." Yeah, what's your views on that?
So, okay, this is a common narrative or sub-narrative that gets pushed out by Zionist mouthpieces.
Okay.
And I call them mouthpieces because there's a lot of them. And they come out with this sort of stuff. Hitler was also meeting our royal family.
That's true.
Right? The Nazis, they were in with the Nazis right up until the World War One. Right? They were comfortable because they're essentially of German ancestry. We all know that, right? Their actual name is... surname is Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, not Windsor. Windsor is something which they've taken on here. The surname of the royal family is Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, right? Or Gotha, I don't know how you spell it or pronounce it. They were always in with the Nazis and the Germans. And the Nazis were, even though you had this rising fascism in the 30s, which was nasty, it was not nice at all. But it was like putting up with a regime because of your own interests, like India right now. The West puts up with India. India is a veritable fascist state, and it doesn't get called out. You don't hear that on the news. I mentioned it to you last week. It doesn't get called out. But if you get into, and if we get time, I'll give you a quick snippet on what's going on in India. But the West has vested interest in India. It's got massive investments. The IT resources that come out of India, we see it on a daily basis because of our day jobs, right? But all sorts of investment in India, and they also need India as a counterbalance to China, right? So it's like a client state almost. It's what Vijay Prashad, in a brilliant book called Washington Bullets, he calls the hub and spoke. So America's the hub, and India's one of its significant spokes, right, to deal with China. So the point is, they will ignore the fascism. What's going on in Pakistan right now is fundamentally an American dictate. We don't want Imran Khan. He's the wrong guy for us. He's too close to China and Russia. Get rid of him. And our military, who are the puppets of the Americans, this is the reason why. Our military are puppets of the Americans, right? And they will do as the Americans want. So
you're going to support Imran Khan?
Oh yeah, absolutely,
okay.
absolutely.
We have to get into that after.
Yeah, we should do, because it's what's going on in Pakistan is the PTI, which is Imran Khan's party, is the 6th largest political party in the world. And people don't know this, but Pakistan's the 5th biggest country in the world.
What, by population or?
Yes,
okay,
population-wise.
okay, cool.
Right, not as an economy. Forget that. We're right down the bottom in terms of economy. But in terms of and the reason for that is because of the military rule for the last 75 years. But anyway, that's a separate topic. What I'm saying is that the West will maintain a vested interest in puppet or problematic regimes to maintain their interests. So, getting back to your question, they did that with the Nazis as well. Yeah. They were quiet with the Nazis. The Nazis even took on the eugenics project, which was started in New York. Eugenics is race purification, right? It's they were talking about Aryan supremacy and the race purification of the Aryan people. The moment Hitler took it on, then that was one of the reasons why they got rid of him. Oh, he's doing race purification and killing off the gypsies and disabled people and the Jews. The Americans, and I'm going to get onto this because it relates to Zionism and it relates to colonialism as well. Okay. We'll come back to Darwinism because that is also a fundamental problem which gave birth to a lot of what you're seeing right now. But I'll come on to that separate point just after I finish this point here. This is what, again, I'm doing it jumping around, right? So we were talking about, you asked a question.
About Husseini.
Right, okay, fine, Nazis, right. We don't know. I haven't read on exactly what the discussions were. He probably did. In fact, he did meet him. But so did the Zionists. Yeah. The Zionists also met Hitler. And if you do you remember Ken Livingstone? When he was approached by that Jonathan Mann, and it's all on camera. Because Ken Livingstone read in the book, and he asserted that the Zionists met with Hitler, and there was a barrage of anti-Semitic accusations. You're anti-Semite, anti-Semite. Because this is the problem with anti-Semitism; it's become weaponized now.
100%.
The moment you say something which then you're an anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite, and people like me have to constantly. And in fact, I don't defend myself anymore, right? If I don't mean the Jews, I mean this. The point is anti-Semitism is weaponized right now, right? Israel's doing what it's doing in Israel, in Palestine right now. The Human Rights Watch and Amnesty and the International Criminal Court call it out. Oh, you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semite. This is the accusation they throw, and it's a big problem because we're all scared of that, to be honest with you. It's got some serious repercussions.
Everyone, isn't it?
Yeah. There was that, I forget the guy's name, he questioned he questioned the number of people who died in the Holocaust. Is it 6 million, 5 million? This guy is now in jail right now. David Irving, I think his name is. He went to he was a professor.
Wait, they didn't put him in jail for that?
They did.
Stems from there.
Yeah. Look, do a Google on it. David Irving, I think his name was. He was in Austria, kind of in hiding, I suppose. I don't know. But then ultimately they caught up with him, and he's in jail. So there are serious repercussions if anti-Semitism is first of all attributed to you, and then it's proven. Right. So the people are scared of this stuff, and this is the weaponization of anti-Semitism. Now, in terms of Husseini, I don't know the specifics, but I would tell you, just to counter it, the Zionists also meant Hitler.
Okay,
right? Cool. And what Netanyahu asserts right now is that Husseini said to Hitler, just kill him, don't send him, just kill him. Right? You can't take this stuff seriously.
Yeah.
How do you decide who's got a claim to the land then? Because obviously you're saying the Arabs had it, but the Arabs fought and won and took over the place just like everybody else did, and they was one of the last to have it. There's been times in the same region when Arabs and Jews fought side by side for that same place in like the
I don't think it's quite true that the Arabs fought and took over.
What's the English
Crusades?
The Crusades.
Crusades.
During the times during the times of the
Yeah.
Crusades when England was coming for it. There's Arabs and Jews fighting
by
the
side,
English side by side and stuff like that. And obviously that region's been taken over through different parts. When do you decide to say who's got the right claim to the land? When in history do you stop? Because obviously, because it's entrenched in religion and stuff like that, you can go back to the beginning of time, and this is why people are so visceral about it. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, if you go back to King David and Solomon and them, man,
100%, yeah.
like these people. So if you believe in that in religion, you're never gonna come off that track. But if you ain't got a horse in the race, or whatever, how do you decide who has real claim to the land?
I think it's difficult to attribute to religion because a lot of people say that religion is the cause of all wars. I can tell you that 180 million people died in the 20th century from non-religious wars, wars of communism, wars of fascism, right? So there's this common, normally put out by the Christopher Hitchens type of the, people of the world, right? There's these ideas that religion causes war. Look, wars have been throughout, as you said, throughout history, there have always been wars and conflicts and borders. In fact, they weren't borders before, but there were always wars and tribal conflict. But that doesn't detract from the fact that people still are largely, unless there's mass migration, they're the same people who are in that area. You mentioned the Arabs taking over Palestine or that area. They never really did take over. They were always the Arab people. Whether they were Muslims or... Because don't forget, there were Christian Arabs and there were Jewish Arabs as well, right? As well as a whole host of other minorities. And they've always lived there. So no one came and overtook. You had administrations of people... The Romans came, for example, to that land, to what is now Turkey, Anatolia. And, they could be based somewhere else, but they would have their client, states of people running the show for them. But the people underneath were still the same people, right? Yeah. You wouldn't have... It's not like a mass migration of a foreign people or another people coming into the land, fighting and taking it over. It was never like that. It was always the layer of bureaucracy, engineered or pushed by war, that effectively came and overtook. But the people remained the same.
You know what? My theory is potential. Tell me what you think of this. my theory is that essentially the Jewish people and the Arab people are the same people in that particular area.
Yes, they are.
Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you go back and you look at...
sorry to interrupt. Yeah. It's very important to distinguish. This is what the news does this as well. Jews versus Arabs. It's a false dichotomy.
It is, 100%, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Arabs is a more of an overarching race of people. Even that's not incorrect terminology. But within that, you've got Jews, Christians. Because Jew is a religious label. Yeah. Arab is a people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And even, they don't talk in terms of Jews and Muslims, right? And that becomes a problem. You will never hear that term.
That's true.
Because if you are going to talk about conflict with the Jews, then it has to be in parallel to the term Muslim or Christian. But to talk in terms of Arabs and Jews is a misnomer.
You're 100% correct. Yeah, 100% correct. Yeah. The reason why I say that is because... like you said before, if you go back like 3,000 years ago when there were Canaanites in that area, of course, like the Bible makes the distinction between those who are Israelites and the Canaanites, right? But a lot of people kind of say, you know what, these stories was written after the fact. But people who are Hebrew actually came from amongst the Canaanites. And at one point in time, worshipped like El and Yah and homogenized the two, became one God.
Yep.
Long story, right? But if they all were one people from the same area, is the problem really that, and I think you kind of intimated this, right? That those who are claiming to be Jews, or maybe those who were the face of the Jewish faith, right, are European Jews who, yes, they may follow the belief system of Judaism, actually have no claim to that particular land. But there are some legitimate Jews, or I should say original people who are descendants of the original people, who pretty much have the same DNA as the Palestinians who have been there for thousands of years as well. Yeah. And so the issue is you've got other people fighting for something that the people who originate there are not really fighting for.
So in essence, what you're saying is that the fact is there are Jewish people there. There always have been.
Yep.
In all of the Muslim lands, North Africa, into the Levant, which is Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan. In fact, one of the biggest Jewish populations is in Iran. Right, but prior to Israel, Iraq had a whole lot of Jews. The Jews have always been there, right? The onset and the onset was sorry
to cut you.
Yeah.
So when you say the
Jews
Jews,
countries even existed.
Who? What, the Jews?
Jordan, Lebanon,
100%.
They didn't, but in terms of, I'm denoting the area.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk in terms of capitals, Baghdad and Damascus,
Yeah, they've been there.
and Cairo, they've always been there, right? So leaving aside the border, you're right about the border point. That came after Sykes-Picot. So
The reason why, sorry to cut you, the reason why I jumped in is because I guess when you're talking about the Jews always being there, are you basically just saying people who practice Judaism have always been there? But if you were to go back, we took a time machine back there, you would really see people who look like Arabs today practicing Judaism. Because you wouldn't see, no disrespect, to those people who you see in like Stanford Hill over there, right? Back then, you wouldn't. You would see people who I guess were Arab, or Arab speaking at least, anyway, practicing Judaism.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's right, because there were such things as Arab Jews. I mean, you have to understand the Arab people, look, again, it's one of these, it's not a peddled narrative, but it's an understood narrative that the Middle East Arab, the guy with a long white thing and a long robe, the oil, in a Cannonball Run, the driver with the Bentley. These are all sort of stereotypes of the Arab people. I mean, Arabs, essentially, from Morocco through to the Gulf states, the Saudi Peninsula, are Arabic people. Now, you could argue, a lot of people would argue that Morocco, Algeria are the Berbers, and they are. Historically, they're the Berber people. But the fact they speak Arabic makes them the Arabic people in that sense, right? So, or the Arab people. So it's a lot more complex than that. Yes. I think if you're talking in terms of the origin of the people and in that land, then they've always been there. You have to understand these mix of people have always been there. They might have moved around a bit. There might have been mass migrations 2,000-3,000 years ago. But the Jewish people have always been there. The Christians have always been there. The Muslims have been there.
The difficulty is, I think, is because if you look at the expulsion of the Jews, right, at the various times it's happened throughout history, obviously, like we've established, those were not white Jews, European Jews at all, right? How were they only singling out those Jews who were obviously origin to the land, just like those who didn't practice Judaism back then, right? And only them leaving, if that makes sense. And those that left, right? How is it that it's those people who are not coming back? Or where are those people? Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think a Jew would say. Like, those people who left, we are them. You know what I'm saying? you get where I'm coming from?
It's strange, right? Because it's not me. My roots, as I understand it, go back to Central Asia, right? I'm actually descended of Genghis Khan and the Turkic people, right? It's like me going back to Kazakhstan and saying, look, and with a strong army behind me, with the government, and say, this was my land. I'm here to take it back. And this is literally what's happening in Israel. People who've lived there for hundreds of years, Arab people, but Christians and Muslims, and sometimes Jews as well. They would, the settler. You know about the settler violence that's going on right now in the West Bank and in these places. Is you've got the far right Jews with the military or the police knocking on the person's door saying, this is our house, you don't live here anymore. We have a historic right here. This is what the settler violence is about, and it doesn't get reported like it needs to. It gets the odd mention, but it's a very significant thing. You imagine that you've lived in this house for 100 years. Or 200 years, you got 7 generations that you can detail about who lived here. And then someone, let's say the French come over with an army and say, we used to be here, our great-grandfather, and then you put a religious justification in there and say, you're going to have to go. This is literally what's happening in Israel. I'm not even exaggerating.
Does it not count for nothing that it's the people, the powers that be, the people that make the rules and that run the world are the ones that set this precedent?
That is ultimately what it's about. We should move on to that because that's really where I would want to do a lot more talking, because we're talking about ground level stuff, people, conflict. What's really going on is at a much higher level. Call it geostrategy, call it the command and control of the elites. There are many examples, and if we get a chance, we should talk about the American empire for the last 200 years, starting with the Monroe Doctrine of 1823 to this day. How many regime changes? How many times they've caused a revolution? How many times they've displaced people? And they've always displaced people especially in South America and Africa and in Asia. They've always displaced people who have an interest in the uplift of the people, like the socialists, in other words, because socialism would fundamentally mean any resource and wealth of the land is redistributed and used for the benefit of the people. Contrary to that, And what the Americans are pushing for is a usurpation of the resources through a certain elite class in a particular country, whether it's the landowning gentry, whether it's the military, whether it's the monarchy, whether it's a business clique. Whoever has that power and control, like in Pakistan, it's the military, right? And they would have their puppets in place. Anyone who has a focus on the benefit of the people, the Americans would remove. This is part of the American hegemonic empire for the last 200 years. And it started with the Monroe Doctrine, where they fundamentally said to the Europeans, this whole American continent is ours. You know, you're not allowed to come here anymore, right? And it was never. And then bit by bit, they took. I'm going to give you many examples of people they've overthrown, but that'll go off the topic.
I just wanted to mention, because you mentioned David Irving. Yeah, so I believe he was, like you said, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison because he actually denied the Holocaust.
He challenged the numbers, but denied whatever, right?
Yeah.
Where's the free speech?
Yeah. Apparently, he gave 2 speeches.
Sorry, where was he when he got?
Mac, yeah.
Sorry, where was he when he got sentenced? At what country?
I believe.
Was it Austria? He's from here.
The speeches.
He's a university professor, as I understand.
Yeah.
So when he actually said, when he started saying XYZ, was he here when he said it? Or
Austria.
Yeah.
Oh, what when he started the
when the whole thing came out, he was here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The speeches were when he visited Austria.
Okay.
And the actual court happened in Vienna. Yeah, so in Austria. Yeah.
It's a foggy memory. It's about 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
20 years ago.
I wanted to ask you, just to kind of bring it back to what we were talking about. Obviously, we kind of discussed like the origins from like 3,000 years ago, and the reason why I think that's kind of important is because I remember listening to Benjamin Netanyahu talk, right, and he was posed the question of why this is occurring, right, and his starting point was, well, 3,000 years ago, our ancestor King David, That's where it starts, right?
Yeah.
But to bring it to more of the, let's just say 1920s, what would you say to somebody who's saying, cool, I'm a Jew, I'm not for all the fighting for killing, right? But let's just face the facts. There was a time where Jewish people were buying land. So it wasn't a case of us coming and killing people, but we were buying land.
Yes.
And and why has it been taken from us? Why were there raids in Hebron? Like, why were these things occurring when we actually legitimately bought the land?
So there was definitely land bought, right? And there were Arab landlords living outside the country as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of times there was no authorization to take or usurp the land, and yet they did it. And the difference also is, I'll come back to that point, but also related to that is, traditionally in Palestine, you had farm work. You had a landowner, just like in Europe, right?
Yeah.
You had the agricultural setup where you had people working. You own the land, and you had people working there. Same in Palestine. What happened traditionally was when land changed hands between landlords, the workers, the farmers, would carry on. They would have a means of income. They would carry on working. What happened under the Zionists is that not only did they take the land, then they kicked all the people out as well. Because the idea from the outset, it's very important to understand, was the elimination, dispossession of the Palestinian people and their rights and their land. It's a declared objective. It's a declared objective of Zionism which doesn't get addressed. If you pick up a book about Herzl, his private diaries were published in 1960 something. He says very clearly in his diaries that the success of our project is incumbent upon the dispossession of Palestinian rights and land, and that has not changed. The fact that they devised in the 1930s what's called what Ilan Pappé calls the village files, that's where they started documenting villages, the people, the craftsmen. How many? It came to a point where how many males in the household, who has the arms, where are the mosques, what does the imam of the mosque believe in? It was very, very, over a period of about 10 years, it became a very detailed mapping. It was an elaborate cartographic exercise to identify where people were and what they're doing. So it became from simple buying of land and then pushing people out to ultimately taking over. Yeah. Right. You can't say they bought all the land and that's why they have the right to. They didn't. They expelled 1948 to 9. It is internationally recognized. 1948 to 56. Yeah. There were massacres. There were expulsions. 750,000 people were expelled from villages. Who do you think the people in Gaza are in right now? The people of Gaza literally is a concentration camp because they were thrown out from different parts of what is now Israel, but Palestine. And they've been pushed into this little. You got 2 million people living in a land which is 25 miles long. right?
25 by
So
5,
the point I'm making is this narrative, BS narrative about they bought the land, they have the right. No,
They
they
100%
expelled
didn't,
villages
yeah.
and villages of
That's
people
facts.
through violence.
But what
And
if they
this
were
be-
just protecting their own interest? Because what about the people that say that the Arabs and that attacked first? Because obviously when the British won that area from the Ottomans and then they decided to give it to them, the Arab nations wasn't necessarily on board with
weren't
it.
happy with it,
You know what I'm
yeah.
trying to say? And then it went and it took about, I don't know, 20, 30 years for Israel, for the Israel like to get their foot down and then actually like declare their independence as a state. And it was probably like the day after they done that, then the Arabs attacked them, and that's when the war started. Like literally, innit?
So let's. You're right, but that's a very skeletal framework.
Yeah, I ain't got all the details. Right?
I'll tell you, let me tell you. The first Arab uprising was in 1929, and the reason why there was an uprising because the Brits are scoundrels.
It's always them though.
Right, it's always them. I mean, give me another hour, I'll tell you everything about the Brits, right, and what they've done in Africa and Asia. There's a lot of detail. Look, what the Brits did, because they were bought by the Zionists since the declaration, right, and they had this. There's an idea of parity in democracy. It's a majority vote, right, and that's a parity principle. What the British did, they tried to enforce a non-democratic system. They gave greater weighting to the votes of the Jewish people. So it was no longer a fair democratic principle being observed.
Yeah.
The Arabs first of all, they rejected it. And check this out. The Zionists accepted it, right? The Arabs struggled, argued, the fight. There was an uprising in 1929. Then the Brits changed it. They brought it back. And then guess what? The Zionists went again. So Zionists were always going against the Palestinians.
Yeah.
Right? So that they had this natural tendency, and they were troublemakers. They literally were troublemakers. So they just went against. They agreed it the first time because the Palestinians opposed it. The second time, when the Palestinians agreed with the undemocratic process of votes, then they opposed it. Right? And then the second uprising was 1936. That was a major uprising of the Arab people because so much of the land had been taken by force. So what do you expect them to do? Of course there's going to be uprising. I say shame on them if they don't uprise, if they don't rise up. Shame on them. You know, we have this, I don't know how to translate. There's a word in Urdu, in my language, called begharet, right? Which means you shameless. Begharet means you have no shame, no man. It's a combination of no shame, no honor, no manliness. It's a combination of things. So the Arab people would be begharet if they did not rise up against that oppression. And that's what they did, rightly so. Now, what happened was, and this went wrong, in 1936, in that second uprising, the Brits cracked down on them. They had more troops deployed in Palestine than they had in India at that point. Right? That's how significant the deployment of troops was in 1936. And at that point, this is where it all went wrong, because the Palestinians leadership were exiled, the various militia groups were disbanded, and they had no political or military force at that point. And Zionists were loving it. They were loving it because that's the pivotal point. And Ben-Gurion, who was the first prime minister later on, that's when he took advantage and just stepped up the aggression. So from 1936 to 1942, you saw a massive increase in the usurpation of the land because the Palestinian leadership had been exiled. So the Brits were instrumental in the failure of the Palestinian people. Why? Because of that same principle I told you at the beginning, which was Christian millennialism or the acceleration of the Armageddon dynamic
exactly.
to advance somehow advance the coming of Jesus. I'll tell you another irony. This is a very bizarre thing. Listen to this. The Christians who wanted to advance Armageddon, they are using the Jewish people at the same time knowing that the Jewish people will be killed when the Armageddon comes. Right, and the Jewish people are kind of like, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. They believe what they believe, and they're just going along with it. But here, so think about the British mindset or the Christian mindset here of that denomination, right? They know that when this Armageddon thing, which they're pushing, when it happens, if it happens, then the Jews are going to get killed. So all their efforts are towards the elimination of the Jews anyway. This is the bizarre thing about the support from the Brits of the Zionist entity. They knew that ultimately the Zionist entity or the Jewish people, they're going to get obliterated as part of the Armageddon.
What would you say though to those who? Because obviously, I would blame the Brits too. Like I think most people who know will pretty much blame the Brits anyway. Always minding other people's business, right? But there was a time where Transjordan was given to Israel, right?
Transjordan.
Yeah. and then they kind of took it back.
I don't know
So-
about
so- so you
Transjordan
know-
being given to Israel. Jordan. What happened was, as part of the dealing, the Brits, but there was the Sharif of Mecca,
Yeah.
who was essentially the religious leader of the Arab people. He was promised Saudi,
Yeah.
and he was promised. He was. I mean, I don't know if you know the whole thing about Lawrence of Arabia and what his movements were, but what happened was Iraq was given to one of his sons, King Faisal. Jordan was given to another son. I forget his name. Basically, the Arab world was split up between Hussein's sons,
Okay.
Arab, Jordan, and Syria as well, I think. And they're all overthrown by the 50s and 60s,
Yeah.
right? So then you had like different leadership, military leaderships in place, but. Yeah, sorry, I forgot the question you.
No, I was just talking about during the mandate. So under the whole, from when you get the Balfour Declaration and the British Mandate and all that type of stuff, I believe one of the first agreements was that Israel was going to have what is today known as Israel plus, you know,
No,
the
there
West
was, there
Bank
was
and
no
all that.
there was no definitive border.
Not definitive, no.
specified,
Yeah, exactly,
in the
100%.
Balfour.
But I believe what it's saying is that the landmass was actually bigger. So it did include Transjordan. However, obviously, Palestinians.
So the borders for Syria, Transjordan, Iraq, etc. Was as it was post Sykes-Picot.
Okay.
Sykes-Picot, Mark Sykes and I forgot the other guy's name, the French guy Picot. They were commissioned to divvy up the land post World War One, right? So as to whether the Zionists were offered that land post Sykes-Picot or prior, I know it wasn't prior, but I've not heard of anything to suggest that they had offered anything for Israel or the Zionist entity at that point. No, I mean it was always. If you look at the early maps, you had the Palestinian Mandate, that strip of land, which is fundamentally now Israel.
Yeah.
But it was called Palestine.
Okay.
And one of the tropes from the Zionist mouthpieces is that there's no such thing as Palestine. That these people never existed.
See, I was going to actually ask you that because people point to the fact that it's clear it was a territory, right? 100%, right?
Yep.
But people say in terms of it being a state, it didn't exist. Name a president of Palestine, all that type of stuff. Yeah. What would you say to people who say that?
I say that if you understand history and you understand the Ottoman Empire was set up, Ottoman territories extended from Turkey, and in fact it was into what is now the Balkans, right? What is now Serbia, Montenegro, and Albania, these places, into Turkey, into Syria, Lebanon, Israel, the whole of the Saudi Peninsula, majority of Saudi Peninsula, not Yemen and Oman.
Yeah.
Was Ottoman territory. Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, the northern tips of Morocco now and Tunisia were all Ottoman territory, right? So how do you want to label that bit of land? It would have been one of the territories.
Yeah.
Now, the fact that it didn't have a name, and a lot of people say this, where's Palestine? Where does it exist? Never existed. It doesn't matter. The people exist. You can give it whatever you want. Call it country X. I don't care. The fact is that people were living there. There were people living there who'd lived there for hundreds of years. It matters not whether they're called Palestinians, Syrians, or any other name. The fact is they have become dispossessed through all the pretexts and the sort of manipulation of the Zionist entity.
And I guess to be fair to people who actually, not even to be
that's
fair
mad,
to them,
actually.
because people actually who were born there. I remember watching the documentary on Edward Said, and he was talking about how, I believe when he left, or either him or his mum or whatever, they had a passport that said Palestine on it.
Yeah.
So how can you say it's not a legit place if my
There's
passport
coins.
is
Well,
telling
even
me?
so, it's like
There's
what he was
coins.
saying. The people was there, and the name derives from a people.
Yeah, it's facts.
If
Yeah.
that, do you get what I'm trying to say? So
Philistine is the
Yeah.
classical name, Philistines.
So
right?
that's just all the example that you need.
That will send us down in a different rabbit hole because again, Jewish people say obviously that name Palestinia was given to Jewish people. It wasn't to the entire region, but to,
This is elaborate obfuscation, and this is something which the Zionists are very good at. Right? They really obfuscate history, facts, and sometimes I take my hat off to them quietly because they're brilliant. How the fact that they came into a land and slowly started mapping it out, taking it bit by bit, and then ethnically cleansing, and then chasing people out of their country, and then having the audacity and the success in labeling those same people that they've dispossessed as being the terrorists. It's amazing. Who does that? How can you do that? I mean, Americans did it.
Yeah.
Americans, eliminate. The American story is just amazing, right? They eliminated one race of people, enslaved another, and established an empire, and continued that racism of their people of all denominations right up into this century.
I think, you know what?
In fact, it hasn't. Racism is very much there in America. And I wanted to talk. I don't know how much time we've got.
Yeah.
Racism is an important cornerstone of this Israeli project and the overall hegemonic projects around the world. And this is very important. Please allow me a couple of minutes, if you get time, to talk about Darwinism, because it started with Darwinism. I mean, the race superiority wars had started already prior to that.
Yeah.
You know, you had civilizational competition. You mentioned the Crusades earlier.
Yeah.
You had and Edward Said. You mentioned. I'm glad you mentioned him because if you read his book, Culture and Imperialism, and Orientalism as well, then he will articulate to you. He tells you exactly how the West has set up narratives in its popular culture, in its music, in its news, in its theatre, in its films about how there's a superiority in the Western people as opposed to everybody else, and they enforce it, right? And that perception lives on today. So I mean, it's an important point to address. But that what's important to recognise is racism serves a serious purpose for any colonial or hegemonic enterprise because they need to demonize and subjugate a people to justify what they're doing. In India and Africa, they say we're here to civilize the savages, right? If you read Rudyard Kipling's poem, he referred to White Man's Burden, right? He referred to the subject as half man, half beast, and, saying it was a poem encouraging the parents of the white men to go and serve the savages and civilize them. This is the mindset these people had, and it was born of social Darwinism. Social Darwinism was born of the Darwinian theory, which is there's no God. I'm an animal. You're an animal. We're going to fight for that piece of meat, right? And whoever fights, it's a survival of the fittest. Whoever wins in fighting that piece of the meat is superior, has a right to then go and fight somebody else and then take over. So it became this. Darwinism became that foundation and means to justify a lot of the colonialism in the late 19th century.
I want us to obviously get onto that because, like you rightly said, like you can see the fingerprints of the same enemy all around the world, right? Yeah. But before we move on to that, just to quickly, if you don't mind giving like an overview of the different times where I guess people have sat down to somewhat come up with an agreement. So let's just talk about, for example, you touched on 48 or just before 48, 67, 73, the Oslo Accords. Can you tell us about what happened in those sit-downs?
So in 1940, obviously, it was the United Nations, right? They had, and I told you they were. The guilt of the Europeans was meted out on the Palestinian people or the Arab people, saying that look, we're going to give the Jews this land after what happened in the Holocaust stuff. So it was the first partition plan was by the Peel Commission, the Royal Peel Commission in I think it was 1936, right? And that was the first time a partition was proposed in that commission. Okay. By 1948, the UN had come up with the borders and who should get what, and Ben Gurion actually accepted that, and then later he said it's one of the biggest mistakes of my life.
And this is what they point to, saying that they accepted like these agreements and certain things, and
but I think you have to understand that when an entity such as a UN, which is represented by a number of nations at the highest diplomatic level, are making decisions, the Palestinian, the Arab people on the ground don't really have a voice at that point. Yeah. There was no democratic representation of the Palestinian people there. You might have the Arab League there, but who was listening to them? So the decision was passed, and the Arabs were not having it, and that is what caused that war that you referred to earlier on, the first Arab-Israeli war.
But
that war, unfortunately, the Arabs were not going to win, just because of the power that the Zionists had, especially with the American backing, right? The problem there was that opened the road for the massacres and the expulsions from villages, and this was genocide, right? It was ethnic cleansing. There's no doubt about this.
Sorry to cut you. You see, when you talk about history and you tell the story, and obviously it's coming from one side, so I could tell what side you're on in that. Do you not think it's important to tell like the history of Jewish people to understand how they even got to this point, how Zionism, the need for Zionism, or the feel of the need for the Zionism to be created. Like, obviously, you talk about the Holocaust and all that, but that's just a culmination of all the persecution that has been happening for years, being displaced all over the world, persecuted, subjugated to all kinds of stuff. Like, and this stuff actually happened. Do you think it's important to give context to the situation to explain that side of things?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? You have to understand that perspective as well. But I've already given you as much as I could about Jewish history from BC right up how they lived with the Muslims in Spain, how they lived in the Ottoman Empire, right up until Zionism. They lived in relative peace. There was no such thing as anti-Semitism within the Muslim people. There was no, we hate the Jews as you had in Europe. What happened when Zionism came? They exploited. They used their own people, the Jewish people. When I say their own people, they used the Jewish people. I don't believe they were atheists. Right, Herzl, Weizmann, Chaim Weizmann, who some of the founding fathers, they were not religious Jews, right? And in fact, if you speak to the religious Jews, the Hasidic Jews, right now, they don't. They still say and assert we are a people in exile. We don't have a right to a land until the Messiah comes.
Yeah.
This is very central to their beliefs that when the Messiah comes, and it was Asher Ginsburg, 19th century scholar, respected Jewish scholar, who said, after looking into what Zionism was about, he said that if this is the coming of, if this is the Messiah, as in Zionism, he goes, I don't want to see his coming, because he knew it was the dispossession of a people, and he was not for that. He was for a spiritual idea of Zionism, meaning that the Jewish people have a right to go there and live there, but not ask for their own land, because the land idea is a colonial enterprise idea. It's not an idea for a religious people who say themselves that are in exile. There's no legitimacy from a Jewish standpoint of. Let me be careful with that one. From a religious Jewish perspective, they don't believe they have a right to the land until the Messiah comes. And Zionism, I guarantee you, Zionism is not the Messiah.
All right. Well. Okay. Cool.
This is. Yeah.
So what about? Because like I pretty much said before, you get some people saying, "Look, I'm for a two-state solution."
Yeah.
Oh, I want to go back to the agreement in '73 or '67. What's the difference between those agreements? And also, do you believe there should be a two-state solution anyway? Like, how is there ever going to be peace?
Right. Okay. We're going to be clear. Israel's not going anywhere, and I'm not. I'm definitely not one of those people who call for its elimination. I think it's a stupid thing to say, right? There should definitely be two states, and the the Palestinians ultimately came round to that idea.
Yeah.
Right. But it's important to understand what happened in '67. 67 was when Israel occupied the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
Right? To this day, they've occupied it. You might hear things about them coming out of the Gaza Strip now and giving them some level of autonomy. It's still a besieged area, right? If you look at the lists of things that they cannot import into, forget the humanitarian stuff, right? You can't have things that are banned in being imported into Gaza: books, wedding dresses, coriander, really stupid list of things, right? It's amazing. It's an area under siege. There's a blockade. They have checkposts to come in and out of that border, which is a checkpost. It's not even a border, right? This is another false narrative to think that somehow the Gaza Strip has a border around it. It's a wall, just like Trump's wall.
Yeah.
That's probably where Trump got the idea from, right? It's a wall, and it's a territory of an occupied people. This is what I want to emphasize about 1967 is when the occupation heightened at that point. Let's leave aside 1948 and the borders that the UN came up with. 67 was when the occupation happened.
Yeah.
Now, the PLO, ultimately, the Oslo Accords in the 90s was an acknowledgement that there will be a two-state solution, and we need to now work towards it. I guarantee you're never going to get a two-state solution with the current right-wing governments.
Yeah.
Now you've got extreme right wings. You've got declared terrorists like Ben Gvir in power, as a defense secretary,
Yeah.
you're never going to get to. It's a dead and buried idea under Netanyahu and the Likud and the right-wing government. It's not going to happen. So do I think, of course, I think there should be a two-state solution. Okay. Do I think it's going to happen? No, not under the current setup. And here's why I'm really disheartened right now. And to the point of, I find it difficult to talk about. If I see a tweet now, I tend to ignore it. There is such a gross injustice in the world. I think there always has been, and we've always been a little bit in the cloud in recognizing it. The fact that Israel gets away with doing what it's doing right now under this pretext of we're going to eliminate Hamas. And by the way, all they're doing is creating another 100,000 Hamas members. That's all they're doing, right? They're not eliminating Israel. They're not eliminating Hamas. Hamas are going nowhere, especially after all of this. They just reinforce them. So under this pretext, they're carrying out the genocide, and the Western governments, the democratic governments, are backing it. They're not calling it out. Bit by bit, you're kind of saying ceasefire. You've got a different term now coming out. A ceasefire, a sustainable ceasefire. All these stupid words they put together just to allow it to carry on, right? This is a fundamental problem because it shows a failing of democracy. This phantom idea of democracy we have, where we control our MPs in Parliament and we have a voice, believe me, we're too busy in our own lives to, first of all, exert influence on our MPs and for them not to be bought by other lobbied interests that they're surrounded by. This is a failure of democracy, right? The fact that Israel can carry on doing what it's doing right now, because our voices don't mean anything. How many people are coming out protesting? You do a vote right now, you'd have 70 to 80% of people voting for a ceasefire and stopping what's going on. But it doesn't happen, right? So this is something which is we should all be concerned about, because this is just something in our face. But there are going to be many more examples. The last couple of 100 years, the colonial years, are littered, dogged with this kind of behaviour, justification of oppression. There were some sick things that have happened in the last 100, 200 years. Where do I start? I mean, they learned nothing after World War One. The French went straight to Indochina in Vietnam. The French were in Algeria. The Brits were in Kenya. You know about the Mau Mau uprising.
Yep.
You had there was Patrice Lumumba in Congo. Got rid of him, and the Belgians were involved in that.
Yeah.
Belgians under King Leopold who killed 10 million Africans.
Yep.
From the rubber plantations, cutting off their hands if they wouldn't pick enough rubber in a particular day. I mean, it was
Putting them
terrible.
in zoos as well. Human
Full
zoos.
23.
The figures range from like 10 to 14 million. I've not heard 23 though.
The point is, it was all justified under civility and to civilize the savages, born from the Darwinist ideas, right? Which coupled with the supremacy or the ascendancy of Europe at the time because of the education they offered and the scientific advancement, they were able to get. I've always had this idea, the Europeans came with. They had a book in one hand and a sword in another, greed in one eye and arrogance in the other. This is how I frame the European people when they came to Asia and Africa and, to some extent South America when you look at the Americans. So there's always been this injustice, and we have to recognize that Israel is just the latest chapter, possibly the last colonial chapter, but it is very much a settler colonial enterprise.
Do you feel like to get this two-state solution, right? This right-wing government needs to go, and Hamas has to go, just as much.
Do you know that this right-wing government brought about Hamas or the Israelis? Do you know
that? I've heard that though.
Right.
But speak on that.
So,
please.
okay, Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, which was like a religious social movement in, I think, 1924. A guy called Hassan al-Banna.
Okay.
He created it. Do you know Tariq Ramadan?
No.
Okay, it's his grandson. The Muslim Brotherhood were a social movement. They ultimately won the elections about 10, 12 years ago under Morsi. And then obviously, and it was always going to happen. There were Israel and the global hegemonic empires were not going to let a Muslim leadership come and stay in power. So they got rid of him, and he was killed in jail. He died in jail. Morsi about 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah, because they took over what? They won in 2005 or so?
No, Morsi won in 2010, I think maybe.
Okay.
Right, within a year or two, he was gone. They're not going to let it happen. It's also with Israel's security. But okay, there's a reason I was mentioning that.
Hamas being linked to
Hamas.
right-wing. Yeah.
Hamas are born of the Muslim Brotherhood, right?
Okay.
And they were when they came. I think it was in the late 80s. They came into Palestine under Sheikh Yassin, the guy in a wheelchair. He was actually quite a down to earth, nice person. concerned about social welfare of the people, but he's been somehow demonized into being some leader of a terrorist group, which is a false narrative. What the Israelis did in the 90s is they started funding Hamas.
Okay.
Right, this is an important point, and this is historically factual. They funded Hamas to break the vote bank of the PLO of the PA, and they it's a divide and conquer strategy.
Okay, sorry, can you tell people just a bit about the PA, the Palestinian Authority?
The PA is fundamentally, it's like a government, right, without being a government, because they weren't a state. They were never allowed to be a state, so they couldn't really have a formal government recognized internationally. So
they're like an umbrella.
They're like an umbrella of authority for the Palestinian people.
Okay, cool.
And you had Fatah, you had the PLO, you had different groups within it. But Hamas were bought in by Israel, paid for, funded to break the vote bank. Right, what they essentially created was nothing different to Frankenstein's monster. Right, ultimately, Hamas became they won the elections. I think it was 2004 or 6 or something like that, and they stayed in power. Now people ask, why would the people vote in a group like that? Well, they were not. They came in belligerent, right? They came in with the narratives that we're going to get rid of the Zionists, not the Jewish people, right? What you're hearing in the news is that Hamas calls for the elimination of Jews. It doesn't. It calls for the elimination of the Zionist state, the Zionist entity. There's a difference between that and calling for the killing of the Jews. They don't do that, and yet that's what gets peddled in the media here.
I think the issue is a lot of the time people are saying, how do you separate the Zionist state from the state of Israel? You know what I mean? Like, how do you say that, really?
It's not even just the states, but that's where the problem comes. Do you think like a lot of people are conflating the
the overall agenda of like Zionism and Judaism?
Even when you talk about what Israel's doing and stuff like that, he's not talking about the regime, innit?
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say. But then you don't necessarily refer to the regime. You say Jews. You talk about the people. So like I don't know.
I'll tell you what it is. The ace card is the conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
Yeah.
That's their ace card. And they've done it for 100 years. In fact, I say 100 years. Zionism's been around for 126 years, probably a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But the point at which they realized that they need the Jewish people to fulfill their enterprise was probably more like 100 years, right? So that conflation, that forced association, which you could argue that it's natural because Zionism is about the repatriation of the Jewish people back to the Holy Land, right? Which is what the Messiah was supposed to encourage, right? But the Messiah hadn't come.
Yeah.
So why would the Jews, if they believe in their religion, why would they follow Zionism? Yet that conflation was forced. To this day, it's forced. And the moment you criticize Zionism as an entity, as a racist, genocidal entity, you get called anti-Semite.
Anti-Semitic,
This is the problem.
Do you think it's dangerous when people are saying, "Oh, the Jews just want to kill all the Palestinians. They just want to kill all the Palestinians. They want to take the whole place"? Because then again, you're talking about the people. You're not talking about the regime. The people that are actually making the decisions.
Yep.
So if you look at the, I tell you, look, racism is a cornerstone of an imperial or colonial project. That racism, there's a great interview by Abby Martin, right? She did interviews of average Israelis on the streets, and they all had nothing. They treat the Palestinians like dogs, lesser human beings. Kill them all, get rid of them. They're all saying that. It's because it's indoctrinated from a young age. You need to have that race. It's no different from white supremacists in America. Needing to remind people of the Hispanics and the black people and the Chinese. They're all like this. They're all like that. And they're and this is the Orient. We haven't talked about Orientalism, right? But Orientalists would pick up on the negative habits of a particular people and amplify them, and then write complete thesis on, well, this is what these people are like, right? Like Lord Cromer about the Egyptians, right? They're irrational people. They don't come, really just stereotype, and they get amplified and passed on through literature. And then by the time it reaches the public ears, which is what Said talks about, then everyone believes that narrative that these people are lesser, right? So the Israelis have done exactly the same. Through their education system. I've seen clips of classrooms where they're asked about, what do you think about so-and-so? And they're all saying negative things about Palestinian people. So that racism is a cornerstone of that, of this project and every colonial project. It's a really, again, it comes down to that Darwinian problem, social Darwinism. Because when social Darwinism came along, They started, measuring skulls, and this is person's less sophisticated. Do you know about Otabenga? Have you heard of Otabenga?
No.
Otabenga was a pygmy.
Okay.
Short guy.
Twa people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Papua New Guinea. The Americans picked him up from where he was a family man, right? A short guy, because they're short people. They put him in a zoo in New York. And he had people coming and poking fun at him. And they were saying this is the proof of evolution, right? Because it's still Darwinist thinking. This guy committed suicide in the cell. He couldn't handle that. They treat him like an animal. So this is social Darwinism is saying you got the Nordic Anglo-Saxons, then you got the Anglo-Saxons, then you got the Alpines, which are like the French and Italians, and then you've got this race and you got that race, and at the bottom of the pile are these people over here. They had this hierarchy, and they believed in it. There's a book by Madison Grant called "The Passing of the Great Race," right? And all this stuff is in there, right? He was a well-known person. I think he's an author or a scientist in the late 1900s or late 1800s or early 1900s. They believed seriously about race superiority.
Yeah, no, for real. When they was trying to colonize, like going to all these places and trying to civilize the world and all that and stuff like that. Like, I don't know whoever started the ideas might have had. I don't know what the intentions was or whatever, but if you read stuff about the people around the times and that, they genuinely believed they was doing like God's work. Like
it was. That's an important point because a lot of it was driven by the missionaries in the 19th century, even in the Holy Land. Right after, I don't want to bore you with a lot of detail, but the Americans went through what's called the Barbary Wars, where they had just had a new navy fleet. This is like the early 1800s, and they used to be at war with the Algerians and Tunisians, the Berber people, but they called them the Barbary Wars. It was once they established dominance in that region and managed to subdue the people by, especially the same thing that's going on now, demonize the people, get the public to buy into it, and then you can do whatever you want because you got the public support. They did it from that point. It was at that time when the missionaries started coming into the Holy Land. And that's when the early ideas of Zionism, Christian Zionism, took off, to accelerate the coming of Christ. So, the missionaries were a fundamental problem in Africa and in Asia, right? Because this pretext was Christianity and to civilize the people. They did some barbaric things under. Do you know, in Rwanda, the war between the Tutus and the Hutsis in the 90s? Yeah. Do you know what the origins of that tribal conflict was? It was a guy called John Hanning Speke. Look it up. Speke, S-P-E-K-E. John Hanning Speke introduced the idea of the Hamitic theory.
This is why I said to you earlier that it's all myth. Because if you accept the whole Semitic coming from Shem, then you have to accept that all black or Negro people come from Ham.
That's right.
And then, you know what I mean? And so...
It was fundamentally racist. I mean, it's biblical theory, but Hamitic... And basically what Hanning Speke said... I can't remember the Tutsi or the Hutus, but to one of them he said that you guys are more of European persuasion. You have those guys are of Hamitic descent. You guys have got a bit of European descent in you, right? That introduced a fundamental racism between two tribes. Yeah, read up on it. This is how the origins, 150-year trouble between the Tutsis and Hutus started by a white man from England.
And also
it's amazing.
Also, how they, I guess, the Catholics were supporting one group over others, over another group at different times as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, pretty much like you said, they had to make the difference between how they looked.
They accentuate the differences. Yeah. I mean, we haven't got time to go into because I've studied a lot of Indian history with the Mughal Empire and then the oncoming of the Brits, and the East India Company. And East India Company was just the most corrupt organization in the world history, the most corrupt organization and corporation in world history, to the extent it had its own army. It had its own army, and its shareholders sat in Westminster. So all the famines, all of the belligerence and the racism was endorsed by people, by MPs in Westminster. Yeah, they were the shareholders of, and it was terrible. I mean, there's a lot of detail there, so probably haven't got time for that. But my point is, this subjugation of the people, the racism is a cornerstone. And I'll tell you something really interesting. racism, what we call racism, is ultimately one man saying to another man, I'm better than him. On account of color, on account of class, on account of wealth, on account of intelligence, on account a number of things. But it's one man saying to another, I'm better than you. The most common ones are based on race, historically have been, right? But when one man asserts dominance over another, that's when things go wrong. And the first, and I tend to, I've avoided it today, but I normally bring religion into these because I study the Islamic faith a lot as well. When God, and this, I think this is in the Bible as well, God asked the angels to, when Adam was created, God asked the angels to bow down to him, prostrate yourself before him, right? This is part of the elevation of the creation of man, and also, the significance of his significance was being manifested. Everyone bowed except for Iblis, the devil.
But
Lucifer, Satan. But now he wasn't an angel. We don't believe. I know in Christian theology he's an angel, but we believe that he was from the jinn.
Okay.
Which is like where the word genie comes from, Aladdin genie, right? So it's a parallel life form that exists here, but it's possession. We can go into possession and things, right? But the point is, he refused to bow. He said, "I'm better than him. I made a fire," because we believe they make it made of a smokeless fire, what we can now call an electromagnetic energy, right? Like a heat somewhere up the electromagnetic spectrum, which is probably why we can't see them. But he said, "I made a fire." He's made of dust, because we are made of dust, right? So he refused to bow, and that's why he was essentially, thrown out, and he asked for respite until the end of time. My point is, Satan, Iblis, Lucifer, was the first racist in the universe. When he said, "I'm better than him," and his job, we call him the whisperer, and I think in Christianity it's called the whisperer as well, right? Because we believe that the negative thoughts that we have, if our faith is not strong and we're prone to that whispering, right? What we call the voice in our head.
Yeah.
That's a lot of times that can be the devil whispering, because that network of devils or whatever you want to call them, right? Will ultimately whisper into, and it's the last verse in the Quran. It's very interesting. The last two verses in the Quran are very interesting. They're only 4 lines long, each of them, right? This one here, Surah Falak, is about to guard against jealousy, right? I seek refuge from the Lord of the Dawn, from the jealous person when he executes his jealousy. وَمِن شَرِّ حَاسِدٍ إِذَا حَسَدَ, which means when a jealous person, not just a jealous person, but when a jealous person executes his jealousy, protect yourself. I seek refuge in God from at that point. And then the last one is seeking refuge from the whisperer, right? The whisperer who whispers into the hearts of men, it says, right? And what is that whisperer telling us? He's better than you.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm better than him. I'm dressed better than him. I'm more intelligent than this person. I have more money than this person. Look at him. He's a tramp. Look at that. And the whole colonial enterprise is based on we are better than you, reinforced by the same facets that Edward Said highlights in his books about the various attributes of cultural imperialism. Anyway, we're getting into a lot of detail, guys. I know. I'll stop myself there.
I wanted to ask a few questions, I guess, that's been given to us from the community, right? So a lot of these, because I feel like there were pretty much 2 batches of questions, isn't it, Brent, right? So you've got stuff that's more black-related issues and stuff that's more Israel-Palestine. I feel like we kind of spoke about Israel-Palestine, right, pretty much. So one of the questions about I guess, black people is, to what extent have global movements for racial justice, such as the BLM movement, influenced the perspectives and the activism of black Palestinians?
Of black Palestinians?
And how, from your perspective, how are black Palestinians treated?
So you could argue, you could posit as how are the black Jews, like the Ethiopian Jews that are in Israel right now, how are they treated? Do you know they were castrating them?
Yeah.
Right? There's this. I told you it's a racist state.
They were injecting
It's not about Judaism with the Zionists. It's about this race of people, European race of people, who are colonializing like previous colonists did. I don't really have a perspective on black, so-called black Palestinians, because Palestinians are largely not black. They're a kind of a middle race, sometimes, right? Because that land is a point where the various root races of the world meet. Not so much so there are a few root races, right? You've got the Mongoloid, which is a Chinese look. You've got the Negroid, the African look. You've got the Caucasian, which used to be called Aryan, but it became a problematic word. The Caucasian, and you've got there's a Dravidian, the Dravids, which is the Indian, and which root right back into what are the Aboriginal people of the of Australia. So they're the Dravidian people.
Yeah.
But what you've got where Israel is a merging of the Negroid race and the Caucasoid, right, or the Aryan. So it's like if you go to Egypt, then you've got darker complexions and you've got the lighter ones. It's a very interesting mix. Same with Libya, all across North Africa. You've got that kind of merged middle look. So I don't know of any so quote unquote black Palestinians because I never see them on the videos I've seen.
What about the dynamic between, I guess, black people and Arab speaking, or even the Berbers in North Africa? Because I always people obviously talk about how everyone should kind of band together and fight against this white supremacy, right? And the Zionism and things of that nature. I fully agree. But I'm also quick to also remind people that a lot of the problems that black people face are unique to black people. And unfortunately, are being subjugated by people, Arab people, and Berber people, Amazigh people, right? So, like, what's your perspective on that? Like in Morocco or Algeria?
So, are you asking if there is racism in these North African countries?
Yeah, and how do you feel like, I guess, the general population kind of feel about that? Because, like I said, it's like everyone's saying, yeah, let's band together and fight what's going on for white supremacy. But amongst ourselves, there's still internal fighting where you see yourself as better than me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
There is that. I mean, I've done a lot of work in Saudi in my time, and it's definitely there. I'm not going to deny it. There is a racism, an intra-racism in every nation.
Yeah.
You want to talk about racism? Look at India, and just not so much Pakistan. Pakistan is influenced by Indian culture, but it's the Muslim faith which kind of keeps them a little bit more level-headed in respect of the hierarchical differences. Whereas India, you got a very explicit caste system.
Yeah.
Right. It's religiously sanctioned racism. That's what I call it. It is. It's religiously sanctioned. Right. You've got the four fundamental groupings. You've got the Brahmins, which are like the religious classes, right? Normally of fairer complexion. You've got the Kshatriyas, which are the warrior races. I think there's the Vaishyas. I think they're like the merchant class. And then you got the what is called the untouchables, and there are various subcategories in each one of these, right? So there's thousands of castes, but it is ultimately it's religiously instituted racism. Now, so that's a separate topic and an example of intra-racism. In Pakistan, we've got tribal issues and we've got some caste level issues as well, where if someone's of a particular trade, and another guy is from a religious background, descendant of the Prophet, they have their issues. What you're referring to is more color oriented, right? And by the way, India is pure color oriented, right? So if you look at we won't get into detail, but it's very. In Saudi and in the countries you refer to, Morocco, I haven't got experience of Morocco, Algeria, and these places, but I do know from my trips to Saudi and to the Gulf states that there is racism there. And what the Prophet, peace be upon him, said in his last sermon, and his last sermon was treated as almost like a constitution moving forward. He said that no Arab is superior over a non-Arab, and no non-Arab is superior over an Arab, and no white man is superior over a black man, no black man is superior over a white man. These are fundamental principles that there's a guy called, I don't know if you know a guy called Bilal.
Yeah, Bilal.
Yeah, who was an Ethiopian, and he was elevated to such an extent that people name their kids after him now, right? Because he had a beautiful voice, he did the call to prayer, and people cried with his voice. His voice is beautiful. But the point is that he was elevated, and this is a legacy that our Prophet left us. That there is no color, right? You've got to there is color. There is no superiority or inferiority.
Yeah.
This is what we've got to guard against. And for as long as we are entangled and embroiled in this notion of I'm better than this person on account of my color, on account of this, we're failing ourselves and our origin and our religious dictates as well. So. I don't know if I've answered your question, but there is. I will acknowledge that there is a problem.
You see, when that was say Africa, like Morocco, Algeria, and all that, the normal Africans, you're saying is there that unity? Do they look at, say, like a West African like you and say, oh, yeah, that's my brother or whatever? When you look at them, how do you think?
I see a difference, though. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I see a difference, but I think it's because I feel like the difference originates on that side. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you can go to, look at the history. Again, like,
I'll
you
tell
can
you what the
testament to
answer
that.
is.
Yeah.
I agree. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the difference between the difference is education. It's awareness. It's understanding. If you are an informed person, you know your history, you know the origins of different people, you know how societies have evolved, you know how politics have evolved, how human psychology has evolved, especially in the age of social media now. If you have this broad understanding of humanity and your existence, but the guy you're looking at, let's say, for example, some Moroccan guy, right, who is not educated, who's very tribal, who's very closed-minded, who's very, you could say, backward, right? He hasn't got that worldly understanding. Then there will be a conflict between you two at the intellectual level, right? But that gets, no one will address it at the intellectual level. They'll bring it down to the physical level of looks and status and these sort of things. You know, it becomes very bizarre in terms of making that comparison, but it comes ultimately down to an inability to align intellectually.
Do you know what the thing is? Like, and I agree with you, but I feel like the ideal way would be to deal with it in a different way, right? But the current way, it's like I constantly get a reminder of, like, even recent history. Look at Zanzibar.
Yeah.
Look at Mauritania today. Look at like you said, Saudi, Libya. Like, black people are seen as second class, 15th class. You know what I'm saying? Compared to the people who are in North Africa right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how do I forget about that and face my attention elsewhere?
I think I don't think there's a need to forget. I think there's a need to educate and inform.
Yeah.
One of my fundamental ethoses in life. I mean, I'm no one, first of all, right? But I'm going to tell you what my personal belief is. That I want to be able to study, learn, understand, and then disseminate what I've understood.
Yeah.
Right. For the sake of, you got to bring people together through understanding. It's the only way. Right. If two disparate people, culturally disparate people, or disparate people, come together and understand each other's ways and understand why they live in a particular way, and then there's a historical context behind that, that changes everything.
Yeah.
But for as long as we remain ignorant of each other, then you're not coming together. You know, there's a verse in the Quran which something along the lines of God created you as we, as in God, refers to as we.
Yeah.
We created you as nations and tribes so you may come to know each other. Right, and it's a simple line, but it's an immense meaning behind it. That says someone over here have a different culture, they look different, they dress different, they eat different. I also look just as alien to them when they look at me, but we have to now come to know each other. Otherwise, you're going to be at war. And what the colonial world has done for the last couple of hundred years is to accentuate the differences and attribute an intelligence and superiority to one to justify the elimination of the other. Normally for ulterior motives and ends, resources, wealth, everything comes down to that. Since the industrial age, in fact, the whole of history is about coming down to the wealth and status. But since the industrial age, where it all became about resourcing and selling things into people, and we've got the same thing going on now. But driven more by a financial slavery, where every country, you guys were talking earlier on about some countries' national debt. I forget which one it was, Kenya maybe.
Yeah, Kenya.
Right? There's a great website called the National Debt Clock, right? Which has the debt of every nation in the world. And some of them are just crazy. America, we think is one of the most richest countries in the world. It's got, I think it's a $70 trillion debt. There's not enough people in the country to satisfy the government debt, the Federal Reserve, the money that the government owes to the Federal Reserve, right? Because they're all it's so crafty, right? They in this country it's called the Bank of England, right? As in it all belongs to us. It's England's bank. It's a bloody privately held corporation, and it lends money to the government. And the national debt, the government that spends on wars and things like that, me, you, and everyone here, the public pays that money back to a private interest of a lender. And the Federal Reserve sounds like, national federal. No, it's privately held.
Yeah, facts.
These things need to be understood. Look, the physical geographical colonialism of the 19th century has now morphed into a colonialism of ideas, right, and financial enslavement. Now, when countries have no money, like you gave example of Kenya, then the moment you're in debt, you're subjugated.
Yeah.
Right, and I don't think there are any nations in the world which are not subjugated or not in debt. But the point is, it becomes relative how much debt do you have. Most developing countries are dependent on debt. They have tyrannical leaders or puppets, military monarchs, who are imposed by the Americans, like by and large, if not the French and the British as well. And the Brits handed over the colonial reigns to the Americans after World War One, and the Americans had this doctrine of benevolent supremacy, which basically means that we love you, but we're better than you, right?
Who do you think's worse, the Americans or the Brits?
Oh man, the Americans haven't been around long enough, but I would argue the Americans. Because I'll tell you why. Because in an age of understanding and knowledge, right, there was a lot more ignorance in the 19th century because education wasn't as broadly. Now we've got information at our fingertips, and everyone is aware. And despite that, the Americans are doing what they're doing. And if you get into the amount of regime changes and people they've removed from power, South America's littered with it. I mean, I can give you many examples, but in Guatemala, the United Fruit Company in the 1920s, I think it was, the Democratic leaders wanted to get rid of the Americans because they were taking all of the fruit and the resources for themselves, right? And the moment they tried to start the revolution, the CIA stepped in and got rid of the guy.
And that is in Puerto Rico now as well.
So in almost every country in South America, they've imposed. They fought against the indigenous democratic socialist leaders to impose someone who they can control. They do it in every country. That for me is worse than what the Brits did. The Brits, it's a difficult comparison, but the Brits came in with this idea that we're here to civilize you guys. And in India, they made railways. And everyone thinks, great, they did a great job. They made railways to transport the opium from Kabul down to Calcutta and sell it into Hong Kong, into the Chinese. You know about the Boxer Revolution in China. It was driven by the opium trade and people's rebellion to, the predominance of the Brits and the French. So, yes, they made railways, but it's for their own good. We gave them government. Yeah, but again, that was to control the bloody country. The Brits had never had the interest of the Indian people at heart. Never. It was. If you look at Lord Macaulay in the early 1800s, he wanted to create what we called the brown Sabs, right? Have the brown Englishmen, get them to speak like us and behave like us. And this is a very important point. Very important point. The more you imitate or try your best to imitate another person or a culture, the more you're elevating that culture.
Glad you said it, man.
It's like I can't stand Bollywood. I put it out there right now. Bollywood makes me sick, right? Especially under the Modi years, it's all become a tool for propaganda. They made some good films in the 80s and stuff, but and before that. But now, in the 90s, they completely lost their culture, and they speak English. Their dances and the moves are nothing to do with their culture now. They've even got pole dancing women, white women, in certain songs now. Right, as though it's somehow modern and Western and progressive, and all they're doing by aping the West is elevate the West. In that sense. Now, I say West in generic terms because obviously there's many good things about the West, and there's a separate debate. But culturally, to ape someone for the sake of uplifting yourself or your perception of yourself, I think it's a mental slavery.
Yeah, for real.
Which is something which, unfortunately, it's what can I say? We're alive right now, right? It's going out. But there's so much to be said about India and the political and the social psychological state of people because of the caste system in that country, And I'd welcome any challenges on that, but it's a fundamentally flawed system. When you have inequality in your society is based on equality. Now, that's not to discount inequality. It exists. I've got one amount of money and wealth and earning, and you got another, and he's got another. That's normal. But when you capitalize and when you ensure that the lesser classes remain lesser and mistreat them, that's a problem.
Yeah, 100%.
That's a problem. That's different from me being well-to-do and having a philanthropic approach to life. So I want to bring these people up.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, there's communism is a dead theory from an Islamic perspective because there's no such thing as equality. You can't have equality. You're always going to ups and downs.
Yep.
But what is wrong is when the people up do whatever it takes to look after themselves and completely ignore everyone
them
down here
down,
because
yeah,
they're worthless. And you'll find that capitalism, the notion of capitalism, also links back to Darwinism because it's survival of the fittest.
Emmanuel's a fan of capitalism.
Yeah.
He's a fan of capitalism.
Oh, are you?
He's
We-
a
we-
Darwinist.
we-
I'm not dissing capitalism. It's
Yeah,
the way
yeah.
it's the way of the world.
Yeah.
But when capitalism comes, when you are eliminating a certain class of people or business at the expense, when you're building your own empire at the expense of others, it's legitimate as far as capitalism is concerned.
Yeah.
But you know, I remember in the 80s, you had lots of you had bakers at the local shopping store, you had grocers, you had your butchers, all gone.
Yeah.
Now it's all Tesco, Sainsbury, Asda, and Waitrose, right? And people would argue, well, that's just the way of things. That's how things evolve. You got power, you can do this. There's an argument in that,
Yeah.
but I think there's something fundamentally wrong when if I have the ability to pay for a certain kind of advertising, certain kind of messaging, and propagate through media that I've got control over, and therefore that influences the people who start moving away from your local suppliers into your massive company. There's something wrong with that. I haven't got a solution for it, but I think there's something wrong with that.
I think we definitely need to have a conversation about capitalism.
Yeah.
But only because of time and because people did put in like a lot of questions.
Yeah.
You mentioned about South America. Have you heard about the whole land dispute between Venezuela and Guyana
The recent one?
recently? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what's your thoughts on that though?
I haven't looked into it in detail.
Okay,
I've heard that they've taken over part of the land. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a CIA operation behind it, because much of what happens in South America, especially with military dictatorships, has got the puppet holder. The
Yep.
puppet strings are held by the CIA. I mean, the problem with these things is that people treat this as conspiracy theory. But a reading of history, and I recommend Washington Bullets by Vijay Prasad, brilliant book. It goes into the details of how almost every country in South America has been interfered with by the American establishment, whether it's CIA, whether it's the political deep state or economic order. They've influenced and had influence and removed leaders when it's suited. Like Pinochet is an example in Chile, right? Pinochet was brought in because again there was a socialist leader.
Yeah.
Evo Morales it was a socialist leader. They need to remove him. There was Allende, who was removed by Pinochet.
Yeah.
The puppet organizations to remove the socialists want to have concern for the people.
Yeah.
Right. So whatever's happening in Venezuela is very likely to be promoted or exercised by the Americans. I don't really doubt that.
I think we spoke briefly about the situation in Chile like a few weeks back, actually. With when that guy died, what's his name?
Pinochet.
No, the American. I can't remember. But yeah, let me ask a few of the questions that people brought in. Do you know much about the Black Hebrews? The Hebrew Israelites and the
Is
Black
that the 13th
Jews?
tribe? Is that
No,
because there's one of the theories is that the Ethiopians. I mean, this gets into Rastafarianism and Haile Selassie and all this stuff. But the point is that I don't know. I've never heard the term Black Hebrews, but I know there's a theory that the 13th tribe, the lost tribe, are the ones that are in Ethiopia, or at least they're one of the tribes, right?
Okay.
So
I think people are more so talking about like, you know, Marxist friends, the Hebrew Israelites. But basically, this is like a not to be very generic, right, but like a Black Power movement that started in America, and they believe that they are the original Jews, or the original Hebrews, I should say.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So they tie their lineage back. You know what I'm saying? So it was a movement that pretty much started in the late 19th century. And so you see them on certain street corners in America. There used to be Oxford Street as well. I think I saw one group in Romford last year as well.
they have a
Kingston,
table out with the leaflets and stuff.
Kingston Shopping Centre.
You see what I'm saying? They're about, man.
There was the creation of these groups was a reaction to. I mean, it goes into in the post emancipation period in America when you had the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, the Jim Crow period.
Yeah.
A lot of people migrated from the South into the North to work in the industrial cities, and then when you had depression in America, fact, you had in the 20s, it was kind of booming, but there was a lot of animosity. In 1919, post World War One, there was a lack of jobs, and then there was a lot of aggression towards the black people who had migrated northwards at that point, right? So that poverty in the people induces racism, and that's a very interesting phenomenon because it's happening here. A lot of the Tommy Robinsons of the world and the extreme right rise as a combination because of, and I can really go into a lot of detail on this, because of their own poverty, which is a result of government policies, right? And what the government does through its media channels, especially Tory type governments, is they will divert the energy from from the people to looking upwards to look at the immigrants and the boats and the Eastern Europeans and the Poles taking jobs. They divert the attention, right? So then these people, the same people, the underclass, the economic underclass, take that on board. They have a channel through which to express their frustration, and the people who got them in that position, the government leaders or your MPs, just carry on doing what they need to do. It's all manipulation. So. Why did I give you that example? Because you're asking about
the Hebrew Israelites, the black Jews.
So in America, you had in the early 1900s a number of groups, religious type groups, even the Nation of Islam.
That's right. Big up the nation.
Yeah, they. I mean, I can talk a lot about Malcolm X as well. He was one of my heroes.
Okay.
And I recommend if anyone's not read his autobiography, read the.
So you're a fan of the Nation of Islam?
Sorry?
Are you a fan of the Nation of Islam?
I don't agree with Nation of Islam because they're too militant in terms of... I agree with Malcolm X's approach as opposed to Luther King's approach, which was, one, you need to be a little bit more, these people are not going to listen, we're going to stand for ourselves. I'm more for that approach than, let's work together, let's love each other. I don't believe they had the ability to love. It doesn't work, right? So in that respect, I'm more with the nation. But the problem with the nation is it talks more in terms of black supremacy as opposed to... the bringing up of the rights or standing for the rights of black people. You had Marcus Garvey,
yes,
for example, his idea of the union of the
Legal Improvement
Association. Legal Improvement Association. That's right. So that sort of thing I'm more a fan of, right? So the nation was a little bit too. I think they kind of amalgamated Islamic ideas or principles. I mean, even the origins of nations are a bit dark or a bit weird. Actually, not dark. A guy called Fard,
Master Fard.
Yeah. So he was a bit of a no one, but then this is a time, as I mentioned, in the 1920s when there was a lot of religious groups created as a protest for the attacks they were experiencing from the white supremacists or from the white people. So, and there were again a number. I think there's one called, was it the Millerites? I forget the name now. No, maybe that was a Christian denomination from the 19th century. But there were a few that grew up. But Nation of Islam persisted from 1936 when Elijah Muhammad moved on. And then it became, I think, the Nation of Islam now under Farrakhan. I mean, the funny thing is he says sensible things, but at the same time he says some really not outrageous, but controversial things. Okay. So I'm a bit confused as to what the nation's about right now. But under Malcolm X, I think they had ascended. They were Malcolm X was a very powerful orator. His story is amazing. If anyone's listening doesn't know about Malcolm X, you need to know about Malcolm X. You need to know that this guy spent 10 years in prison. He went in uneducated. He read books for 10 years, and he came out a highly erudite man who took on newscasters, interviewers, took on the world. He did a speech or a debate in the Oxford Union. Absolutely amazing man, cut down in his prime by the CIA using the handlers. There's an interesting documentary on Netflix called "Who Killed Malcolm X."
There's some inaccuracies in that though. But
probably
story,
we can't say. But the point, I'm convinced that J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI got rid of him
100%.
because he was becoming very powerful. And the pretext was the disagreement he had with. Elijah Muhammad and the nation at the time. Okay, so when the turning point in his life is when he went to Mecca, and he realized, and he was praying next to black people, white people, yellow people, mid-brown people, all nations were around there, and that's when the idea of the black supremacy left him. And he came back, and that went against the rhetoric of the nation, and then it became about the uplift, similar to what Garvey wanted to do, right? Yeah. So, but then this is between 63, 65,
Yeah.
he wasn't able to take that anywhere. You know, he was cut down in his prime. I mean, one of the saddest things for me was how Ali was disagreed with him. They show it in the film as well, but it's true that he disagreed with the fact that he had left Elijah. But then years later, Ali expressed that as one of his biggest regrets that he stood against Malcolm. Yeah, absolutely amazing man.
But Malcolm, just to be a bit fair, like obviously when he was in prison, like I said, he read loads of books and stuff. But it was the nation that made Malcolm.
Yes.
All right.
It propelled him along. It propelled him along, absolutely, no doubt. Because the ideas of the nation were about standing up and almost not rebellion to an extent, right? Yeah, to an extent where they can't arrest you for it, but you speak out against your oppressor. And I mean, one of my pinned tweets is look back into the eye of your oppressor and tell him about himself, just like he's done with you.
Yeah.
It's very important.
So that's what he did with the nation, basically.
What do you mean?
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would say Malcolm X took that approach where he said you got to look back at your oppressor and tell him about himself. Look,
sorry, what do you mean by that? You mean as in looking back? Wait, what do you mean? Looking back at what? The nation as his
This is what I'm
oppressor?
saying.
No, of course not.
I'm saying look back at your oppressor.
As in the white man.
Yes.
Yeah.
In this case.
Okay.
Look him in the eye and tell him.
Double entendre.
Tell him of his habits.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? Just as he told you. Look, Orientalism. You have to understand something. When you study something, you become an unspoken master of it. So if I'm going to study let's say the Asian people, and say here are the habits. The Southern Asians like this, North Asians they had this habit. They dress. If I completely profile their behavior, then there's kind of an unspoken mastery I have of them, even though it could all be wrong. But that's what Orientalism is about, right? They study someone, and the moment you start writing about that person, then you somehow have superiority. My point is, we need to look back into the eyes of the oppressor, in this case, the European colonist, and tell them about their habits and their origin and their history and their bad habits. If you're not doing that, you're not getting anywhere. You have to be able to look back in their eyes and tell them what they're about. I'd love to have a discussion with that scumbag. Douglas Murray.
Yeah.
Right, I'd love to. I'd put him in his place. That guy is just a snobby racist, right? And he comes up with, and there's a whole load of them. I mean, there's a complete rogues gallery of these side of people, people who are in our media propagating negativity, propagating division, and they need to be called out.
How do you find black supremacy?
How do I find it or define it?
Define it, he said.
I don't really define that. I don't call. There's no supremacy of any race. I don't agree with it. So if you mean in terms of the need for a particular people, in this case black people, to rise up against the oppression, then
It's
you
like
can call
what the nation do. You were saying that
Yeah,
they
you
were
refer
leaning
to it as
towards
black
that.
supremacy.
Yeah.
So what the nation do is talk more in terms of, and I haven't followed them right for a long time. I've heard this.
Me neither.
I'm from the Malcolm X days. I've watched it right.
Me too,
So
me too.
if they're talking about we're a better people than the white people, then I don't agree with that.
They didn't do that though. It was more so about it wasn't about better, but like you said, it was looking
I
back
think it was
at the
about
oppressor.
improving their standards, and improving their living
It was
conditions,
about doing for self.
and their rights. Right, nothing wrong with that. If that's supremacy or black supremacy, then that's fine. But supremacy in the racial sense, that we're better than you, I don't agree with anyone saying that against anyone else.
I don't think. I don't think Elijah Muhammad wasn't saying that. It was more so about black improvement. Like you said, you can see the influence of Marcus Garvey there. You know what I'm saying? It was all about doing for self. Let's not rely on our oppressor to give us something that we can do for ourselves. It doesn't make no sense.
And
Especially
they shut him down as well, right? His Black
Marcus
Star
Garvey.
Shipping company.
They infiltrated and they made it. Obviously, exactly.
That the racism of white America, right? And I don't mean to generalize what the current people. I'm talking about historically the Klan and not even the Klan, the people around the Klan, the peripheries around the Klan. These people, they can never be good to the black people of America, because the people who you have used as slaves for as long as your ancestry takes you back, you cannot see these people as your equal, right? And this was a massive problem, psychological problem for them, for which the reason why after the Emancipation Declaration by Lincoln in I think 1867 or something like that. From that time right through to the railroad years and the migrations northwards, the reason why you had the the rise of the Klan and the racism of the white supremacists is because they couldn't handle the fact that these people are now being freed.
Yeah.
Is a fundamental problem in their minds, and I just don't think you could. You can't kill that. I think a lot of it's still there, even though there's been a lot of progress made, but. There's a lot to be said about Black history. Since Ali died in 2016, I took a deep interest. I did a lot of reading about Black history in America at that point. I watched a lot of films, and it dawned on me after that time just what a dark history America actually has
100%.
in respect of the treatment of a people they enslaved. A continent and a nation of people enslaved, another one eliminated to build up what they call the American Empire. There's a great book called... The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. I recommend that to everyone to read. It starts from the arrival of Columbus, who was also a madman. The way they killed, the people of that region. I think it was the Aztecs at that time. But from that right through to the development years, the racism. I call it the 300-year Holocaust. The Black experience in America for me is the 300-year Holocaust, which never gets to mention.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm glad you said that because, sorry to cut you, because again, that's something that the nation's been speaking about for the longest while. Khalid Abdul Muhammad used to say the same thing. Nobody talks about the Black Holocaust. You just mentioned Black and Holocaust in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Anti-Semitic.
People can't keep. Yeah.
You know what I'm
They say
saying?
you're belittling.
Yeah,
And I'll tell you what,
exactly.
the biggest belittlers of anti-Semitism are the Zionists themselves.
Big facts.
When you constantly throw the anti-Semitism slur at anyone who criticizes
Yeah,
you,
exactly.
you demean genuine anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Because there has been genuine anti-Semitism in history. The Jews were mistreated for hundreds of years in Europe. And the more you weaponize and illegitimately use the term anti-Semitic, then you demean that history.
Yeah.
That history that has taken place and people have suffered from.
Whoever called, can you call back, please? Thank you very much.
I was going to say something. I can't remember now. Oh.
Do you know about Emmett Till?
Yes.
There's a film out recently as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. It's called what? It's called Till,
It's
right?
called Emmett.
Till.
It's called Till. Yeah,
Is it
Emmett
Till
Till.
or
Yeah.
Emmett?
I think it's called.
One of the two.
Yeah, one of the two.
I think it's called Till.
Yeah. haven't seen
Because
it
I knew
yet.
the story, I knew it was going to happen, but it kind of drags on in terms of the mother's emotion, which
Okay.
is fine. But if you look at it in terms of a historic event, and it was something which inspired Ali to become a boxer as well, because he was quite traumatized by that. He was similar sort of age at the time. But the whole, and you see this in films and you think it's just a story, but this is reality, that if a guy just speaks a bit freely to a white woman,
Yeah.
and may not mean anything, he can be lynched for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't think people understand the extent to which the horrors, the extent of horrors in America. The Black experience in America is something which is an eye opener.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the most significant periods of history. There's the periods of history when major things happen, but the Black Holocaust from the 1600s to I'd say the 1900s is something, and is something to be studied. And what's amazing, and I don't know if you agree with this, something which occurred to me, and I always kind of considered it. When true freedom, when these same people who were oppressed for decades, centuries, when they were ultimately given a degree of freedom, look at the creativity that emerged from them, right? Especially in the music, in the fields of music, right? And from the 50s, from Motown years onwards, you had all sorts of talent coming up. And this is, and we didn't get to talk about it today, it's actually one of my favorite topics, right? Is the freedom of the individual. What it actually means to be free, right? It's a massive thing because we think we're free in this country because we can do this, that, and the other. You're not. For as long as narratives are given to you and you're not of independent mind, you're not free.
We had a topic about that.
Yeah,
Was it early this year or something, innit?
It's an important topic. So this freedom that was afforded those people from the 50s onwards, look at the amount of colour, look at the amount of creativity that came out in those years. So individual freedom for me is so important. It's so important. It's not about, and you're not. We mentioned David Irving earlier on. Freedom of speech. Where is it? You can't say certain things, right? So you're free to do whatever it takes to partake in extended consumerism, because that's where they want you, right? This culture has been deculturalized over the last, I'd say, 100, 150 years, where they've made consumers of us, and the only interest they have, the human being is a commodity in this country. They just want you to be a commodity, a means to make money out of. That's our position here.
The freedom of speech thing could go down.
Good morning, caller.
Morning, guys.
Oh God, let them go.
I'm just
How's it going? You
Morning,
alright?
guys.
acknowledging it. You can
No,
continue.
I was going to
Black
say,
comment.
like, obviously, freedom of speech can go down to hate speech, could go down to obviously we need freedom to speak our mind and stuff. But would you prefer speech like freedom of speech without consequence, though? Like just to say anything?
I think there have to be. I mean, this freedom of speech discussion is a very elaborate one, right? What does it really mean to be free? You can say things which are out of order. You can offend, and I think there should be consequences for that. But I don't think you should stop people being able to say what they want. I think it's important to be able to express. What the consequence of that expression is will be in line with whatever the rulings of law are, right? But so
that means there is freedom of speech then, because people can essentially say whatever they want. There's not.
You can't really though.
It's just not without consequence. That's what I say. You can stand on this platform now and say whatever the hell you want.
What country is it?
If you're prepared to deal with the consequences of your words.
Is it North Korea where
Oh, okay, well, them places there, that's different.
you can't say what you want. You disappear in a heartbeat.
Good morning, caller.
Sorry, caller.
Morning, guys. Black Robert.
What
Yeah.
are your thoughts?
He mentioned. Sorry, I forgot the name of the guest. What's his name?
The
What you
voice.
call it? Anyway, he mentioned that how the propaganda that was done on the working class Americans was so great that when they let the black people free, that they couldn't handle basically freedom of the people that in their perception was lesser than them, and that's what caused all the stuff like the Tulsa bombings, all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So isn't there parallels then that like if so much propaganda has been done to the everyman in Israel, so like because there's a difference in the Zionists and then like the Jewish population. I feel like the Jewish population had been manipulated by the Zionist elites that have pushed propaganda messages to make them hate the Palestinians so that they can do what they want. If that's happening generation over generation, won't they be in the same situation where they could never actually see the Palestinians as their equals, even if just because of the amount of propaganda that's been pushed to them to believe that they are lesser than? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you see the parallels? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think the caller's right. There are distinct parallels, and the parallels. The common thing in the parallels is a racism. You have to have had that racism and animosity towards another group of people to justify your own oppression. So if the Zionists did not put the Palestinians down, then they would find it more difficult. People would be up in arms when. And by the way, this leads to another discussion which we've not gone on today, and I don't know if we've got time, but is the engineering of Islamophobia since 9/11. You can see much of it roots back to Israel and Israeli lobbies and their influence in research houses like the Clarion Fund in America and the Henry Jackson Society here, Policy Exchange, the entity that advises the government in this country. Islamophobia benefits the Israeli state, the Zionist state. Why? Is because if you can engender in the minds of the masses a negative perception of the Islamic faith and the Muslim people, then that allows the Israelis to go ahead with what they're doing right now, for example, the genocide, and there's no one who's going to bat an eyelid because they think, these people are backwards anyway, these people are in need of civilizing. All of that is in the subconscious of the people. Whereas if the Israelis were doing this to, for example, Normandy in France, people there, right, oppressing them, everyone would be up in arms. All the international organizations come running down.
Don't you think everybody's just up in arms because of the timeline that they got? Don't you think that they're just unfortunate of the timeline and the time that this is playing out in history? Because again, I'm of the mindset that there's no plan for. There's not going to be no two-state solution. That's not their aim of a two-state solution. The aim is to take over the place and colonize and have their place. That's it. But this has happened throughout history loads of times, and like I said, I think they're just unfortunate that it's happening in the time that it's happening now.
It's the latest chapter.
The latest chapter, yeah, the information age where and people could be vocal and talk about it. So people because if there was internet and stuff and the world was how it was when I just say the Americans took America from the Native Americans, the same things will be going on, the same conversations will be happening
At that time, yeah.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like this is all the same shit. Like like we've seen it before. I believe that is their one goal, and obviously they're gonna be allowed to achieve it because they've got the support of the international community.
The only thing I say to that is that you're absolutely right. But the only thing I say to that is that we live in an age where there's a so-called democracy in place, and not only that, people are informed because democracy only works when people are informed. Sorry, is the Claude still there?
Yeah, so we can't know.
Yeah.
No, go on.
Yeah.
Land.
Okay, one more. Yeah, I don't think there's a good democracy, but that's another story. Also, I've got something that do you know there's something timely that's going on? Do you know they said that the other day they said they're gonna release like the files of the people that were on Epstein Island. I think it's gonna be a redacted file anyway, because they said they're releasing 170 names, but I'm sure there's more people, more politicians, more celebrities that will be redacted from that. But I've been doing my reading, and I've read that. I don't know if this is conspiracy or not, but I read that Maxwell and Epstein were Mossad, and they were they were honey trapping a lot of politicians and celebrities so that they would. And I'd be surprised if the people that are on that list are all pro whatever, because they've been. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's got like a brown. Everyone's got like. Do you know like?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They've got a history in everyone, right? Because. Now, look, this is conspiracy area, but just to put it out there, it's very we know that Epstein had links back to Mossad, right? That's already been, I think it was reported. Look into the detail. Yeah. If Mossad they had this Israel, I forget the name of the company, but they've produced a software called Pegasus, right? Pegasus, whichever organizer, government, or whoever has that can access every part of your mobile, every part.
Yeah.
Right, I know they've sold it to India. I think the Gulf states have it, but it came from Israel. Now, if that software allows you to know exactly what all of the major leaders and newscasters and anchors, what they're up to, what their lives are about, you can bloody blackmail every one of them. And again, this is, I'm saying very clearly, this is a conspiracy, right? I have no evidence to suggest that this is the case, but my logic, my intuition tells me if you've got that level of power over global leaders and what they're up to. I look at Hunter Biden, for example, and how much he's involved in. And so they're always on the edge, right? What they can and cannot say, because you've got that evidence against you. Then, what does that tell you about Mossad and potentially their control? Again, saying very clearly, this is a conspiracy, and I have no way of proving it, but it makes sense to me that they would do something like this. Because if you look at, there are links between Epstein and Mossad. That's confirmed. That's in the news. But then expand that out and think in terms of control. If there's such a thing as a global elite, right? If there's such a thing as a global elite or a network of people who run everything, they would always want people in power who are compromised. At the moment that they step out of line, this is what's going to get exposed.
Makes sense.
Makes sense, right? You just can't prove it.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, there's no proof, but if you just connect the dots. Like, there's no proof. There's certain things that you know, and then there's certain things that you can just disseminate from the things that you know. Like, I came to the same conclusions you do. And also, you spoke a little bit about the Federal Reserve. You kind of spoke. It's like there's a contradiction in terms of like we say, freedom of speech and freedom of this and freedom of that. How is there freedom if there's a Federal Reserve, which is a group of actual people? They call the Federal Reserve. They're a group of people that basically can print money willy-nilly and then disseminate it into the public. So that means that if you can print money basically can be bartered for time and labor. So if I can print money indefinitely, that means I can control your time and labor indefinitely. Therefore, there is no freedom.
Yeah, I mean, you got to account for inflation and stuff like that. But you're right. There's a great book called The Creature from Jekyll Island. Right, that's when certain people went across to Jekyll Island and they planned the Federal Reserve, including setting up controlled opposition. Right, they set up an entity to oppose them as well, so that it looks like it's a fair argument. I mean, it's just madness what these people do. Yeah. But ultimately, I mean, it's a private bank, and the trend or the oppression of the age is a financial oppression. Right, it's the debt, whether it's a government debt, national debt, whether it's personal debt. And I can tell you from a Islamic eschatological point of view, the debt factor is one of the signs of the end times, minor signs of end times, and every transaction is based on it's called a ribawi, which means an interest-based transaction. And this is what we're living in. Every transaction is based on interest. And interest is a fundamentally, and by the way, there are only a few major sins under the Islamic faith. One of them is interest, which is, in fact, is forbidden in Christianity as well. Usury, they call it usury. Usury was forbidden until 1697 when the Bank of England was commissioned, and William of Orange and Queen Anne, I think it was, commissioned the Bank of England. I might have those names wrong. But then suddenly, usury was kind of no longer talked about. But it is fundamentally, what is usury? Usury is diametrically opposite to charity. You're struggling, you need money for your wife and children, medication, and I'm a lender, so I see you as an opportunity. I say, okay, here's £100, I want 150 back. I'm taking advantage of your plight, as opposed to me saying, here's £50, go and buy yourself some food, right? So charity and usury are diametrically opposite. And the reason why interest or usury is so forbidden in all religions, it breaks the bonds of brotherhood, right? No longer do I see you as a fellow human being of a common creator that I should look after you. I look at you as something to take advantage of. That's the problem with usury. And the problem is it's been filtered down and propagandized to such an extent that we now see in a building society window 3.9% APR and put your money here. And, it's kind of made all nice. Ultimately, what's a bank's business? Is take your money, store it, give you a certain percentage rate, and look for people who are desperate for money. Now, this is a controversial argument because to start a business, you would need a loan. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm talking about taking advantage of people who are in a dire situation, right? And that's ultimately what lending is doing, is taking charge back at interest. So interest is a serious sin under the Islamic faith.
Right.
Because if you go down into go. Because if you go, cause I'm not even going to touch, because you can go down a certain rabbit hole with that stuff. But I want to talk about, I use a different example. You learn about I kind of read a lot about history. Do you know the Knights Templar? They were like they were monk soldiers that would help people go from Europe to the Middle East, because people used to get killed and attacked when they went down the road to try and make their way to the Middle East. So they protect normal people going down that road. They got really rich because people would just give them money because they thought they were doing good, and then they got a bit gassed, and then they started lending money, and then they ended up being decimated. And people say it might have been religiously that they got decimated because they started lending money. Because as Christians, you're not supposed to do that, isn't it? So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so what you're talking about, yes, the Knights Templars were warrior monks, the warriors, religious. They were called the Hospitaliers as well during the Crusades. And the interesting thing is, what we know now as Freemasonry goes back to the Knights Templars.
I was hoping you were going to say that.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty established fact. And the Templars, when they went to the Holy Land, they were also quite influenced by the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is Jewish. I mean, it's ancient Jewish mysticism, but normative Jews would deny an association. But and I'm not saying it's a Jewish religion, but it's like a spin-off or a kind of a weird. There's a name for it.
It's more spiritually based.
It's something. It's something a bit bizarre. But anyway, the point is that the Kabbalah, the Templars got involved in magic, black magic, and these sort of things. Which I think they were sentenced. They had to go underground. Was it Pope Innocent or Pope Urban? Pope Urban then ostracized them. They went underground. Their leader Jacques de Molay was burnt at the stake around 1300 or something. But anyway, the point is they went underground, and they're said to have re-emerged as the Masons, as the Freemasons. And then we're not going to get down the Freemason discussion because there's all sorts of things to be said. Most of it conspiratorial, but I
think, I only use them as an example because if you they're what's it called? The thing that they did against God was two things. They started lending money and they started getting into magic, or whatever.
Yes.
So
you know what? I tell you. I mean, again, it's your call if you want to believe this, but look, every prophet we believe came with a particular miracle. The miracle of Jesus was healing, right? He was able to heal, bring people back to life, and he had that. Because we, as Muslims, we believe in all the miracles of Jesus, including the virgin birth. We just don't believe that he's God's son. That's a line between Muslims and Christians fundamentally. But that was Jesus' miracle. The miracle of the Prophet Muhammad was orality and speech. People in that time could memorize thousands of poems. It was something crazy about that time, about the orality of that time. The miracle of Moses was magic. For those of you who, when he threw his staff and it turned into a snake, and so that was the key thing. That was a miracle of that time. The link between the Templars, the Kabbalah, and going back to that mysticism of the time of the pharaoh, or that magic was the miracle of that time, and that's essentially what led to the later. In fact, you could factor in Solomon, Prophet Solomon, who had the ability to speak to the jinn and to animals as well.
Yeah.
So there was like a whole magic element there. So look, I believe magic is real. I do believe in magic, but not in your pulling the rabbits out of a hat sort of thing, right? It's any interaction that I believe all magic comes down to an interaction with the jinn. That's just my belief, right?
Yeah.
David Blaine.
The thing is, it's not even about. It's not
Sorry,
even about me or you believe in this real.
Sorry, we've come full circle, Black Rob, and you're messing up the feng shui. So, David Blaine, your views on him?
He's a man in touch with the jinn.
All right, then. Full circle. Full circle.
And there are a lot of people who look. What do you think? A lot of the dark secret rites and rituals in masonry are about?
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
compromised already.
behind
I
closed
believe.
doors. Yeah.
I believe.
So there is. I mean, it's
all these
people
things
don't
go
like to
hand in hand.
believe
If you're religious and you believe in God and you believe in the power of prayer
Yeah.
and you believe in miracles, then
Yeah.
I don't understand how you wouldn't believe in the dark side of it, in ghosts, in the dark arts, in magic, in all these things. I think if you believe in one, you have to believe in other.
I think so. Ghost is probably a little bit outside of that fold, but I do
If you
believe
believe
there's
in angels and spirits, if
Yeah,
you believe,
I
if
believe in
you
the
believe
dimension of the angels, and
so
the
then and you
dimension of-
believe you have the spirit and it could be and all these things, then it can get lost on its journey. Like, how could you believe in angels and the Holy Spirit and your spirit, but then say ghosts are so far fetched? It doesn't make sense.
I'm
even if you bring it
saying
down-
that ghosts fall into the dimension or the domain of the jinn for me.
Okay, yeah,
that's
yeah,
all. So
okay.
the paranormal, I believe in.
Okay, yeah.
If we bring it down to today, like if you look at like what's going on in
Rob,
like,
this is
Hollywood,
even like-
Black Rob.
Rob, I
You're gonna
don't
have to
know
call
what
back
you're trying to
tomorrow,
do
you know?
today. I know this is an intriguing conversation, but I don't know what you're trying to do today.
I'll leave it at that.
Hopefully we can bring the voice back, man.
I'm off.
Thanks for calling, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean the whole discussion around religion and education. I mean, it's a very important and interesting discussion because, you know, the moment you could talk about all of these worldly things about history and knowledge, but then you bring in religion. People say, "Oh, can we bring in religion into it?" For me, these things are linked. You can't, whether you call it a guidance or whether you call it the metaphysical or the paranormal. I think these are all part of the same dimension of being. And I've always given an example of what I call the inverse bell curve of religion. You know what a bell curve is like that, right? So the inverse bell curve is like that, like a dip, and you go back up again. Well, for people who obviously can't see me, I'm drawing a U-shape thing, right? So if you put that on a graph, right, the bottom axis is your level of education, and then your y-axis is your faith, right? So when you haven't got a lot of education, you've got a lot of faith. People tend to be, and that's how the trend in the world is. As you become more educated, then your lack of faith starts coming down, right? Until you hit rock bottom and you become a hard atheist. But my contention is you continue with that education, right? And it's not your maths, physics, English, and science. I'm talking about worldly knowledge. History, philosophy, psychology, human psychology, what the world's about. You know, the some of the study subatomic particles, study the order in the universe, whether it's the atom or up in vast extents of the universe. And the more you educate yourself, then you find, as per that curve, it will start rising again, right? And you will get back to faith. And a lot of scientists have done that. They've arrived at faith through a process of non-believing. Because there comes a point when you recognize that this reality that we're in, albeit it's artificial in terms of, the everything wrapped around food, clothing, shelter, and entertainment, and enjoying ourselves. When you look beyond a couple of layers of this stuff, question yourself. Start with who am I? Where the hell did I come from? Why do I think? How do I have the ability to think? When you start getting to those sort of questions, and then you follow a logical path, whatever path you wish to take. It may not be religious, but you'll come to a conclusion that there has to be a higher order design somewhere. How can all this... the Darwinists will tell you it's all by chance. They'll tell you it's like random mutations and a protein cell was formed and then a further protein and an amino acid was... For these random mutations to happen, the probabilities are so small that in scientific terms it's zero. When you have 10 to the minus 18 as a probability, that's zero. But the random mutation of a particular components of a protein cell coming together. If you look at a protein cell itself, it's amazing. It's like a factory, just a single protein cell.
Yeah.
It's like a factory. Everything has and to say that came back by chance, right? I my mind doesn't buy it. I can't buy it. But yet the Darwinian worldview or the atheist worldview would make you believe that it's random and over 14 billion years of the Earth's history, something will have happened to turn one thing into another. Fine, go with that theory. Yeah. My mind tells me that there's order in the universe. The fact that the Earth goes round the sun, the fact that the moon goes around the Earth in a particular fashion gives us time, and then that same Earth is going around the sun, and they're kept together, and everything is kept in order, which is a verse out of the Quran, that all the heavenly bodies are in a particular order, and that the same solar system, the sun with all the Earth, that's also moving in a particular, and then your galaxy is moving, everything is moving, right? Everything is moving, and yet there's order. There's order in all of this.
It's funny you said that. It reminds me of a story I heard about Isaac Newton, where I believe he was in his office or something. A friend of his came in and saw, like, you know, the old school globes, like, you know, the model of the globes. This kind of spin, And the friend was like, "Oh, this is amazing! Like, who made this?" And he's like, "Oh, nobody." And he's like, "What do you mean? This thing I'm looking at? Look at nobody." He said, "Yeah, how can you believe somebody made this, but yet all the majesty of the skies, the planets, the universe, is just by chance? Don't make no sense."
It doesn't. We don't have our minds do not have the capacity. The average mind doesn't have the capacity to comprehend the extent of the universe. There are more there are more stars in the universe than there are grains of sand.
Yeah.
And if you to try to contemplate the Sahara Desert and all the other deserts in the world and individual grains of sand, there are more stars up there. You have to comprehend the concept of light years, because everything's measured in light years. How far light travels in a second or an hour, whatever it might be. And then the extents of the universe are just absolutely mind-boggling. I don't believe we have the mental ability to comprehend that. And I think there's a certain dimension of mind which is beyond mathematics. That I think we struggle to comprehend. So look, all I'm saying is, I know it's a long one. All I'm saying is, there's an order in the universe, in my surroundings, that screams at me that there is a higher order. Now, whether you want to take it down religious path or not, it's everyone's individual choice. But I can see an order, and I believe in a designer, a creator, and then the whole notion of the soul. These are long discussions.
All right. So the next time you come on, you're going to be talking about UFOs. Aliens
and Elvis living, right? So look, this is a problem. The problem with conspiracies, right? It's a tool that if I can call them a global elite, just for a second, right? I've got no name for the people who run things, right? But they need to align your theories with a couple of crackpots, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Elvis lives and UFOs, because that makes I might have the right idea about world control, financial control, right? I might have all the right ideas about how global hegemonic wars are dispossessing people around the world, but they don't want you to say that. So our conspiracy theories, just like the believers in alien and UFOs and moon landings.
You just validated everything you've just said. To
do you have any?
Sorry, I'm finished.
Sorry, 1 second.
I'm done.
Cool, it's cool.
You're done.
Do you have any hysterical like tidbits for us outside of conspiracy? Yeah, so not in the realm of conspiracy, like that you would consider kind of factual regarding aliens. This is for Brent here.
No, I have my own. Never answer the question.
Are you asking me, right?
Yeah.
Aliens. Look, the vast extent of the universe says to me there's possibly life forms out there.
There you go.
Right, but hold on. There's they have not in the current extent and examination of the universe, the known with the tools and apparatus that they have, they've not been able to identify another star which has what they call the Goldilocks, whatever it is, syndrome, whatever, where the something like Earth is perfectly positioned in terms of distance from a star, which is the sun, to facilitate life. At the moment, they haven't. It's probably out there.
So
I can tell
that's
you that
when you want to start listening to scientists.
No, I mean,
because they're not going to tell you that they believe in jinn.
No, they won't. They won't.
All right.
They won't.
But I guess life is
biological. Look,
Brent
you know what?
was something negative about aliens and said, no, charlatan.
Just like there's, what do they call it? Apostasy in saying something anti-religious, right? Say there's no God. There's scientific apostasy as well. When you say,
That's true.
"Oh, this must be God," it must be. Scientists won't say that. It's a discredit. It's a disservice to themselves if they acknowledge that I don't know the answer, but God
Cop
knows.
out, innit?
Wait, you've got a notebook, a notepad.
No. I have not been looking at it. This is for me taking notes of the discussion.
All right, okay.
Right? I haven't literally not.
I know you came prepared like that
hustles.
because my back's been turned to you the entire time. Sorry.
I literally haven't looked at it. I've got a list of things which I could have talked about.
I love you dearly, man, but we need to do a part
Yeah,
two.
we need to do a part 2, man.
Yeah, no, I know we've been going on and on. Do apologise if I've bored people.
No,
but, I
not
mean,
at all.
You didn't.
A lot of
No, it's been
repetition.
thoroughly interesting.
Not at all.
But
Oh, just a quick one though. Because you guys are talking about aliens, it'd be good and interesting for you guys to look at a lecture by Brother Ilya Rashad and also Brother Wesley Mohammed from The Nation. They have the answers. They have the answers. You know what I'm saying? Back in the 30s and 40s, Elijah Muhammad was actually arrested by the FBI because of some information that he was giving out. This is long before people were actually talking about UFOs and all that type of. He was actually arrested, detained, because he had schematics and drawings about certain things, UFOs, which the Nation calls the mother plane and stuff like that. But again, another discussion.
yeah, I mean, I can just put it out there. I don't really believe that the mother plane stuff. I mean, there's because I come from a religious tradition.
Orthodox.
My understanding of that is, I mean. Look, I'm going to give you with one last tidbit about how things don't make sense at first and they make sense later. So I'm not going to deny what you're saying, but it's not part of my. One of the signs of the end time. This is again an eschatological argument. One of the signs that we're taught of the end of times, when the prophet said, peace be upon him, that there will come a time when metal will speak from your leg and tell you where your brother is. Now think about 7th century Arabia. The people are being told that one of the signs, minor signs, because there are major signs as well. One of the minor signs is when metal will speak from your leg and tell you, people, what the hell does that
Baffled,
mean?
innit?
What metal? That thing we used to, break stone? How can that be speaking into... Now we know, in this age, and I say we've only noticed in the last 100 years, what is a speaker? A speaker is a magnet with a coil around it. And AC current is sent through that coil to make it vibrate. That is metal speaking. The wire is metal, the magnet is metal. Right? Tie it to a piece of paper, that becomes your speaker. So... and tells you where your brother is. Your mobile phone does tell you where everybody is, right? So again, the things that don't make sense previously can make sense later. And there are many examples of this, by the way.
And you could find ways for it to make sense also.
Yes, but someone else explained to me metal speaking from your leg.
Give me 100 years.
Yeah,
I'll
that's a
find
good
another
answer
one.
because it could be in time that other things are worked out. But there are many others I can cite. Which collectively it convinces you that okay, this is what this actually means, and I think this might be in the Bible as well. But there's one of the big major signs of end times, of Judgment Day, is a talking beast. I don't know if that's I think it's in Christianity as well. Now, when people think of beast, I think of like a massive cow or something like that, right? But the beast, in my mind, the talking beast, who everyone consults, is going to be an enhanced version of AI. That's I've not heard this from a scholar. This is my interpretation. I see AI in an enhanced and matured form being something akin to what was described as that beast.
Wow. See, yeah, we got loads to chat about when you
Keep
come back,
telling you
man.
about AI, man. Keep telling you man.
Yeah. Man, The Voice. We appreciate you, man.
You can call me a man, that's fine.
We appreciate you. Hopefully we can bring you back soon, very soon.
Yeah, let's see.
Yes, hopefully,
It's been
hopefully.
great to be here. I like the challenges. Apologize if it's repetitive.
No,
Couldn't
not
answer all
at
your
all.
questions, but you got me something. You give me some pointers to go and read up on.
Cool.
things now,
Dope.
so.
Dope.
I'm just saying, you don't know whatever sports headlines we had, we're doing them tomorrow. Just so.
There ain't even anything really, to be fair.
Well, just great.
It's just the outro.
Huh?
It's just the outro.
It's just the outro, guys. Just because, you know. But it was a great show, man. It was an excellent show. The Voice said some things. Hope you got your pen and notepads so you can go and reference, cross-check some of the information that you got today. But I believe it was all serious. You awake, Rich?
That cool pathway knocked him out. I said it was supposed to be your
I'll be honest with you, I didn't sleep last night, man. I didn't sleep.
Oh,
Not one.
it's a wind up.
Not one wink. Thank you, though, Brent. Thanks.
Yeah, he's rude, didn't
I
it?
say, what was that term again? Was that no honor, no shame? What was it called again?
in Urdu?
Oh, begaret.
Big
Be means without.
beer.
Garet is a sense of honor and dignity, pride.
Okay.
all
So
into
it's
one.
like it's bread.
It's there's no direct translation for it, I don't think, because it's a combination of, as I said, dignity, honor, self-respect. You know, it's
everything Brent's liking.
yeah, you get the notion.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking part. Thanks to everybody that's taking part in the chat. Thanks to everybody that called in. It's been a great show. It's an extremely long one. Tomorrow's gonna be short.
For sure.
No, shorter.
Shorter.
So I guess tomorrow as well.
Shit, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
And Friday too.
I don't know. You haven't confirmed that.
Oh. Ah!
Imagine.
Still haven't. Wow.
I'm gonna shout. It's tough though, man. After a late Thursday night, I don't know if they're gonna make that, man. Depending on how we move on the episode. Shit. Depends on whether you even see me. No, I'm playing. Anyway, use up. Thanks. Look after yourself and each other. Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Jerry Springer.
It's close enough.
Same, something so. See you up tomorrow, man. Peace out.
Peace.